Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 5:57 over on the East Coast and 2:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. I do want to start off with this live look that we have over New York City coming up in just a matter of hours here. We do expect deliberations to resume in the trial for former President Trump. This is the hush money trial that we have been covering around the clock here with the help of our Fox 5 New York team. We expect everything to get back underway around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Now, just about every day before the former president enters into the courtroom, he tends to address reporters who are there. So if he does make comments this morning, we'll make sure to bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox as they do get underway. In the meantime, do want to take you out to our Fox 5 New York team as Robert Moses has been covering this from the get-go.
Now we want to talk about deliberations. They'll resume today in the hush money trial of the former president.
That's right. This after jurors ended the day yesterday without reaching a verdict. Good Day's Robert Moses is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with a look at where things stand this morning. Robert, good morning.
All right, so there have been a lot of salacious...
Dan and Tashani, good morning to you. The jury could take hours, days, or weeks more. We simply do not know. But what we do know is that jurors are particularly interested in rehearing some of the testimony from two key prosecution witnesses.
This morning, the court reporter will read aloud from the trial transcript portions of testimony from the first prosecution witness, former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker, and the last, Michael Cohen. About 3.5 hours into their deliberations, jurors sent a note asking to rehear some of the testimony from Pecker and Cohen. The requested testimony includes what the men said about a meeting with Donald Trump at Trump Tower in 2015. Pecker bought the rights to and then suppressed negative stories that could have hurt former President Trump's candidacy during the 2016 campaign. Pecker opted not to pay for Stormy Daniels' story, though he told Cohen about it. Cohen paid her to stay quiet on behalf of his boss, who then reimbursed him the basis of the 34 felony counts the former president faces.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
Jurors also asked to rehear some of Judge Juan Merchan's instructions surrounding the laws that apply to this case. Yesterday morning, the judge spent more than an hour telling the jury to put aside their personal biases and not hold the former president's decision to not testify against him. To convict on each count, the jurors must all agree that the former president created a false record or caused someone else to, and that he did so intending to violate or hide a violation of state law that makes it illegal, quote, to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. Notably, though, the jurors don't have to agree on what those unlawful means were. The former president spoke after deliberations concluded yesterday. He was asked if he believes he has a fair jury.
This is very unfair. I said I'm not campaigning in this room all day long, from morning to night, in the Biden witch hunt. Take a look at where the people come from.
That appeared to be a reference to the 7 men and 5 women who now hold his fate in their hands.
It's a disgrace. This thing ought to be ended immediately. The judge ought to end it and save his reputation.
These 12 jurors meet in a drab room behind the courtroom around a long conference table. Now, while they are deliberating, the 6 alternates are together in a separate part of this courthouse. Any one of them can be called on if one of the 12 can no longer serve because of illness or some other reason. We're live at the criminal courthouse this morning. Dan, back to you.
All right, could be a big day. Thank you very much, Robert.
A big thank you there to Robert Moses. He is with our Fox 5 New York team, and he will join us live coming up in just about an hour with the latest details from outside the courthouse. Now, we do have our Fox 5 New York team out there, as you saw, but we also have Fox News working with us. Rebecca Castor filing this report just moments ago.
It's day 2 of jury deliberations in Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial, but the discussions could be hitting some roadblocks.
These charges are rigged.
Former President Donald Trump maintaining his innocence as the jury in his criminal hush money trial starts the second day of deliberations.
How in the world is the jury retaining all of this information?
On Wednesday, the jury talked for nearly 5 hours. But before they can resume Thursday, the 12 members asked to rehear testimony from 2 witnesses. Former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen and former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker regarding a 2015 meeting at Trump Tower with the former president.
Pecker says he pledged to look for negative stories about Donald Trump so that they could be suppressed. Prosecutors say that was the crux of the alleged hush money scheme.
Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records to hide an alleged payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 presidential election. Prosecutors say Daniels was paid to keep quiet about an affair with Trump, which he denies. And they claim Trump violated a New York election law, which makes it illegal to, quote, promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means.
It'll be talked about in the history books.
The jury is also asking to rehear Judge Juan Merchan's instructions about how they're to go about reaching a verdict.
I am glad, though, that they're being diligent.
Deliberations could take hours, days, or even weeks. And if they decide to acquit or convict Trump, it must be a unanimous decision. In New York, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And once again, taking a live look over New York City at this hour. You can see some flashing lights there in the distance. We expect that the jury is going to return for those deliberations happening around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We'll bring you all of the action as it does take place. I do want to get to some breaking news that we are following out of the Middle East right now. You can hear some audio there in the background. So let me turn down that audio there, but that is a live look over at the Israel-Gaza border. Again, breaking news that we are following. Take a look at your screen here. Israel now saying it shot down a cruise missile reportedly fired from Iraq. The Israel Defense Forces posting this on social media a short time ago, saying that the aerial defense systems intercepted the missile, quote, from the east. Now, in the past, the military has described attacks from Iraq as, quote, from the east. The Iron Dome also intercepting a, quote, suspicious aerial target from Lebanon as sirens were sounding in northern Israel. Do want to bring in a guest now, an expert to help break down the situation, the latest developments out of the Middle East. John Strawson is an emeritus professor in the Department of Law, Justice and Policing at the University of East London, joining us now. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Good morning, Josh.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk about this cruise missile fired from Iraq. Is that something that we're seeing happening frequently where aerial objects are being fired from Iraq?
Yes, don't forget what we're talking about is not the Iraqi government, but there are somewhere in the region of half a dozen Islamist militias that operate in Iraq, including connected to Al-Qaeda and to ISIS. And that what we're actually seeing is probably one of those organizations deciding that this is the moment to launch a quite serious attack on Israel. So I think that that's the big problem. The Iraqi government isn't in control of the whole of Iraq by any means. And these militias have been operating to some extent with impunity for quite a long time. They're very much associated, by the way, with, some of them are very much associated with Iran. So it's difficult at this stage, obviously, to know exactly whether it's an Islamist Iranian organization or whether it's more associated with Al-Qaeda or ISIS.
And I think that kind of shows a little bit further just how many different entities, so to speak, are involved in this situation, because you hear about Israel, you hear about Hamas, sometimes Hezbollah, but there are several different entities that are involved in the fighting.
Yes, of course. Well, and that's the great danger of this now 8-month war in Gaza, is that the longer it goes on, the more these different organizations have an opportunity of acting. We already, of course, know how active the Houthis are in Yemen, affecting, of course, international shipping. We know, of course, about Hezbollah in Lebanon. And part of the big news today, really, is that the war on Israel's northern border has clearly hotted up quite a lot. And that's a real danger in the situation of the spreading of the conflict.
And I do want to pop up this video that came in from the IDF here. Take a look at your screen as we know that a mile-long terrorist tunnel route has been uncovered in eastern Rafah with dozens of anti-tank missiles and weapons inside. That is according to the Israel Defense Forces providing those details and that video on your screen. The IDF saying a tunnel shaft was located feet away from the Rafah crossing, branching off into several different routes with several blast doors and a hideout. Again, you can see it in some of the images there. What is the significance of that route and that discovery?
Well, first of all, there are two things. First of all, this explains how Hamas has been able to operate over the last 8 months, because it has this very sophisticated tunnel system under the Gaza Strip. And it has obviously been acquiring large amounts of weapons over the last few years, a huge store of weapons, which explains why it is still up and running and still able to fight. The other thing it underlines to us is the problem of the Israeli intelligence, because the fact that they produce this tunnel now and say, look, what we found, indicates to me that the intelligence failures on October the 7th, when Israel was caught by a surprise with the horrible atrocities that Hamas committed then, this intelligence failure, I think, probably is continuing. And the fact that they produced this is in fact very worrying, because I think it does show that a lot of the planning of this war is not really up to speed with what is taking place in Gaza itself. And so I think there's those two things. Yes, this explains why Hamas is still able to fight, but secondly, it also raises question about Israeli intelligence.
I want to talk about Israel saying that it seized control of that corridor at the Egyptian border. What is the overall, and I keep asking you significance, but what does that tell you? What does that say to you, and why is it significant?
Well, the Philadelphia corridor, which runs along the Gaza Egyptian border, is about 9 miles long. And it is thought that most of the supplies which Hamas have had coming into the Gaza Strip, despite the fact there's been an Israeli blockade, have come through tunnels across the Egyptian border. Don't forget, the Sinai desert has largely been controlled for a whole period of time by Islamist organizations, not by the Egyptian government. They've had a terrible time with terrorism in that particular area. And so quite a lot of material has gone into Gaza from that route. So the Israelis will undoubtedly be feeling that they have stopped that route, and that might mean that they will then feel that the resupplies that obviously Hamas have been continuing to have over the last 8 months might now stop, and that might seriously degrade their ability to be able to fight back.
A lot of people are talking right now about the comments that were made by Israel's national security advisor saying that the war will last for at least 7 more months. Is that a change from what we have been hearing really since the start of the year? Is that any different than what Israel has been saying all along?
I have to say, on October the 8th, I went to a briefing, an off-the-record briefing from the Israeli Foreign Ministry, and what was said then was that this was going to be a long war. And unfortunately, all that Hanegbi has done, the national security advisor has done, is basically to say, yes, it's going to be a long war. And that, I think, illustrates how implanted Hamas are, how well equipped they are, and actually how resilient, however awful this organization is, it has proved to be enormously resilient despite the terrible effects of the Israeli bombing and other activities. But I think it really underlines also that for Hamas, this war has been a great success. They think it's been very successful in putting a case internationally. They feel they've got a lot of support. And they do feel the longer the war goes on, the better for them, I think.
We know that the IDF said that 3 Israeli troops were killed this week during an explosion in what's described as a booby trap building in Rafah. Is that yet another example of just how dangerous this situation really is for troops in Rafah and just in general?
Yes, of course. This is, of course, what American troops faced in Iraq after the 2003 invasion, in trying to deal both with Sunni militias and then, of course, with ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Many American troops were killed by booby trap buildings. It's a very common tactic. It's something which Hamas and other terrorist organizations use regularly as a way of trying to terrify the opposition. But it also underlines, by the way, that there have been very high Israeli casualties during this war. And that is a very serious thing that is definitely having an effect within Israel itself.
I want to talk about the situation that happened Sunday over in Rafah, because what do you make of the IDF saying during their initial probe that it was actually a secondary explosion, possibly from a Hamas weapons warehouse there, that may have caused the fire that killed dozens of Palestinians? We do know that the IDF has said they were there, they were targeting 2 senior Hamas officials. What do you make of that secondary explosion?
Well, it's ABC, for instance, said that they had information that it was a fuel dump. The IDF have suggested it could be a weapons cache. It could be either. The 2 things are quite clear. First of all, the Israelis did not target those civilians. This was an appalling consequence of the military action, but not an intention or cause. And secondly, the problem is, as long as this conflict continues, these kind of disasters are going to take place. And if it is an arms cache, that is, of course, something that we know already, and we've known from the beginning of this conflict, that Hamas do not abide by the laws and customs of war. They fight within civilian areas, and they have military installations amongst civilians. And of course, if you have arms cache in this camp, which is a tent city with very, very basic facilities for civilians, obviously the consequence of a fire will be quite dramatic and be very quick. So the longer this goes on, I'm afraid to say we're going to see many more such incidents, I think. They are accidents in one sense, but they are what a war is like. And I think that viewers around the world need to realize that war is a really horrible option. And that is why it would be in everyone's interest, particularly Israelis and Palestinians, to return to the ceasefire negotiations.
And you kind of already touched on this, but my last question for you relates to northern Israel, because we know that the situation does really appear to be intensifying, so to speak, between Israel and Hezbollah. That's not getting as much attention as the situation over in Gaza, but that situation between Israel and Hezbollah really is intensifying, right?
Yes, because Hezbollah know full well that they're having a dramatic effect on Israeli society. So about 100,000 civilians in the north of Israel are now displaced, living in hotels and in other temporary accommodation across Israel. And therefore, Hezbollah think that their quite limited action is really impacting upon Israel in a very serious way. So they have every reason to continue it. The other thing one has to bear in mind is that Hezbollah is quite clearly not at this moment ready for an all-out war with Israel. That's partly because they're very unpopular within Lebanon at the present time, and also that they have their Iranian masters are really being rather cautious. So the war which is taking place is extremely serious, and obviously in the north, as long as this goes on, it has the capacity to spread and become more serious. And we have, in a sense, or Israel has been very lucky that it has not become more serious already, which also emphasizes the importance of return to the ceasefire negotiations and to do a deal on return of the hostages at the same time.
All right, John, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break down the latest developments there out of the Middle East. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I think it is Antony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, made very clear that what he wants to see from Prime Minister Netanyahu is a plan for Gaza after the end of the war. And even if this is going to be a year-long war, I think it is incumbent upon the Israelis to produce a realistic proposal for what the day after is going to be like. And so I think I think that is a very good initiative, and I hope that the Israelis now begin to think quite seriously. And in the cabinet, as we know, there's a big argument between those who come from the opposition, the National Union, from Benny Gantz and Eisenkot, both former generals, who are actually trying to pressure Netanyahu to produce such a plan, and saying that if he doesn't produce one by June the 8th, they will leave the government. So we'll have to watch that particular development.
All right, John, thank you again for taking the time, as always, to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I do want to take you back to this post here coming in from the IDF as we are following more breaking news out of the Middle East. Israel now saying that it did shoot down this cruise missile reportedly fired from Iraq. The Israel Defense Forces posting that on its X page a short time ago, saying that the aerial defense systems intercepted the missile, quote, from the east. And in the past, the military has described attacks from Iraq as, quote, from the east. The Iron Dome also intercepted a, quote, suspicious aerial target from Lebanon as sirens were sounding there in northern Israel. We'll keep an eye on the developing situation there and bring you updates on Live Now from Fox as they do develop. Want to take you out to a live image that we do have coming in out of Grindavik. This is over in Iceland, where you can see a volcano erupting once again. This is a live image here, and we do know that this is the 5th time this volcano has erupted since December. We know that evacuations have been put into place there in Grindavik, and that's another international story that we are following very closely. The time now 6:19 on the East Coast and 3:19 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour. We'll get back into your headlines in just a matter of minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to talk a little bit more about the Israel-Hamas war as it is 6:21 on the East Coast and 3:21 on the West Coast. Here's the latest information coming in from COGAT providing that humanitarian aid. They do say that yesterday 335 humanitarian aid trucks were transferred to Gaza. 5 tankers with 267,000 liters of fuel designated for the operation of essential infrastructure there in Gaza entered Gaza yesterday. Aid to northern Gaza, a total of 41 trucks were coordinated and transferred to that area. COGAT did hold a news conference, I would say about an hour ago, to break down the latest details here. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
This is both on record and on camera, and we'll take questions, a few questions here, and then we'll go out to see the inspection. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shimon Friedman. I am the international spokesperson for COGAT. On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated one of the worst massacres in recent history. It murdered, raped, kidnapped, and mutilated innocent civilians, and every day since it's reaffirmed its cynical disregard for human life, both of Israelis and of Gazans. Israel, on the other hand, while fighting vigorously against this barbaric enemy, has worked to minimize the impact of the war on civilians, and this is true in regards to our military operation, but also in terms of our humanitarian effort. There have been a few updates in terms of humanitarian routes and inspections that I'd like to cover, but I would like to say that one thing hasn't changed, and that is our humanitarian policy. We've continuously been working with the international community to increase the ways in which we facilitate humanitarian aid. So I'd like to review a few of the facts and a few of the changes which reaffirm that Israel is committed to abiding by our obligations according to international law and our stated policy that there is no limit on the amount of humanitarian aid that we are willing to facilitate into the Gaza Strip. There are several places where aid is being inspected and several ways in which it's making its way in. So in terms of inspection, we've increased the amount of inspection points to further increase our efficiency and to make sure that aid is making its way thoroughly and quickly. The necessary security inspection that the aid goes through does not stand in the way of humanitarian aid making its way into the Gaza Strip. It just stands in the way of dangerous materials making its way to Hamas terrorists. We've set up inspection at Nitzana and here at Kerem Shalom. There's also inspection happening at the Ashdod port, in Talcumia in Judea and Samaria, and also the trucks that come in from Jordan are being inspected as well. In terms of the maritime route, that aid is being inspected in Cyprus before it makes its way into the Gaza Strip. In other words, security is taking place in lots of different places in order for us to build the significant capacity for inspection that we have today. In terms of crossings into the Gaza Strip, in addition to Kerem Shalom where we are right now and crossing 96, in recent weeks, has been operational for months. In recent weeks, we opened 2 additional crossings in northern Gaza, the Erez crossing and the western Erez crossing as well. In addition to those, we also have aid making its way. We've had aid coming through the maritime route and also airdrops of aid. So all these different routes together are what allow us to bring large amounts of aid into the Gaza Strip. As you know, this week we began facilitating aid from Egypt through Kerem Shalom again. Aid trucks make their way from El Arish through Rafah to here at Kerem Shalom where they're inspected, and then once they are inspected, they go onto the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom where they wait to be picked up by the international organizations. In terms of the amount of aid that we've seen make its way into the Gaza Strip, since the beginning of the war, we've seen over 30,000 trucks of aid making their way into the Gaza Strip, carrying, among other things, around 450,000 tons of food. In the month of May, the daily average number of trucks making its way in has been over 350 trucks. For context, in April, that number was around 300. In other words, that we saw an increase in the amount of trucks and aid making its way into the Gaza Strip in the month of May. And I know that there have been other numbers been publicized by different organizations, but those numbers do not represent the full picture, because those organizations are privy to information regarding their own trucks and the aid that they're bringing in, but there are several different organizations working in the Gaza Strip. There's also, as we mentioned, there's the Jordanian route, there's the maritime route, there is airdrops of aid. So all of those different aspects are what allow us to have a better understanding and a more holistic picture of the amount of aid that is coming in, and that's why we're very confident in the numbers that we see, because we see the full picture of what's coming in. Israel remains committed to facilitating aid and working with the international community to see the aid make its way to where it's needed, because we understand that our war is with Hamas and not with the people of Gaza. I'm happy to take a few of your questions here, and then we can continue as we go for the talk. Yeah.
A key question. The UN provides the vast majority of food for Palestinians inside Gaza. They say they're not given access through the northern crossings. Why are UN trucks and supplies not being allowed in through Erez and the other areas?
So, as I said, we work with many different organizations, not only with the UN. And the UN, we work with them in different places. The WFP is a big partner with which we work in northern Gaza with the different Erez crossings, with the aid that's coming from the Ashdod port, and so on. We are more than willing to coordinate with the different organizations, and and once they coordinate with us, we're happy to facilitate those.
I mean, they say they're trying to get aid in through any route possible. So why are they not getting aid in through? Are you saying it's their fault that they're not getting aid in through?
I'm saying that I don't know who specifically at the UN you're referring to again. The WFP.
The WFP.
So the WFP we coordinate together with them, and they are bringing aid in through northern Gaza. Flour from the Ashdod port, for example, is coming in through the Erez crossing. So I'm not quite sure how additionally to answer that. Yes.
So the UN and aid agencies say it's extremely difficult to collect the aid and distribute the aid inside Gaza because of the military offensive in Rafah. So you still believe it's not your obligation to guarantee the distribution of aid?
So in terms of distribution has been an issue since the beginning of the war. And while we've taken many steps to increase our distribution capabilities, as you heard from Ami a few minutes ago, but opening additional crossings, opening additional inspection points within those inspection and crossings, increasing manpower, extending working hours. So we've taken lots of steps.
Part of inspection, not distribution.
I understand. So the point I'm making here is that we've taken many steps to improve our logistical capabilities so that we can inspect the aid and deliver it into the Gaza Strip. Unfortunately, the international organizations haven't taken similar steps to increase their distribution capabilities.
So
distribution is
because you're not guaranteeing, the conditions there.
So we work with the international organizations. There are hundreds of coordinations happening each week in order to coordinate their movements and assist them in distribution. But there are fundamental logistical problems that they have not fixed. For example, bringing in additional trucks to distribute the aid. They've brought in, I think, around 15 trucks since the beginning of the war, and we've been encouraging them to do a lot more than that. That isn't going to be enough for their distribution. So in terms of improving distribution, there are logistical problems, and that those need to be improved. Of course, delivering aid in a war zone is not a simple task, and we don't minimize that at all, but that's why we work closely. We have a coordination cell with international organizations so that we can coordinate their movements, so that we can help assist them in distributing the aid. Yes.
Maybe I didn't catch that. Regarding the numbers, how many trucks did enter the two northern crossings, and can you give a percentage, like how many trucks enter through the north and through the south?
So the vast majority of the trucks coming in come through here in Kerem Shalom. I would say probably around 200 to 250. The numbers in the north are closer to around 80 a day, something like that. And then there's the other additional routes as well. Yeah.
OCHA put out a statement about the challenges they have in logistics in Gaza in coordination with Israeli authorities. Obviously, I assume Kogat. 26 were denied access, 21 were impeded, and 29 were canceled. Of the missions classified as impeded, delays of up to 7.5 hours. In one incident, the driver was arrested, stripped naked, and detained at an Israeli checkpoint, and some other descriptions. And what is your kind of reaction to?
So I don't want to respond directly to a report that I haven't read, and of course I believe everything you've read out to me, but I would only respond to it once I could read the report. But I will say in general, in terms of the coordination and improving coordinations and movements, since the beginning of 2024, the approval number has been around over 85% of movements have been approved. Of coordinations have been approved. Of those that have been denied, some of them are for security reasons, for the safety of the organization itself. We are, again, more than willing. I think that number speaks for itself, more than willing to coordinate additional movements if that's what the organizations want. That's what we have the coordination cell together with them. And with many of the organizations, we speak on a daily basis. We have scheduled meetings in order for us to assist and coordinate these movements with them in the Gaza Strip. Yeah.
Could you
me a little bit about the background of the decision to let in commercial goods into Gaza and Palestinians, why it seems that these commercial goods can usually pass through the international aid.
Okay, I'll start with the end of your question, just because I also discussed it with Ami when he went. The treatment that the trucks get here is the same treatment. They go through the same inspection and they make their way onto the Gazan side of the border. I want to make sure that that's clear. In terms of opening up to the private sector, we are constantly looking for additional ways to bring food and other humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. One of the ways, also encouraged by the international organizations, by the way, was to open up for private sector trucks as well. Now, these private sector trucks, some of them are being used, and some of these suppliers are being, the aid and the produce is being purchased by international organizations from these private sector trucks, and then that is being distributed as aid, and some of it is going in as goods, again, at the request of international organizations and as a part of our effort to increase the amount of food making its way into the Gaza Strip. I do want to make clear that there is no prioritization of the private sector. We are prioritizing aid. What we want to see is as much aid as can make its way into the Gaza Strip, and that is what we are prioritizing. We are also facilitating the entry of the private sector as well. Yeah.
Forgive me, but your colleague just said that a commercial truck is worth about $7,000 to them, and an aid truck only $2,000, and that makes the difference. That does sound like the prioritization of commercial trucks.
I don't think, again, that's why I clarified it with him. I don't think he was speaking about the crossing here. He was speaking about interests on other sides of the border. But in terms of the treatment that the trucks, in terms of coordinating them, in terms of the inspection that they get, the treatment is the same. And in fact, when we look at coordinating daily amounts of trucks, we prioritize the coordination of aid.
Could you ask him to clarify what he meant? Because it is obviously quite a serious
we
issue.
can try and
really helpful
reach
if he would explain it, because he runs.
Yeah.
Hello. You said there are approximately 250 trucks per day here in Kerem Shalom. According to UN today, the delivery of the aid shrank by 2/3 since the beginning of the military operation on May 6th. Is this number, like, really on a daily basis present also now? And how do you reply to this?
So the numbers, I think yesterday we were around 330 trucks that entered the Gaza Strip. The day before we were around 460 trucks. As I said, there is a difference between the numbers that the organizations report and the numbers that we report, because we look at the picture in a wider lens. We know what's going in for the UN, for example, but also for different organizations, what's coming in from the Jordanian route, what's being airdropped, what's coming in through the maritime route, and that allows us to have a larger amount, understand the bigger picture and know the actual number of trucks that are coming in.
Regarding the airdrops, does that undergo inspection by Israel?
It goes through inspection, and Israel is involved in the process. Last question, and then I'm happy to continue answering them as we tour. We just have to also make our way out.
We've heard that the commercial trucks that are passing get armed escorts once they're in Gaza. Do you know who those armed escorts are, and tell us?
What happens in terms of the aid once it's picked up on the Gazan side is not something that I can comment on.
For example, we saw some events of trucks in Syria. So there's some kind of, there were armed men surrounding the trucks going into
the trucks coming in?
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily where those were coming from and if they came from, where specifically they were coming from. If there is local security on the Israeli side, again, I can't comment on the security proceedings. Okay? So any further questions we'll answer as we go for a tour. Please follow us out.
All right, so that was live over at the Kerem Shalom crossing about an hour ago, as we did get an update from Kogat. Do want to take you out live to New York City right now as we go over some other developing news here. The U.S. going to boycott today's United Nations tribute to Iran's president, who was killed in a helicopter crash earlier this month. Now, the gathering of the UN General Assembly will feature speeches from the 193-member panel about the late leader, known by many as the Butcher of Tehran. A U.S. official telling Reuters, quote, "We won't attend this event in any capacity," adding, quote, "The United Nations should be standing with the people of Iran, not memorializing their decades-long oppressor." The time now 6:36 on the East Coast and 3:36 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more live coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look over New York City at this hour. Day 2 of jury deliberations will begin later this morning in former President Trump's hush money trial in Manhattan. During the first day of deliberations, the jury had 4 requests in total. Jurors want to rehear a tabloid publisher's testimony about a 2015 Trump Tower meeting where he claims a plan to squash negative stories about Trump was discussed, as well as Michael Cohen's account of that same meeting. The jury also requesting to hear the judge's instructions once again. Now, the jury is set to return to the Manhattan courtroom at 9:30 Eastern time this morning. That's in about 3 hours, but it's not clear how long until they will return to those official deliberations. We've been checking in with our Fox 5 New York team. They are live right now with Robert Moses, and I do want to pop the audio up so we can listen in.
All right, well, this morning, jurors are sorting through weeks of testimony and evidence brought in former President Donald Trump's criminal hush money case as they decide on a verdict for 34 felony counts. Whatever they decide, it will be historic. Good Day's Robert Moses has the very latest from outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. And Robert, sounds like those jurors had some questions about testimony yesterday.
Yes, they did, Dan. Good morning to you. This is the time when we start to tap dance and try to surmise what each passing hour without a verdict might mean. The truth is, we simply don't know. No one does, except the 12 people who are gathered in that drab conference room around a long conference table. This morning, the court reporter will read aloud from the trial transcript portions of testimony from the first prosecution witness, former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker, and the last, Michael Cohen. About 3.5 hours into their deliberations, jurors sent a note asking to rehear some of the testimony from Pecker and Cohen. The requested testimony includes what the men said about a meeting with Donald Trump at Trump Tower in 2015. Pecker bought the rights to and then suppressed negative stories that could have hurt former President Trump's candidacy during the 2016 campaign. Pecker opted not to pay for Stormy Daniels' story, though he told Cohen about it. Cohen paid her to stay quiet on behalf of his boss, who then reimbursed him the basis of the 34 felony counts the former president faces.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
Jurors also asked to rehear some of Judge Juan Merchan's instructions surrounding the laws that apply to this case. Yesterday morning, the judge spent more than an hour telling the jury to put aside their personal biases and not hold the former president's decision to not testify against him. To convict on each count, the jurors must all agree that the former president created a false record or caused someone else to, and that he did so intending to violate or hide a violation of state law that makes it illegal, quote, to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. Notably, though, the jurors don't have to agree on what those unlawful means were. The former president spoke after deliberations concluded yesterday. He was asked if he believes he has a fair jury.
It's very unfair is that I'm not campaigning in this room all day long, from morning to night, in the Biden witch hunt. Take a look at where the people come from.
That appeared to be a reference to the 7 men and 5 women who now hold his fate in their hands.
It's a disgrace. This thing ought to be ended immediately. The judge ought to end it and save his reputation.
During deliberations, the 6 alternates are in a different part of this courthouse, just standing by, waiting in case one of them is called on to replace one of the 12, if one of those 12 have to leave because of illness or some other reason. Court resumes at 9:30. We're live at the criminal courthouse this morning. Dan and Tashani, back to you.
All right, Rob.
A big thank you there to Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team. He is going to be out there all throughout the morning and will join us live coming up in just about 30 minutes at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, we expect the jury to return at 9:30, but not clear how long until those deliberations will begin for day 2. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 645 on the East Coast and 345 on the West Coast. Want to take you to a story that is making the rounds all over social media. A Michigan judge shocked when a man with a suspended driver's license joined a court Zoom call while driving a car. I do want to play it for you here. It's about 2 minutes in length.
Court calls case People versus Corey Harris.
On behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present via Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
Great. You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks that the court would allow.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license.
Is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I don't even know why he would do that. So defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. Failure to turn himself in will result in a bench warrant with no bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris, I'll be giving you a call.
Okay.
Court calls the case. People versus Maya Isom.
Cameron Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Ms. Isom.
I mean, you can see his face there. He's shocked. His mouth just kind of wide open. I would hit myself on the head right now, but my TV makeup would come off. Either way, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, and clearly that judge hasn't either. It is 6:48 over on the East Coast, 3:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Do want to take you out to some of the live images that we do have showing up on our screen right now. As you can see, that is a beautiful shot of the Capitol building over in D.C. We also have this one, the skyline, really the top of the tower, kind of blocked by some fog and clouds there. But you do have to remember that coming up in just a matter of hours here, we expect jury deliberations to resume. All of this, of course, in that case against former President Trump, his hush money trial. This will be day 2 of those deliberations. Cameras not allowed in the courtroom, but they are allowed in the courthouse. So we have heard from the former president as he does walk up to reporters and address them, usually a prepared statement right now. But if we do get him talking this morning, we'll make sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but much more live coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back to this breaking news out of the Middle East. Israel now saying that it shot down a cruise missile reportedly fired from Iraq. The Israel Defense Forces posting this on social media a short time ago, saying that the aerial defense systems intercepted the missile, quote, from the east. Now, in the past, the military has described attacks from Iraq as, quote, from the east. The Iron Dome also intercepted a, quote, suspicious aerial target from Lebanon as sirens were sounding there in northern Israel. Trey Yingst has been on the ground following the latest for us, and he filed this report with the latest details.
In an unexpected announcement, Israel's national security advisor said the war in Gaza will continue for another 7 months. This as top U.S. officials are urging restraint from the Israeli military as it continues to operate in Gaza's southernmost city of Rafah, and for their counterparts to develop a plan for when the war is over.
In the absence of a plan for the day after, there won't be a day after. If not, we'll have chaos, lawlessness, and a vacuum.
With international pressure growing on Israel, the country has maintained a mixed relationship with the Biden administration. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not without friends in the U.S. He met with Senator Lindsey Graham, who pledged U.S. support for Israel as the International Criminal Court pursues an arrest warrant for Netanyahu and his defense minister.
I promise you that we will do all we can, Mr. Prime Minister, to hold the ICC account for this outrage against the people of Israel.
As Israeli troops operate in Gaza, capturing the Philadelphia corridor that sits along the border between Israel and Gaza, there is a renewed focus on support for Palestinian civilians, an effort that suffered another setback when the U.S. was forced to stop aid deliveries to Gaza by sea, as the $320 million American floating pier was rendered inoperable by harsh weather conditions. The Palestinian Authority health minister on Wednesday called on the international community to step up pressure on Israel to open the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt, an area that is now controlled by Israel.
I would expect that all our friends and the international community to press hard.
Dark smoke could be seen rising from Rafah Wednesday as reports say Israeli troops are now fighting in the center of the city. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that report right there. A mile-long terrorist tunnel route has been uncovered in eastern Rafah with dozens of anti-tank missiles and weapons inside. The Israel Defense Forces providing the details along with this video right here on your screen. Now, the IDF saying a tunnel shaft was located just feet away from the Rafah crossing, branching off into several different routes with several blast doors and a hideout. Do want to bring in Josh Haston, a Middle East correspondent for Jewish News Syndicate, joining us now live to talk more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks so much, Josh.
All right, so first off, can you explain the significance overall of this discovery there in eastern Rafah? Because the images released by the IDF pretty much say a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. So here you have one of many terror tunnels which have been discovered over the course of the last 7 months. And this one is especially significant because the IDF is committed towards wiping out the remaining 4 battalions of Hamas, which are located in Rafah, which is alongside the Egyptian border. Now, they found anti-tank missiles, they found grenades, AK-47s, all sorts of equipment, in addition to the fact that there's an actual tunnel there, which Hamas uses time and time again in order to pop out of the ground and take on Israeli soldiers. So very significant discovery. I think this will lead to a more successful mission by the IDF in Rafah now that these weapons have been seized, these weapon caches have been taken, and the fact that this tunnel has been discovered, which can no longer be operational in targeting Israeli troops who are trying to finish this war and destroy Hamas once and for all for the sake of Israel and for the sake of humanity.
And it does sound as though dozens upon dozens of, really hundreds of tunnel shafts have been found all across Gaza, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. This is time and time again, we've been finding this. Hamas has been working on this for years. The biggest mistake Israel made was leaving Gaza in 2005 which essentially had provided no eyes on the ground when the IDF pulled out and Israel pulled out all its citizens. So Hamas has been using all of these years to develop this essentially an underground city for terrorism. This isn't a city to protect their citizens. Their citizens are on the front lines, and Hamas hides behind their citizens time and time again, committing the double war crime of attacking Israel, hiding behind their own people, and creating this underground network, which is hundreds of kilometers, hundreds of miles long, in order to attack Israel.
And I do want to talk about another piece of breaking news that we are following at this hour, as 2 Israeli soldiers were told have died after a car ramming attack near the West Bank. The military announcing the deaths of the soldiers a short time ago, both of them 20 years old. What do we know about this attack overall? Do we have a lot of information just yet?
Infantry Brigade, which is the largest brigade of infantry in the IDF, and they were attacked by an Arab who came out of, what I understand, the Arab-controlled, PA-controlled town of Tulkarm. He rammed them with his truck, and unfortunately, overnight, these 2 soldiers died. The terrorists then fled into the neighboring PA-controlled town of Nablus or Shechem, where apparently he turned himself over to the Palestinian Authority. Now, is Israel going to get their hands on this terrorist? That remains to be seen. But from what I understand, the PA is now watching over this terrorist. But we've seen the PA's revolving door for many, many years, taking in terrorists and then just letting them go just a few days later. So, and as far as I'm concerned, this man is still on the loose. The PA continues to support terrorists. They still operate their pay-to-slay program, which the U.S. Congress passed a law against funding the Palestinian Authority, as long as they operate this program, which incentivizes Arabs to go out and murder Jews, whether they're soldiers or civilians. So unfortunately, 2 soldiers, it's all part of the war in Gaza. It's all the same. It's just a different front, the front of Judea and Samaria. And of course, you have the northern border and everything going on in Gaza. So very, very sad day today. 2 soldiers there, and then an additional soldier was killed fighting against Hamas in Gaza as well, a paratrooper, if I'm not mistaken.
Israel saying that it has gained control, seized control of a pretty important corridor. Can you tell me about the corridor, where it's located? I believe over at the Gaza-Egypt border.
Yeah, this is known as the Philadelphia corridor. It's an 8.7-mile road, essentially, from east to west, west to east, which is the buffer between Hamas-controlled Gaza and Egypt. Israel used to control, before 2005, used to control that very highly essential, important road. In 2005, Israel turned it over to the Palestinian Authority, and then Hamas initiated their violent coup in 2007. So you have Hamas on one side in Gaza, you have Egypt supposed to be in control on the other side. And many, many years ago, Egypt actually did take important steps in order to stop to block those tunnels, even flooded some of those tunnels coming from Egypt into Gaza, which provide weapons and supplies to Hamas. Unfortunately, in the last couple of years, we've seen that Egypt has been extremely lax about it, and those tunnels have existed, and Israel has destroyed many of those tunnel shafts. And the importance, again, of the Philadelphia corridor is Israel can maintain a presence on the ground between Gaza and Egypt in case a terrorist pops up in that area. They can take him out. If they find more tunnel shafts, Israel will then have the ability and the authority to go ahead and destroy those tunnels. So a very significant piece of real estate there separating Gaza and Egypt, which is now, from what I understand, as of yesterday, under full Israeli control. Very significant.
Israel's national security advisor making comments that are circulating now all over social media. There's been a lot of questions after he did say essentially that the war could go on for at least 7 more months. So my question for you, is that any different than what's been said all along? And why are these comments so significant, so important? Why are so many people talking about the comments?
Well, I think this is in line with Prime Minister Netanyahu, who told the Israeli people that 2024 would be a year of war for Israel, and Israel must go full force and destroy Hamas as long as it takes. So that's number one. Number two, the comments in terms of Minister Hanegbi, obviously he has inside information, but I think he's preparing the general public to know that this is not an operation that's going to take overnight. We have to have patience. A lot of people have had enough, understandably. I mean, Israel has been at war for nearly 8 months, and I think he's trying to reassure the Israeli public, actually put a date on the end of the war. Again, I don't have that insight and intelligence that the minister has, that he's obtaining from the IDF directly, but I think he's trying to assure the Israeli public that there will be an end to this war, and Israel will achieve those 3 goals, which the minister said. Number 1, destroying Hamas. Number 2, bringing back our hostages, having them physically being released through force, which Hamas is holding in those tunnels and in the dungeons of Gaza. And at the same time, number 3 is ensuring that Gaza is no longer a threat to the state of Israel. So I think he's putting somewhat of a timeline on that. We'll see if Israel sticks to that timeline, but those 3 goals must be met. Hamas must be eradicated, as I said before, not only for Israel, but for all of Western civilization.
And we talked a bit earlier about the 2 Israeli soldiers that were killed in that car ramming attack, but we also know that 3 Israeli soldiers were killed over in a booby-trapped building over in Rafah during the operation there. Would you say that that kind of shows the dangers that Israel and the troops in general, maybe civilians as well, are dealing with in Rafah?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hamas is an organization, a terrorist organization, obviously sponsored by Iran. The Iranian octopus is at the top of all the terror organizations, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. And this is how they fight. They booby-trap buildings. They place arms within civilian populations. They don't wear uniforms. This is not a military versus a military. This is a military versus an organization that dresses as civilians. So it's extremely difficult for Israel to identify who is who, whether they are simply civilians. And I use that term loosely because many of those civilians in Gaza did participate in the October 7th massacre. But the IDF must, in a moment's notice, in the field, designate who is a civilian and who is a terrorist. And unfortunately, in this case, another booby-trapped building. It's not the first time that it's happened, but Israel has to take all the precautions necessary. We've used the elite canine units in the past to go into these buildings to ensure that they are not booby-trapped. And unfortunately, in this case, 3 soldiers lost their lives in one of these structures.
What do you make of the IDF's initial comments after we saw that strike Sunday over in Rafah that reportedly killed dozens of Palestinian civilians there? What do you make of the comments that it was actually a secondary explosion and it may have been caused by a Hamas weapons warehouse in that area?
I have no doubt that the truth will come out and it will be revealed to the world that that, in fact, was a secondary explosion. The IDF has made it clear that the precise target, using low-grade munitions, took out 2 master terrorists. These were evil, evil people. It was a direct strike on their position. And then there were these secondary explosions. And I predicted this several days ago, and now it's coming to light that Hamas is maniacally hiding their weapons and their rockets within civilian populations. You had recorded conversations between people in Gaza saying, oh, we know that this is where Hamas is hiding their weapons. The truth will come to light. If you remember, towards the beginning of the war, there was a Hamas rocket which landed short and people were killed near a hospital in northern Gaza. Immediately, the international community accused Israel of carrying out the strike, and then video evidence and other evidence showed that this was in fact a Hamas rocket which landed short. So I have no doubt in my mind that Hamas is behind this through hiding weapons in civilian populations, and everyone must understand that every death in Gaza, every civilian death is because of Hamas. It's not because of Israel. Israel targets civilians. Hamas hides behind civilians, and I'm very, very confident that this will be proven once again that this was a Hamas weapons depot which was set ablaze, which caused the secondary explosions and caused the deaths of those people in that tent camp.
One last question for you here about Hezbollah, because we hear so much about Israel, Hamas, and the situation over in Gaza, but it's important to note that over the north, the, intensification of the attacks by Hezbollah on Israel. There's been a lot of fighting back and forth over the past several months there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I get notifications on my phone nearly hourly that Hezbollah is launching both missiles into Israel and sending over drones in order to try to murder the civilians and soldiers stationed on the northern border. Let's remember that 60,000 Israeli civilians are currently not in their homes. They were pulled out of their homes as Hezbollah continues to bombard the northern communities of Israel. So we are definitely seeing an escalation there. And again, as I said before, this Hezbollah, this is another tentacle of the Iranian regime, and they will have to be dealt with. We cannot accept a situation where our northern border is under attack on an hourly basis. We cannot accept the fact that 60,000 plus of our civilians are living in hotels and other places throughout the country. That is not the way that you can operate a normal life in any country in the world. No one would tolerate this, and we shouldn't either. So Hezbollah will have to be dealt with. I don't know if that will be simultaneously with what's going on in the south with Gaza, but Israel cannot stand back. Let's remember, we had a war against Hezbollah back in 2006, and there was a resolution passed by the UN Security Council, Resolution 1701, following that war, in which Hezbollah was supposed to be disarmed. The UN never enforced that resolution. Hezbollah continues coming up to the Israeli border whenever they please. UNIFIL doesn't do anything, doesn't stop them. They have not been disarmed, and they are trying to escalate the situation on Israel's northern front. It's not acceptable. They will have to be dealt with. They are a maniacal terrorist organization, just like Hamas coming out of Iran.
All right, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
All I'm going to say is that with everything going on, and it's extremely intense on a daily basis here in Israel and different parts of the country, the north, the south, Judea and Samaria, Jerusalem, what have you, but I am confident at the end of the day, Israel will win this war. This is a battle of good versus evil. People need to understand that. And I know a lot of college kids on campuses in the United States have been mixed up and have been taking in this propaganda against the state of Israel. But Israel's on the right side of history. We will come through. We will win this war. And people need to realize that it's good versus evil. It's black and white, and they should be supporting the good guys here, the one and only democracy in the Middle East, the state of Israel. And we do appreciate the fact that the United States, the population, the residents of the United States, nearly 80%, if not more, understand how important our relationship is with the U.S. and the U.S.-Israel relationship. We're the best of friends, and they know that this is a battle of good versus evil, and most of the American population understand that.
All right, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.
All right, and Josh was talking right there about the situation on some college campuses that are happening coast to coast. And we actually are following some breaking news via our Fox 2 Detroit team. This is over on Wayne State University's campus. That is where a Gaza war protest encampment is now being taken apart. I do want to play their report that's happening right now here on Live Now.
Amy and Jay.
All right, thanks so much. Breaking news in Detroit. Crews are working to clear a pro-Palestinian encampment at Wayne State University this hour.
Fox 2's Robin Murdoch is live this morning in Detroit with what's happening right now. Robin, what can you see?
Well, Amy, I'm going to step out of the way, Amy and Jay, and we will give you a good look at what is happening here on the campus of Wayne State University. This is pretty much the middle of campus right here. And as you can see, crews are currently dismantling this encampment that has been here since last week. They moved in a couple of hours ago, right around 5:30, 6 o'clock this morning. That is when they moved in, and they have pushed the protesters out, these pro-Palestinian protesters out. They are now dismantling their tent city here. Now, as you guys know, these protesters, they have been asked to leave many times. They have stayed put, though, until now. Again, right around 5:30 or so, that is when police first got out here, university police first got out here and told the protesters that they would have to leave the property, that they were trespassing. This is right near 2nd Avenue and Warren here, right on the lawn of State Hall. And as you know, classes, they did go virtual earlier this week, and all of campus activities were actually canceled due to concerns over this encampment that is happening out here. The protesters, they have been pushing for Wayne State University to stop supporting the war in Israel, and we've seen similar movements happening all over the country as of late. As you know, just last week there was an encampment on the University of Michigan campus that they actually broke broke up there as well. So again, we are right near some, you can probably hear the backup sound of a large garbage truck, a large dumpster really that is moving into the area right now. That dumpster will be clearing away some of the trash that is left behind following this breakup of this pro-Palestinian movement that has been happening here on the campus of Wayne State University. Now, again, we have seen a number of police officers out here in riot gear throughout the morning. We've seen them kind of having a line as the protesters have been talking to them, really saying a lot of things to them, questioning them as to why they are currently out here. From what we understand, there have been about a handful of arrests. We're still waiting for an exact number from the university, but they are expected to issue some sort of a statement in a little bit here, which will detail exactly what happened out here this morning. We will stay out here as well throughout the morning, kind of keep an eye on how this is going here. For now, we are live on the campus of Wayne State University. I'm Robin Murdoch for Fox 2 News.
A big thank you to our Fox 2 Detroit team. We will keep in touch with them to find out the latest details about that encampment over at Wayne State. As Robin did say, it does appear some arrests have been made. So again, once we get an update from Fox 2 Detroit and police there, we'll make sure to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over New York City at this hour. We are just hours away from day 2 of jury deliberations in the trial of former President Trump, that hush money trial that we've been covering now for weeks. I do want to bring in Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. He has been covering this trial around the clock and joins us live with the latest. Good morning, Robert.
Josh, good morning to you. We are in wait-and-see mode because, quite simply, the jury could take hours, days, or weeks more to reach a conclusion. We simply don't know. What we do know, though, is that jurors are interested in rehearing some of the testimony from 2 important prosecution witnesses.
This morning, the court reporter will read aloud from the trial transcript portions of testimony from the first prosecution witness, former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker, and the last, Michael Cohen. About 3.5 hours into their deliberations, jurors sent a note asking to rehear some of the testimony from Pecker and Cohen. The requested testimony includes what the men said about a meeting with Donald Trump at Trump Tower in 2015. Pecker bought the rights to and then suppressed negative stories that could have hurt former President Trump's candidacy during the 2016 campaign. Pecker opted not to pay for Stormy Daniels' story, though he told Cohen about it. Cohen paid her to stay quiet on behalf of his boss, who then reimbursed him the basis of the 34 felony counts the former president faces.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
Jurors also asked to rehear some of Judge Juan Merchan's instructions surrounding the laws that apply to this case. Yesterday morning, the judge spent more than an hour telling the jury to put aside their personal biases and not hold the former president's decision to not testify against him. To convict on each count, the jurors must all agree that the former president created a false record or caused someone else to, and that he did so intending to violate or hide a violation of state law that makes it illegal, quote, to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. Notably, though, the jurors don't have to agree on what those unlawful means were. The former president spoke after deliberations concluded yesterday. He was asked if he believes he has a fair jury.
It is very unfair that I'm not campaigning in this room all day long, from morning to night, in the bite and witch hunt. Take a look at where the people come from.
That appeared to be a reference to the 7 men and 5 women who now hold his fate in their hands.
It's a disgrace. This thing ought to be ended immediately. The judge ought to end it and save his reputation.
Robert Moses, Good Day, New York.
A big thank you there to Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team. He has been, as I mentioned, covering this around the clock and helping us out here. So we are going to bring you any comments that are made by the former president as he enters into the courthouse. Important to note that cameras are not allowed in the courtroom itself, but they are allowed in the hallway. And that is where the former president normally greets the media and reads a prepared statement, usually about 5 minutes in length. So if that does happen, we'll make sure to bring it to you. Either way, we do have crews that are in the courtroom. So regardless of what happens, we will be there when jury deliberations do resume around 9:30 a.m. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the first one of the hour, but we'll have more live coverage on the other side. North Korea flying hundreds of balloons carrying trash and feces towards South Korea Wednesday, calling them, quote, gifts of sincerity. Images released by the South Korean military showed inflated balloons with plastic bags tied to them, while others showed trash all over the place. And we saw the word excrement written on one of the bags. South Korea said more than 260 balloons were detected, most of them carrying animal feces and rubbish. The balloon campaign came as North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un urged his military scientists to overcome a failed satellite launch and continue to develop space-based spy capabilities. Do want to talk more about all of this, so let's bring in Dr. Edward Howell, a lecturer in politics at the University of Oxford, joining us now. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you very much. It's very good to be here.
All right, so first off, I have to ask you, this is obviously very bizarre. So my question for you, has North Korea ever done anything like this to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, so this is a very odd incident because of the nature of what has been attached to these balloons. But I think what's important to bear in mind is that the exchange of balloons across the inter-Korean border is nothing new. And secondly, in the past, North Korea has said that it would do things to South Korea, such as destroy a de facto embassy located on the inter-Korean border, and followed through on it. We saw this latter incident happen in 2020. So I think the key message to take from the bizarre incidents of this past week is that if North Korea feels that it wants to engage in such provocations and it gives warning that it would do so, we really shouldn't simply dismiss it.
Was this the only act that we saw by North Korea yesterday and earlier on this week against South Korea? Is this the only thing that we know of? Obviously, a very bizarre situation, but were there other incidents that occurred as well?
Interestingly, only several hours after we saw the deposition and the dumping of these bags attached to balloons on South Korean territory, we saw North Korea launch a barrage of short-range missiles towards Japan. This is particularly interesting because we're seeing North Korea revert back to its old playbook of missile tests, whilst in combination with these other more unusual lower level provocations towards South Korea. And in my view, this reflects quite clearly North Korea's changing foreign policy approach towards South Korea, as was outlined by Kim Jong-un earlier this year in January.
And you kind of touched on this a little bit here, but did that failed spy satellite launch from Monday play any role in this specific situation right here?
Yes, I think the broader context is that North Korea is now very clear that it will engage in provocations towards South Korea. This may not be in the form of nuclear war or involving nuclear warhead-tipped missiles, but it highlights how Pyongyang's strategy towards South Korea is going to be more provocative and aggressive this year. The failed spy satellite launch, this is particularly salient for the Kim Jong-un regime. Last year, North Korea tried to launch several satellites which failed until in November it launched one that was successful. And we must remember that earlier this year in January and at the end of last year, Kim Jong-un said that this year in 2024, North Korea would aim to launch more spy satellites. So here we're seeing Pyongyang try to broaden and accelerate the development and sophistication of its unconventional and conventional capabilities, but also at the same time continue to provoke and cause disruption to South Korea.
North Korea did call this, quote, gifts of sincerity. What does that really mean?
So this is an interesting statement that we saw from Kim Yo-jong, the vitriolic sister of Kim Jong-un. And the gifts of sincerity, well, North Korea forewarned the world that earlier in the weekend, the Vice Minister for Defense said that actually North Korea would continue to engage in tit-for-tat action against the South. So incident of the balloons filled with excrement or carrying bags filled with excrement and other forms of waste was both in response to the sending of balloons carrying USB sticks containing South Korean media, as well as anti-North Korean leaflets by South Korean activist organizations led by North Korean defectors who have now relocated to the South. So interestingly, 4 years ago, after North Korea demolished the Inter-Korean Liaison Office, the Moon Jae-in government in power in South Korea at the time placed a very controversial ruling against the sending of anti-North Korean leaflets and other forms of material attached to balloons, such as USB sticks containing links to South Korean drama and media, from South Korea to North Korea. This ruling was overturned last year. South Korea now being ruled by the Conservative administration under Yoon Suk-yeol. And so this is the first of its kind since then that we've seen South Korean activists restart the sending of balloons from South Korea to North Korea, the aim being to really widen the horizons and worldviews of the North Korean population, give them access to the truth, to accurate information about life in the outside world. And in response, North Korea retaliated in this way. So this is clear tit-for-tat behavior. And this was forewarned in a statement by the North Korean Vice Minister of Defense only last weekend.
And I think we have our answer here, but what is the current relationship like overall between North and South Korea, and how has it changed over the years, over the decades?
So we've gone from a period, say, in 2018, when the unusually liberal administration of Moon Jae-in tried, and rather was not very successful in this regard, to reconcile ties between North and South Korea. Now there's a new administration in power, the Conservative administration led by President Yoon Suk-yeol, and North Korea's relations with the South have steadily declined over the past 5 years. We must remember that in 2019, talks between the US and North Korea in Stockholm, working level talks, also failed to bear much fruit. What's fundamental here, though, is that in January this year, Kim Jong-un announced that North Korea would no longer be pursuing the time-old policy of reunification with South Korea. This has been a foreign policy priority for North Korea ever since the state became a separate country in 1948. In that statement, Kim Jong-un said that now North Korea would view South Korea as the ultimate foe, the ultimate adversary. And this is extremely significant because it places the actions that we've seen not just this week, but in the past few weeks and months of 2024, really in context. North Korea now does not view South Korea as part of the same, albeit divided, Korean peninsula. It views South Korea as a hostile state, just as it views the United States.
And that kind of leads me into my next question and my final question here. What is the current state of the relationship between North Korea and the U.S., and how has that changed overall, and where do you see it going from here?
So US-North Korea relations have reached a nadir. They are really at a very low point. North Korea now is not even pretending to negotiate with the United States. And Kim Yo-jong, the sister of Kim Jong-un, has made very clear that any efforts by the Biden administration to reach out to North Korea for talks, in her view, this is a ploy. So North Korea has really shut off any form of talks with the US, and which is obviously a stark contrast to what we saw in 2018, 2019, when Donald Trump met with Kim Jong-un 3 times in 2 years, even though Kim Jong-un actually did not give away anything in terms of concessions. Moving forward, this will be heavily dependent on the outcome of the United States presidential election. And we just don't know, because it all depends on whether Kim Jong-un would view, say, a second Trump administration in the same way as he viewed the first. Would he try again to offer disused old parts of the Yongbyon nuclear facility, knowing full well that there are other nuclear facilities and production facilities across the country? Or would he take a different tactic? I think the thing to bear in mind is that North Korea, during COVID, after it closed its borders in a draconian closure in January 2020, really tried to clamp down on the domestic control of its population, ideologically and in terms of access to information. And so this will also likely affect North Korea's desire to reach out to the United States, to South Korea, and other Western countries moving forward.
All right, Dr. Edward Howell, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break all of this down here. We love to have an expert like yourself kind of explain what's going on a little bit further. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
I think the one thing we've got to bear in mind is that North Korea's ultimate aim at the moment remains the survival of the Kim Jong-un regime and a desire to gain international recognition as a de facto nuclear state. I see no situation now in which North Korea will denuclearize, but that does not mean that the international community should let go. I think it's very important that the West continues to pursue the complete, verifiable, irreversible dismantlement of North Korea's nuclear programs. Moreover, we must also remember that this is a state, a regime that commits egregious human rights violations on its own people. And that is also something that we cannot lose focus on moving forward.
All right, Dr. Howell, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And if you are just joining us and trying to figure out what exactly we're talking about here, I want to go over the basics. Take a look once again at these photos here as North Korea flew hundreds of balloons carrying trash and feces towards South Korea Wednesday, calling them, quote, gifts of sincerity The images right there on your screen, released by the South Korean military, show those inflated balloons with plastic bags tied to them, while others showed trash all over the place. One balloon there we saw did have the word excrement written on that bag. South Korea said more than 260 balloons were detected, most carrying animal feces and rubbish. We'll keep an eye on the situation there in North and South Korea and bring you all the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to take you out now to this live image that we have of a volcano erupting, and this is over in Grindavik, Iceland. So we've been keeping an eye on this because we've seen that volcano erupt 5 times since December. We know that folks have been evacuated from that area several times. Not clear if that's happening now, but you can see as this is spewing out that lava. Again, volcano there erupting in Iceland for the 5th time since December. This is live over in Grindavik. It is 7:31 on the East Coast, 4:31 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more live coverage to get to here in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:33 on the East Coast and 4:33 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we are still following this breaking news out of Detroit. That is where we know that an encampment at Wayne State University, one of those Gaza war protest encampments, has now been raided, so to speak, by police. We do know that several arrests have been made, but Robin Murdoch with our Fox 2 Detroit team has been live out there and filed this report with the latest details.
Amy and Jay.
All right, thanks so much. Breaking news in Detroit. Crews are working to clear a pro-Palestinian encampment at Wayne State University this hour.
Fox 2's Robin Murdoch is live this morning in Detroit with what's happening right now. Robin, what can you see?
Well, Amy, I'm going to step out of the way, Amy and Jay, and we will give you a good look at what is happening here on the campus of Wayne State University. This is pretty much the middle of campus right here. And as you can see, crews are currently dismantling this encampment that has been here since last week. They moved in a couple of hours ago, right around 5:30, 6 o'clock this morning. That is when they moved in, and they have pushed the protesters out, these pro-Palestinian protesters out. They are now dismantling their tent city here. Now, as you guys know, these protesters, they have been asked to leave many times. They have stayed put, though, until now. Again, right around 5:30 or so, that is when police first got out here, University Police first got out here and told the protesters that they would have to leave the property, that they were trespassing. This is right near 2nd Avenue and Warren here, right on the lawn of State Hall. And as you know, classes, they did go virtual earlier this week, and all of campus activities were actually canceled due to concerns over this encampment that is happening out here. The protesters, they have been pushing for Wayne State University to stop supporting the war in Israel. And we've seen similar movements happening all over the country as of late. As you know, just last week, there was an encampment on the University of Michigan campus that they actually broke up there as well. So again, we are right near some, you can probably hear the backup sound of a large garbage truck, a large dumpster really that is moving into the area right now. That dumpster will be clearing away some of the trash that is left behind following this breakup of this pro-Palestinian movement that has been happening here on the campus of Wayne State University. Now, again, we have seen a number of police officers out here in riot gear throughout the morning. We've seen them kind of having a line as the protesters have been talking to them, really saying a lot of things to them, questioning them as to why they are currently out here. From what we understand, there have been about a handful of arrests. We're still waiting for an exact number from the university, but they are expected to issue some sort of a statement in a little bit here, which will detail exactly what happened out here this morning. We will stay out here as well throughout the morning, kind of keep an eye on how this is going here. For now, we are live on the campus of Wayne State University. I'm Robin Murdoch for Fox 2 News.
A big thank you to our Fox 2 Detroit team. Robin has been reporting this morning. She got there a short time ago, so if she does have another live report, we'll make sure to bring you that update. But as I mentioned, we are still waiting to kind of find out how many arrests were made. Again, if there is a news conference, anything of that nature, you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to this live image of New York City right now. That is the skyline there in the distance. And we are continuing to follow the latest as jury deliberations are expected to enter day 2 for Donald Trump's hush money trial. That's all expected to get underway in just about 2 hours at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We have been checking in with Robert Moses and our Fox 5 New York team to get the latest details, and he actually just filed this report.
Full day of jury deliberations expected today as jurors sort through weeks of testimony in former President Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial.
And as they deliberate, questions are coming up like, what are those charges again? Robert Moses outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. I guess they want to start with what the judge charged them with yesterday, right?
Yes, Rosanna and Dan, these instructions are fairly long and complex. They stretch for more than 50 pages, and the jury cannot have those instructions with them, so sometimes they have to check with the judge, hey, what did you say there? What did you mean by that? And so that's part of what will happen today. This jury could take hours or days or weeks more to reach a conclusion. We simply don't know how long it will be. What we do know, though, is that the jury is also interested in rehearing some testimony from 2 key prosecution witnesses.
This morning, the court reporter will read aloud from the trial transcript portions of testimony from the first prosecution witness, former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker, and the last, Michael Cohen. About 3.5 hours into their deliberations, jurors sent a note asking to rehear some of the testimony from Pecker and Cohen. The requested testimony includes what the men said about a meeting with Donald Trump at Trump Tower in 2015. Pecker bought the rights to and then suppressed negative stories that could have hurt former President Trump's candidacy during the 2016 campaign. Pecker opted not to pay for Stormy Daniels' story, though he told Cohen about it. Cohen paid her to stay quiet on behalf of his boss, who then reimbursed him the basis of the 34 felony counts the former president faces.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
Jurors also asked to rehear some of Judge Juan Merchan's instructions surrounding the laws that apply to this case. Yesterday morning, the judge spent more than an hour telling the jury to put aside their personal biases and not hold the former president's decision to not testify against him. To convict on each count, the jurors must all agree that the former president created a false record or caused someone else to, and that he did so intending to violate or hide a violation of state law that makes it illegal, quote, to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. Notably, though, the jurors don't have to agree on what those unlawful means were. The former president spoke after deliberations concluded yesterday. He was asked if he believes he has a fair jury.
It's very unfair that I'm not campaigning in this room all day long, from morning to night, in the Biden witch hunt. Take a look at where the people come from.
That appeared to be a reference to the 7 men and 5 women who now hold his fate in their hands.
It's a disgrace. This thing ought to be ended immediately. The judge ought to end it and save his reputation.
And the jurors are deliberating in a drab room right behind the courtroom where they were hearing the evidence. They're meeting around a long conference table. And as they do so, the 6 alternates are in a different part of this building, just standing by like the rest of us. And they are standing by in case one of them is called on to replace one of the 12 who could be called away either for illness or some other reason. The alternates are standing by, and we are too. We're live at the criminal courthouse this morning. Rosanna and Dan, back to you.
All right, Robert, what time do they start deliberating today?
9:30.
9:30. All right, check in with you later. Thank you so much. Well, in another trial, federal prosecutors will continue to lay out their case in the corruption trial of New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez.
That's right. Prosecutors have shown jurors hundreds of texts, emails, and phone calls over the last couple days. They are trying to show the senator's wife, who was his girlfriend at the time, was in a desperate financial situation before Menendez bailed her out. An FBI agent also took the stand for the second day to establish details of the alleged bribery scheme involving co-defendants with ties to Egypt and New Jersey businessman Wahil Hanna that enriched the couple with gold bars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, and a luxury car. Both the senator, his wife, and their co-defendants have all pleaded not guilty. NYPD is also investigating after 2 teenagers were shot on a basketball court. This is Far Rockaway, Queens. Happened yesterday afternoon on Beach 51st Street. Police say a 15-year-old girl was shot in the arm and leg, and a 15-year-old boy.
And you're listening right now to part of Fox 5 New York's coverage here of several crime-related stories. Coming up, there is one that does appear to be related to anti-Semitism. We do know Briella Tomasetti is on that, so I'm going to pop the audio up here so we can listen in.
Number 1-800-577-TIPS.
And police are searching for a pair of burglars who targeted a jewelry kiosk inside a mall. It happened shortly before midnight on Saturday, May 25th. Investigators say 2 of them tried to pry open the door at the Kings Plaza Mall. Once they got inside, police say they evaded security. They removed roughly $55,000 worth of jewelry from a kiosk jewelry stand. They got away on foot towards Ryder Street. And a man from Brooklyn is facing attempted murder and hate crime charges after driving his car towards a group of Jewish men standing outside a religious school, and police say he did it on purpose.
That's right, and the whole incident was caught on video. A terrifying situation. Good Day's Briella Tomasetti joins us now from Flatland, Brooklyn, where this all happened, with more on the charges this man is now facing. Good morning, Briella.
Yeah, Dan and Rosanna, good morning to both of you. According to police, 58-year-old Asghar Ali lives in Midwood, Brooklyn, which is a heavily Jewish-populated enclave just about 2 miles away from here. And yesterday, for reasons which are still under investigation, he allegedly targeted this yeshiva, sent people running inside for safety when he barreled toward them in his car and left this community visibly shaken.
This disturbing video shows a driver hopping the curb and accelerating his car down the sidewalk toward a group of men outside a Jewish school in Brooklyn. Some could be seen running for safety while others chased down the attacker, who was eventually arrested and identified as 58-year-old Asghar Ali. It all happened just before 11:30 yesterday morning in front of the Vien Yeshiva in Canarsie. Ali was reportedly driving his white Ford sedan down Glenwood Road, then turned east on 55th Street and erratically whipped the car around in the direction of several Orthodox Jews. According to Flatbush Shamrim Safety Patrol, Ali attempted to mow down a group of students and rabbis while shouting anti-Semitic slurs, including, "I'm gonna kill all the Jews." The NYPD says none of Ali's intended targets were hurt, listing 5 victims in the attack, including 3 18-year-old men, a 41-year-old man, and a 44-year-old man. Ali tried to drive off, but was quickly tracked down by community members and police. He was apprehended and taken into custody, now facing more than a dozen charges, including attempted murder, attempted assault, menacing reckless driving, and aggravated harassment. The NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force is investigating. According to the New York Post, who cited law enforcement sources, Ali works as a cab driver, is originally from Pakistan, and had been living in the U.S. for more than 2 decades. The paper went on to say that he has 4 prior arrests, including one dating back to 1998 for false personation, and a history of mental illness. Mayor Adams spoke about the spread of anti-Semitism last night at a Gracie Mansion reception celebrating Jewish heritage.
Where are the people right now when we're watching this hatred play out on the streets of our cities across the globe? We have normalized hate in our globe. We've normalized anti-Semitism. We've normalized going after groups because of who they are and what they respect. Hate has no place in our city, and we will say it over and over again.
This is obviously still a developing story, so this morning there is a lot of reaction and raw emotion pouring in as a result of this incident. Councilmember Farrah Lewis, who represents this part of Brooklyn, released a statement saying, in part, though Mr. Ali has been apprehended, I am actively coordinating with the NYPD and the 63rd Precinct to implement increased public safety measures around the school and within the Glenwood area for the next 72 hours. Again, Rosanna and Dan, no police presence out here that we see of right now, but we are going to be keeping a close eye on that. For now, we're live here in Flatlands, Brooklyn. We'll send it back inside to you.
Briella Tomasetti there with our Fox 5 New York team reporting live from Brooklyn, providing the latest details as police do say that driver tried to run down Jewish residents. We will continue to follow that and bring you updates as we get them. Now, you also heard from Mayor Eric Adams there in New York City talking about anti-Semitism at an event last night. We'll play that for you a little bit later on today here on Live Now. The time now 7:47 on the East Coast and 4:47 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick break, but as you can see, a lot going on this Thursday, May 30th. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. Well, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Do want to head over to Texas right now, where earlier on this week we brought you that breaking news as we saw a powerful storm system move through the Dallas area, then over to Houston, and moving its way over toward Louisiana. Well, we do know as of this morning, 181,000, you're reading that right, people, are still without power there all throughout the state of Texas. Our Fox 4 Dallas team has been covering this, and I do want to play their report for you now.
In the Lake Highlands neighborhood of Dallas, outdoor activities have become a way for residents still without power to pass the time.
Enjoying this pretty day, keeping them outside as much as possible and playing.
Leah Fritz is one of an estimated 120,000 City of Dallas residents still in the dark following Tuesday morning's severe storms with hurricane-force winds.
Yeah, our nerves get frayed, and it's a lot for sure, but we're just making the most of it.
Down the street, neighbor Dixie Beck and her husband are also feeling the heat.
And we've had several friends offer to have us come by, stay with them. We're not to that point yet.
As the cleanup continues, the Office of Emergency Management is asking residents to move all debris curbside.
We need them in two piles, so a vegetative yard debris pile and one other for storm debris such as building materials.
Director Travis Houston says 42 crews are working on a 24-hour basis to remove debris as quickly as possible. As of Wednesday afternoon, crews had 1,600 service requests. Street traffic is also a logistical nightmare. Crews are working to repair approximately 250 signals that are either flashing or without power. We spotted a crew at the intersection of Walnut Hill Lane and Greenville Avenue.
Take the fence screws off the back. It should slide right off of there.
Encore Energy says utility crews are working as quickly as possible, but don't get excited if the lights come on a few streets down.
But right now, the damage is so widespread, we can't point to one specific area and say it'll take longer than another.
We were talking to Hal Navasek as his home came back online. He says that's one big problem solved.
Electricity's on, finally. Got to see what the groceries look like on the refrigerator.
Jeez.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's not going to look good, I can already tell you. So taking a look at the power outage map right now, you can see that red over the state of Texas. According to the power outage map, 182,000 people are still without power. We're also seeing power outages left behind in Arkansas, about 16,000 people without power. Kentucky, about 10,000. California, 5,400. And in Missouri, 4,100 people are without power. No word, of course, on when that power will be restored in Texas, but a lot of people just waiting and hoping it'll happen soon. 7:53 on the East Coast and 4:53 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but as you'd imagine, a lot more news to get to on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over in Grindavik, Iceland. That is where you can see the volcano there erupting, a live image for the 5th time since December. Pretty cool images to see, but unfortunately we know in the past people have had to be evacuated from the town for safety purposes. Not clear if that's happening right now, but Alex Hogan with Fox News explains what we know.
Another state of emergency in southwestern Iceland after a major volcanic eruption, the area's 5th in the last 6 months. It started early Wednesday afternoon when a 1.5-mile-long fissure opened up. It's part of the same volcanic system that forced the evacuation of the coastal town Grindavik, about 30 miles south of Iceland's capital in November. Lava was seen shooting into the air, leading the popular Blue Lagoon geothermal spa to evacuate its facilities.
Fountain activity is usually most powerful in the beginning. It abates very slowly, and maybe in the next 24 hours, most of these lava fountains would be lower.
It comes after hundreds of earthquakes shook the region this week. Grindavik has largely been empty since January, but on Wednesday, officials say they gathered up residents who stayed behind as scientists warn that it is possible that the latest eruption could continue for days and even weeks.
So far, all the people at risk have been evacuated, that the evacuations were really effective, well managed, and I think there is no lives at stake.
The same area has seen significant damage from lava flow over the past few months. Previous incidents impacted the region's heating, closed roads, and in some cases, destroyed homes. To prevent more damage, man-made barriers are put in place to push the lava away from key infrastructure. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much for that report. Again, you are taking a live look over in Grindavik, Iceland. That is where that volcano does continue to erupt. And this, again, the 5th time a state of emergency in effect there. We're going to keep an eye on the developing situation and bring you updates as we do get them. I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we're also following out of Israel right now. Take a look at your screen as 2 Israeli soldiers have died after a car ramming attack near the West Bank. The military announcing the deaths of the soldiers a short time ago, both of them 20 years old. After the attack on troops, the Israel Defense Forces says it launched a manhunt for the suspect. The Times of Israel and Hebrew media reporting the suspect turned himself in to the Palestinian Authority security forces, but all of this, at last check, still under investigation. And Israel's military has seized control of a strategic corridor along Gaza's border with Egypt. The Israel Defense Force is saying control of that corridor will cut off smuggling tunnels amid its war with the Hamas terror group. And speaking of that, a mile-long terrorist tunnel route has been uncovered in eastern Rafah with dozens of anti-tank missiles and weapons inside. The Israel Defense Forces providing the details, and this video right there on your screen. The IDF saying a tunnel shaft was located just feet away from the Rafah crossing, branching off into several different routes with several blast doors and a hideout. Trey Inks with Fox News breaking down the latest from the ground.
In an unexpected announcement, Israel's national security advisor said the war in Gaza will continue for another 7 months. This as top U.S. officials are urging restraint from the Israeli military as it continues to operate in Gaza's southernmost city of Rafah, and for their counterparts to develop a plan for when the war is over.
In the absence of a plan for the day after, there won't be a day after. If not, we'll have chaos, lawlessness, and a vacuum.
With international pressure growing on Israel, the country has maintained a mixed relationship with the Biden administration. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not without friends in the U.S. He met with Senator Lindsey Graham, who pledged U.S. support for Israel as the International Criminal Court pursues an arrest warrant for Netanyahu and his defense minister.
I promise you that we will do all we can, Mr. Prime Minister, to hold the ICC account for this outrage against the people of Israel.
As Israeli troops operate in Gaza, capturing the Philadelphia corridor that sits along the border between Israel and Gaza, There is a renewed focus on support for Palestinian civilians, an effort that suffered another setback when the U.S. was forced to stop aid deliveries to Gaza by sea, as the $320 million American floating pier was rendered inoperable by harsh weather conditions. The Palestinian Authority health minister on Wednesday called on the international community to step up pressure on Israel to open the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt, an area that is now controlled by Israel.
I would expect that all our friends and the international community to press hard.
Dark smoke could be seen rising from Rafah Wednesday as reports say Israeli troops are now fighting in the center of the city. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that report. And you are taking a live look over New York City at this hour, as we did learn that the U.S. will boycott today's United Nations tribute to Iran's president, who was killed in a helicopter crash earlier this month. The gathering of the UN General Assembly will feature speeches from the 193-member panel about the late leader known by many as the Butcher of Tehran. A U.S. official telling Reuters, quote, "We will not attend this event in any capacity," adding, quote, "The United Nations should be standing with the people of Iran, not memorializing their decades-long oppressor." Do want to stick with New York right now as we get to the latest on the Trump hush money trial. We do know jury deliberations are expected to begin in just about an hour and a half as jurors do return to the courtroom. We've been following this, of course, with Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team, but also Rebecca Castor with Fox News.
It's day 2 of jury deliberations in Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial, but the discussions could be hitting some roadblocks.
These charges are rigged.
Former President Donald Trump maintaining his innocence as the jury in his criminal hush money trial starts the second day of deliberations.
How in the world is the jury retaining all of this information?
On Wednesday, the jury talked for nearly 5 hours. But before they can resume Thursday, the 12 members asked to rehear testimony from 2 witnesses. Former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen and former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker regarding a 2015 meeting at Trump Tower with the former president.
Pecker says he pledged to look for negative stories about Donald Trump so that they could be suppressed. Prosecutors say that was the crux of the alleged hush money scheme.
Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records to hide an alleged payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 presidential election. Prosecutors say Daniels was paid to keep quiet about an affair with Trump, which he denies. And they claim Trump violated a New York election law, which makes it illegal to, quote, promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means.
It'll be talked about in the history books.
The jury is also asking to rehear Judge Juan Merchan's instructions about how they're to go about reaching a verdict.
I am glad, though, that they're being diligent.
Deliberations could take hours, days, or even weeks. And if they decide to acquit or convict Trump, it must be a unanimous decision. In New York, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. We appreciate that. And again, we do expect deliberations to resume here in just a matter of, I would say, 90 minutes or so. Do want to get to the latest if you are just joining us here. Day 2 of those deliberations beginning later this morning in former President Trump's hush money trial in Manhattan. The jury set to return to that courtroom at 9:30 Eastern time. Trump does face 34 counts of falsifying business records, and the charges stem from payments made to allegedly prevent stories from surfacing in the final days of his 2016 presidential campaign. That includes to adult film star Stormy Daniels, who testified during the trial, as did Trump's former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. I do want to bring in a guest here to help kind of break all of this down, as there is a lot to this here. David Shapiro is a distinguished lecturer and director of MTA Inspection and Oversight Program. He's at John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
My pleasure, Mr. Breslow.
All right. Well, first off, I do want to ask you here about those jury notes that were kind of passed along yesterday. Kind of explain to me what they were and what the significance is.
Well, it seems to me that the jury is ready to do their job seriously. What they've asked for greater depth and repetition is perhaps the circumstances, the testimony, the actual existence or not of a conspiracy. That is, the persons involved. Mr. Pecker and Mr. Cohen are key witnesses that will help the jury decide fairly whether there was indeed an unlawful conspiracy.
Trump has been returning to the courtroom during deliberations. We see him talk to people kind of as he's entering. He speaks with reporters and makes a statement, does the same as he's leaving for the day. But what does he do while the jury is deliberating? Is he just kind of there, left to sit and wait?
Yeah, pretty much. He is probably enduring one of the most uncomfortable, difficult times of his life, but he's required to be there. And he needs to show his face, and he needs to show respect for the process, as uncomfortable and long as it may be.
And is it normal, and this is just me asking here, but is it normal for the defendant to have to be there every day in court? Is that standard?
In New York State, yes.
Okay. And as I mentioned, Trump, of course, returning to the courtroom. We're waiting on a verdict. Now, if the jury does not reach a verdict by, let's say, Friday evening, will the jurors meet over the weekend, or is the jury off for the weekend and then returns Monday? And do we know?
It would be highly extraordinary for the jury to meet over the weekend, because that would require all sorts of overtime and logistics that I don't think the court is ready to endure. More likely, the judge might ask, if I give you another hour or two on Friday night, would that help? And they may go to 6 o'clock or so if necessary, but in all likelihood, they'll return on Monday.
What do the prosecutors have to prove in this case, and what do the defense attorneys have to prove?
Well, in brief, the acts in the indictment, as well as the requisite intent. That is, the prosecutor needs to show fraudulent intent and needs to show that Mr. Trump caused fraudulent bookkeeping at his organization. The defense doesn't have to prove anything in theory. In practice, the defense pokes holes and establishes or tries to establish what they call reasonable doubt, however ambiguous the term reasonable is.
Would it be out of the ordinary for the jury to convict someone, Trump specifically here, on just some of the counts but not all of them? Or is it kind of an all or nothing situation, since we're talking about the same charge 34 times?
In essence here, it would be unlikely for the jury to convict Mr. Trump of some of the counts. What is the greater issue is whether the jury decides to convict Trump or acquit him of the lesser included misdemeanor. So they could actually return a falsifying business records conviction, but of the misdemeanor and not the Class C felony. That is really one of the options here.
If Trump were to be convicted there of these crimes, the jury, finds him guilty. My question for you, does he automatically get taken into custody? How does the whole process work? Because I know that we've been hearing that New York officials have essentially been briefed on what would happen, but has any of that been made public?
Well, the judge would adhere to the law. And because, assuming the worst for Mr. Trump, conviction of a Class C felony, that carries with it a presumption of non-incarceration. That is, no jail time. So it would be highly unusual for Mr. Trump's bail to be revoked or any other special measures. What would likely occur would be arrangement of a sentencing date somewhere in the near future, within a year, of course.
Does whatever happens in this trial really play any sort of role in what happens in the other criminal cases against Trump?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, number one, it's possible that if Mr. Trump were convicted, he would lose that presumption of innocence in other trials. And this conviction could be used to impeach his credibility were he choose to testify. But I think the greater concern perhaps for Mr. Trump is he carries with him, and not only due to his own doing, but an aura of invincibility. That is, he seems to be the Teflon man. And his famous comment of, I could walk down Fifth Avenue and kill somebody, and I said I wouldn't lose a vote. And, that may or may not be true, but he would lose that cloak of invincibility were the jury to convict him. And that would hurt in future trials.
And my final question, just from your legal perspective there, how significant of a trial is this overall?
Well, that's also remains to be seen, of course, because in many respects, there's nothing unusual about this trial, except that it involves the former president of the United States. However, it can be at the appellate levels, that is, whether in New York State or the U.S. Supreme Court, if necessary, review of the whole process, because the process is quite difficult for a defendant to deal with this type of indictment, where he or she has to face charges outside of the indictment. And maybe somebody might want to take another look at that.
All right, David Shapiro, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and help break all this down. Is there anything else that you want to add about really any of this before I let you go?
Mr. Breslow, it's been a pleasure as usual. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody, and I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we do continue to follow out of Detroit. That is where Wayne State University, there are police on campus working to essentially clear out one of those Gaza war encampments that is there on campus. And we know from our Fox 2 Detroit team that some people have been arrested, but the number of arrests still not clear just yet. We know no news conference or anything of that nature has been held, but our Fox 2 Detroit team, Robin Murdoch, she actually just filed this live report moments ago, and I do want to play it for you.
Fox 2 for the latest breaking details. Also breaking this morning, Wayne State University police working to clear a pro-Palestinian encampment.
So officers showing up in riot gear to escort protesters off campus. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch is live this morning. When we last checked in with you, Robin, it looked like they were just putting a lot of stuff in a dumpster.
Yeah, what a difference an hour makes, Jay and Amy. We are roughly in the same area, just on the other side of the sidewalk here. And as you can see, everything is now gone. I'm going to step out of the way so we can give you a good look at the scene out here. All of the tents, the encampment that was once out here in the center of Wayne State University campus, they have now been removed. They are now in a dumpster. They have been replaced by signs put up by police that say this is a restricted area. You can also see the police tape that is all around the spot surrounding it. As you know, the pro-Palestinian protesters, they set up camp here last week. They've been here for a week now. They have been asked multiple times to leave, but have stayed put until now. Right around 5:30 this morning, we were told that police notified the protesters that they would be dismantling the encampment that is out here, and that they had some time to gather their belongings, but they must leave. And most of them did leave voluntarily. Some of them were arrested, though. We're told a total of 8 people were arrested this morning. The protesters out here, of course, pushing for the university to stop supporting the war in Israel. They want Wayne State to disclose its investments. Take a listen to this protester who says he was actually sleeping when police made their move this morning.
We did nothing wrong, and President Espy called the Wayne State Police Department on us for absolutely no reason. We were no harm. We had no harm. We had no risks. They said we were a public safety risk, but we were not. We abided by so many of their commands.
So as you know, just earlier in the week, the studies here at the university, they did go virtual due to some concerns over safety here on campus connected to this encampment, that we are told that they will remain remote for today at least. The university is expected to discuss whether they can bring students back into the regular classroom. They're expected to talk about that a little bit later on today. And the president did issue a statement. In that statement, it says when actions violate law, threaten health and safety, or impair the ability of our campus community to conduct work, we must act. And that is what happened here today when they broke up the encampment. Again, 8 people arrested as a result. We are live out here on the campus of Wayne State University. I'm Robin Murdoch for Fox 2 News.
A big thank you there to our Fox 2 Detroit team and, of course, to Robin Murdoch, who joins us pretty much, I would say, on a weekly basis here on Live Now from Fox to let us know what is happening there in Detroit. As she mentioned, 8 people arrested. We're working to figure out a little bit more about those protesters taken into custody, but Robin, of course, will let us know and we'll pass it along to you. 8:15 over on the East Coast and 5:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Thursday, May 30th. We're going to step away for our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to coming up in 2 short minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look here outside of Trump Tower. That's where we expect to see former President Trump leave to head to the Manhattan courthouse in the next hour or so. We do expect jury deliberations to get back underway at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We know the jury will return, and they've asked a few things, including for the jury instructions to be re-read to them. So it's not clear how long that is going to take, but we'll see how it all plays out. Important to note, as I always do, that cameras are not allowed in the courtroom itself. Reporters are, and cameras are allowed in the hallway of the courtroom. So that is where we will hear from former President Trump. If he does choose to address reporters, he's pretty much done that on a daily basis since the trial did begin. We'll have everything you need to know here as we are waiting for that verdict in the Trump hush money trial. In the meantime, do want to stick around New York City, take a live look here over at the skyline. I do want to talk a little bit more about a story that we were following earlier on today. This is an apparent act of anti-Semitism over in New York. That is where we did learn from Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team that a man has been charged after police say he drove on purpose into a crowd of Jewish people there. During her story, we did actually hear from Mayor Eric Adams. He spoke at Gracie Mansion to celebrate the Jewish community and to speak about anti-Semitism. I do want to play those comments for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Of Americans, those who live in New York and those who wish they could. Thank you so much, and I cannot say enough about the level of commitment and dedication that Joel has served and showed the city. We are going to miss him as he transitions to go to the next level. of what he's going to do. But we all know he's never too far away. And join a list of people who have continued to be committed and serve this city in a real way. And I want to thank my friend, Consul General Ophir, for his support and dedication and clarity. And a few of our honorees that are here today, we have some real surprises in our honorees. And I want to thank this team behind me. And you see them as they adorn the stage as part of our Jewish leadership. But they would be the first to tell you that any event we have here, you will see a similar reflection of the diversity of this administration. In order to understand communities, you must have people in position of power that can bring the position of communities to the table. And in my brevity today, I want to say to the men and women and the children and the families of the Jewish community, we are in extremely turbulent times. We're in a time where we must ask ourselves, what type of country are we going to live in? Yesterday we honored, or Monday we honored, the men and women of the armed forces. And I shared with them, we sit under the tree of freedom because they watered that tree with their blood. And I also shared with them the significance of who they are as I looked across the room on the Intrepid and saw children and families sitting next to each other. And I reflected on what is the next generation of soldiers? What's the next generation of police officers? What's the next generation of leaders of our amazing country? And like Israel, where young people join the military service to really embrace patriotism, we have moved so far away from our patriotism and what really rooted us in the success in the first place. When you think about the fact that only 18% of young people between the age of 18 and 34 love America, only 18%. That is a question that we're asking, who's coming through the pipeline? Who's going to wear the Navy uniform, the Army uniform? Who's going to be our soldiers, our National Guards? Who's going to say they love America? And then when you add that lack of percentage with the fact that right on our college campuses, we're radicalizing our children, not only to hate Jewish people, but to hate the country that they're educated in the first place. Something is wrong with that. And the real tragedy of this is that how many good people are remaining silent because they're afraid of being canceled. Well, I say, cancel me any day. I'm not going to sit back and allow this to happen to the country that I love. We have to stop being afraid, because there were people who stood back and watched slavery take place in America and didn't say anything and watched large number of people destroyed. There were people who stood back and watched what happened in Nazi Germany. I walked through Krakow and went to see what happened in those camps. Far too often, people who knew better stood back. And so I want to know, where are the people right now when we're watching this hatred play out on the streets of our cities across the globe? We have normalized hate in our globe. We've normalized anti-Semitism. We've normalized going after groups because of who they are and what they respect. Hate has no place in our city, and we will say it over and over again. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish. It doesn't matter if you are Muslim. It doesn't matter if you're Christian. It doesn't matter if you Sikh. We know it is time for us to embrace the humanity that makes us who and what we are. That's what this day is about. As we celebrate your heritage, you are not the only that have adorned this lawn, that we acknowledge the diversity of our city. And as I traveled to Rome a few weeks ago, to the Pope calling together a human fraternity, we're all part of the same family. And anytime the family is in disarray, it impacts us all. And I believe this is a moment of Tikkun Olam. It's time for us to heal the world. I cannot harm you without harming myself. I cannot hurt you without hurting myself. For some reason, we've embraced this concept that I can call for the destruction of a particular group without realizing hidden in that destruction is the secret that is going to bring me the prosperity that I'm looking for. And so I don't say destroy from the river to the sea. I say build from the river to the sea. Embrace from the river to the sea. We're all in this together. And we cannot turn our backs on each other. And we have a rich history of our participation. I was so moved backstage, meeting a woman, Shushan Haran. She's an Israeli and traveled to the continent of Africa. As they dealing with drought and the inability to feed their families, she went and showed the countries of Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Tanzania how to grow food, how to ensure that their families can prosper. Remove her from the equation, and if something were to happen to her, she was part of the victimization. If we would lose her, we would lose the lives she's saving in Tanzania, Rwanda, and Ethiopia. We have to start connecting the dots. Every life we lose is going to cascade out and cause the loss of thousands of other lives. That's what this pursuit is about. So I'm not doing it because I'm the mayor. I'm not doing it because I want to stand up and raise my voice. I'm doing it because we depend on each other. This is a moment where we must stand up for what is right. And if we get it right in New York, it would cascade throughout the entire country and the entire globe. We must start saying hate has no place in New York. Hate has no place in New Jersey, Connecticut, Los Angeles, Iowa, Nebraska. Wherever we are, hate has no place in this country and across our globe. So to my brothers and sisters who are here, I thank you for being here, for not allowing yourself to believe this city would be a city where you would take off your yarmulke before walking on our streets. This won't be a city where you would take off your hijab, your Sikh turban, your dashiki. This is not the city we will live in. There is more of us than there is of them. And we need to always remember that. The loudest is not the majority. Don't allow yourself to be fooled because people yell loud and say nasty, hurtful things, that they're representative of what the city has to offer. There is more of us than it is of them. That's who we are as a city. So I thank you, and I thank those who have adorned this tent today. We live under this big tent together. And I want you to join me as we honor those who made sure to state Hate has no place in the great city of New York, in the great country of America, and the great land of Israel. Thank you very much.
For our first honoree for tonight, welcome Scooter Braun, renowned for his humanitarian efforts and fighting for justice. Scooter's light is a much-needed light in this darkness.
Really want to, what Scooter is doing on October 7th, many people read a few stories and a few headlines and just they were dismissive of what happened at the peace concert. And Scooter understood that as painful as it is, people needed to see what really happened. And his display down in Lower Manhattan, I walked through, others have walked through, he has used his status to heighten how we cannot stand by and allow hate. And so Scooter, based on 8.3 million New Yorkers, I want to thank you and your family for what you're doing. Continue to lift up peace and prosperity in our city and country.
Hello. I don't have...
We're going to turn that down there, but as you can see, those were some comments there that were made by Mayor Eric Adams in New York City. He was addressing the Jewish population on a lot of different topics there, but was discussing anti-Semitism and, of course, the October 7th attack by Hamas. Speaking on that, we do expect there to be a news conference with the Israeli government really any minute now, so we'll bring that to you live as it does get underway. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 8:32 on the East Coast and 5:32 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much, much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:35 on the East Coast and 5:35 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. You are taking a live look outside Trump Tower at this hour as we're waiting for former President Trump to leave and head to the Manhattan courthouse. That is where day 2 of jury deliberations will be getting underway. The jury expected to resume there and return around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. That is in just 1 hour. Of course, cameras, as I always say, not allowed in the courtroom itself, but they are allowed in the courthouse. So if former President Trump does speak to members of the media, as he has done in the past, we'll make sure to bring all of those comments to you right here on Live Now. In the meantime, our Fox 5 New York team has been covering all of this. Robert Moses with this report.
This morning, the court reporter will read aloud from the trial transcript portions of testimony from the first prosecution witness, former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker, and the last, Michael Cohen. About 3.5 hours into their deliberations, jurors sent a note asking to rehear some of the testimony from Pecker and Cohen. The requested testimony includes what the men said about a meeting with Donald Trump at Trump Tower in 2015. Pecker bought the rights to and then suppressed negative stories that could have hurt former President Trump's candidacy during the 2016 campaign. Pecker opted not to pay for Stormy Daniels' story, though he told Cohen about it. Cohen paid her to stay quiet on behalf of his boss, who then reimbursed him the basis of the 34 felony counts the former president faces.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
Jurors also asked to rehear some of Judge Juan Merchan's instructions surrounding the laws that apply to this case. Yesterday morning, the judge spent more than an hour telling the jury to put aside their personal biases and not hold the former president's decision to not testify against him. To convict on each count, the jurors must all agree that the former president created a false record or caused someone else to, and that he did so intending to violate or hide a violation of state law that makes it illegal, quote, to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. Notably, though, the jurors don't have to agree on what those unlawful means were. The former president spoke after deliberations concluded yesterday. He was asked if he believes he has a fair jury.
It's very unfair that I'm not campaigning in this room all day long, from morning to night, in the Biden witch hunt. Take a look at where the people come from.
That appeared to be a reference to the 7 men and 5 women who now hold his fate in their hands.
It's a disgrace. This thing ought to be ended immediately. The judge ought to end it and save his reputation.
Robert Moses, Good Day, New York.
Robert, thank you so much for that report. We have been checking in with Robert really over the past several weeks as this trial has unfolded. Once again, we do expect former President Trump to leave Trump Tower in a matter of minutes or so. He will head over to the courthouse and could possibly address members of the media as he has been doing on a pretty much daily basis here. We'll bring you those comments live, raw, and unfiltered if they do happen. Also, remember that the jury is expected to return to the courtroom at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Not clear if deliberations will start right away. We know that they, as Robert said, have asked that the jury instructions be reread, and they're also looking for some of the transcripts of some of the testimony that was made by several of those witnesses. The time now 8:38 on the East Coast, 5:38 on the West Coast. We have to get another quick 2-minute commercial break in, but we'll be right back in a matter of minutes. Well, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 841 on the East Coast and 541 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. If you live over on the Atlantic coast, you know we are just days away from the start of the Atlantic hurricane season. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell takes a closer look at what to expect, and I believe she actually flew with some of the hurricane hunters.
While some of you may have rode out a storm, could you imagine being mid-air inside of one?
From day to day and flight to flight, they could vary from the worst rickety old roller coaster you've ever been on to just like going down a slightly bumpy dirt road.
Christopher Wood pilots the P-3 aircrafts. This one, named Kermit, is one of 2 operated by NOAA. The Air Force Reserve has 10 C-130s as well. The Chief Aerial Reconnaissance at the National Hurricane Center could send multiple Hurricane Hunter aircrafts into storms to get data to better forecast storm intensity and track. NOAA engineer Nick Underwood gave us a tour of the P-3.
So it's a flying research laboratory. We've got 3 radar systems on board, one in the nose, one in that M&M looking fairing on the bottom of the plane, and then one in the radome sticking off the back.
Flying at about 10,000 feet, a typical mission lasts 8 hours or more with about 15 crew members.
This station is where we'll launch instruments out of the aircraft. And so typically an operator like myself will sit here, and as we're flying through the storm, we're launching drop-sons, effectively a weather balloon in reverse. And so we'll drop these out of the aircraft. They have a parachute that deploys, and as they're floating down, they're collecting temperature, pressure, humidity, wind speed, and wind direction data.
Data is sent in real time to the National Hurricane Center into forecast models. We made our way through all the workspaces to the flight station where the pilot and engineer work. Going into his 8th season, I had to get Nick's take on what the ride is like.
There's a lot of vibration. You can get tossed around pretty good. There's wind and rain slapping against all of the windows. Once you get in the eye of the storm, it's calm again, so you get a little reprieve, but then you have to go right back out through the nastiness.
And the same goes for the crew of about 5 on the C-130s.
And our partners at the Air Force 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron have their C-130s. And so they do a lot of the same mission that this aircraft does. We just have a little bit more research capability than they do with our extra radar systems and things like that.
Meanwhile, NOAA's G4 soars up to 45,000 feet, going above and around storms, releasing drop signs, collecting details of the atmosphere in and around storms. So what would hurricane season be like without these aircrafts? Pilot Wood says data from these flights increased forecasts by 10 to 20%.
When you're making the decisions whether you're going to evacuate your home, if you need to go and buy supplies and stock up, 10 to 20% is a really large margin. It's really important for you to make those decisions. Without these aircraft, we would be much more uncertain on what the storms are going to do.
And they continue to work on new ways to get better data.
We have new drop-sons that are able to stay aloft a little bit longer, collect a little bit more data.
We are actively working to test and develop a variety of different drones that will be able to collect information in some of the boundary layers that are unsafe for manned aircraft to actually fly.
And that was Brandy Campbell with Fox Weather. Don't forget, you can stream Fox Weather everywhere that you stream Live Now from Fox. It's always on, always free at foxweather.tv. You can also download the Fox Weather app. Just head to the App Store, Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather and hit that download button. It does have alerts, watches, warnings, all of it that go right to your phone for your area if you do sign up. Again, just head over to the App Store, Google Play Store, and type in Fox Weather. We are keeping an eye on the situation over in New York. Taking a live look here. This is outside Trump Tower. Is really any moment now we expect to see the former president leave and head over to the Manhattan courthouse as jury deliberations are expected to enter day 2 in his hush money trial. We'll make sure to bring you those images and keep them on the screen as that does play out. Let's head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour right now, and we'll get right back into the news on the other side as it looks like that Israeli government briefing is getting underway. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get to the latest here out of the Middle East as we continue to follow this breaking news right there on your screen. Israel now saying that it shot down a cruise missile reportedly fired from Iraq. The Israel Defense Forces posting this on X or Twitter, depending what you call it, not too long ago, saying the aerial defense systems intercepted the missile, quote, from the east. Now, in the past, the military there has described attacks from Iraq as, quote, from the east. The Iron Dome also intercepted a, quote, suspicious aerial target from Lebanon as sirens were sounding in northern Israel. Again, we also have been following another breaking news development coming in out of the Middle East there. Let's pop up this image that did come in from the IDF here as 2 Israel soldiers have died after a car ramming attack near the West Bank. The military announcing the deaths of these soldiers, both of them 20 years old. After the attack on troops, the Israel Defense Forces says it launched a manhunt for the suspect, and the Times of Israel and Hebrew media reporting the suspect eventually turned himself in to the Palestinian Authority security forces. Still a lot left to figure out about how that situation did play out, but once we get more details, we'll bring those to you as well. And a mile-long terrorist tunnel route has been uncovered in eastern Rafah with dozens of anti-tank missiles and weapons inside. The Israel Defense Forces providing the details along with that video right there on your screen. The IDF saying a tunnel shaft was located just feet away from the Rafah crossing, branching off into several different routes with several blast doors and a hideout. Again, as always, a lot of different developments there out of the Middle East. I do want to take you to the Israeli government briefing that is now officially underway.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. Today is Thursday, the 30th of May, day 237 of the October 7th war. And our war aims haven't changed since Hamas's army of terror invaded our border: to destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, to free all 125 hostages and ensure that Gaza will never pose a threat to Israel again. All of our objectives are within reach. Israel will not compromise on any of them. We start today with the desperately sad news of IDF casualties. Since the outset of the war, IDF fatalities have unfortunately risen to 642. Staff Sergeant Yedidia Azugi was aged just 21 from Revava. He was killed in battle in northern Gaza. He leaves behind his parents and 5 brothers and sisters. Staff Sergeant Elia Hillel was 20, and from Tel Zion, he leaves behind his parents, his sisters, and his brothers. Staff Sergeant Diego Shvisha Harsaj was 20, and from Tel Aviv, he leaves behind his parents. Both of them, Elia and Diego, were killed in a car ramming terror attack in Samaria yesterday in the West Bank near Shechem, Nablus. There are no words of mine that can assuage the pain of their parents and families. We embrace them and those dear families who have lost their precious heroes, sons and daughters, in this war for our very existence. The price of war is heavy and painful. Each casualty is a world unto itself. May their memories be a blessing forever. So this was why Israel targeted and eliminated the 2 Hamas henchmen on Sunday night, responsible for these attacks in Judea and Samaria, West Bank, and the shooting attack just yesterday into the Israeli village of Bat Hefer by Palestinian terrorists shooting from Tel Karam, which is under the control of the Palestinian Authority. Every day we thwart terror attacks in Judea and Samaria, on the roads and in the communities. Israel will continue with a very strong deployment in both defense and defense to thwart terrorism and ensure the security of our residents. Next, an operational update regarding our precise and targeted operation in Rafah. We are using a limited number of troops in this intelligence-led operation to destroy Hamas and bring home our hostages in Rafah. I can confirm reports that significantly IDF troops have operational control of the Philadelphia corridor, the narrow corridor, the narrow border corridor between Egypt and Rafah. The corridor has been the Hamas lifeline. It has kept Hamas alive with their smuggled deadly weapons. We have already eliminated around 300 terrorists in Rafah in this operation so far. Some of them were hiding underground. Our troops fought them bravely in close quarters combat. Very, very difficult conditions. We have lost our own troops. We mentioned just yesterday 3 of our boys. Soldiers have been seriously injured, but IDF have found dozens of launchers along the corridor. Launchers loaded and ready to fire rockets, launch pits with rockets and mortars, again loaded and ready to fire into Israel, right up against the border with Egypt. Why did Hamas place these weapons there? You see, Hamas hoped that Israel would be wary of returning fire for risk of hitting Egypt. In the last few weeks alone, Hamas has fired 70 rockets and mortars from the Rafah area. In eastern Rafah, we've uncovered extensive underground terrorist complexes. We've located around 20 tunnels in the Philadelphia corridor area. We are neutralizing them. Tunnels that were used to transfer weapons and initiate terror attacks. We found large quantities of weapons, for example, anti-tank missiles, AK-47s, explosives, grenades. It's an extremely complex environment with many terrorists. But we make this very clear. No force in the world will stop Israel from bringing all 125 hostages home and defeating Hamas. We will not forget our hostages, not even for a moment. Now, the Hamas fake news propaganda war has certainly stepped up a gear. False reports claim that we struck the Al-Mawasi area. I myself have received requests from journalists about this issue. Our troops did not operate in the area. I say that again. Our troops did not operate in the Al-Mawasi area. In addition, I want to share with you that we have revealed documents that are available on the IDF website that during this war, Hamas stole 400 million shekels from the Bank of Palestine. That's $110 million or 85 million pounds. Funds that belong to ordinary Gazans. Look, Hamas has no boundaries. It exploits its own people. It hides beneath them, amongst them. It steals their money from bank vaults without limits. Hamas will do anything to ensure its survival. All eyes on Rafah, says the campaign on social media. Well, our eyes are on Rafah, but we are tightening the noose. Lastly, an update from our efforts to flood Gaza with aid and counter Hamas's efforts to increase the civilian suffering there. 335 humanitarian aid trucks went into Gaza just yesterday. 5 tankers, that's 267,000 litres of fuel for essential Gaza infrastructure went in. Israel has ensured continuity of fuel supply. All that is needed are requests through the relevant channels, and we always facilitate them, always. 41 trucks were transferred to northern Gaza. 2 UNFPA, that's the UN Population Fund, mobile maternity rooms were transferred to Gaza yesterday. We continue to expand our effort to facilitate aid, medical aid into and across Gaza. You know, since the beginning of this war, 31,000 trucks delivering 600,000 tons of humanitarian aid have entered Gaza. More food and aid enters the Gaza Strip every single day. 80% more food compared to what was imported to Gaza before October 7th. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat with your news outlet. I'll be reading the questions today. First question from Dan Williams at Reuters. Israeli media are reporting that Mossad has uncovered an Iranian-backed cell which has carried out attacks in Europe and is planning more ahead of the Paris Olympics. Can you confirm and provide details? So thank you very much for that question, Dan. I haven't got anything more to add to those media reports. What I can tell you is that Israeli security services have worked with European security services to prevent attacks on European soil. I know this for a fact. This is already public knowledge that in the UK, for instance, Israeli security forces has prevented the deaths, has saved the lives of many Brits across the UK from these same Iranian terrorist activity. So I can't add any more on that specific case about the Paris Olympics, but I certainly can confirm that Israeli security services have in the past supported European-supported security services to save lives, particularly against Iranian terrorists. The next question from Dan Williams is, Israel's expected to restart mediated hostage release talks this week. When and where will that happen? So again, thank you for that question, Dan. I can confirm that the Prime Minister and the War Cabinet has agreed for negotiations to continue when it comes to releasing our hostages. We know what's been effective in the past. In November, for instance, it's a combination of sustained military pressure on Hamas, which we are currently doing in Rafah and across Gaza, together with negotiations. The negotiators have been given instructions by the Prime Minister and the Security Cabinet to do everything that they possibly can to get our people home. It's a shocking human rights abuse every single moment of the day that our stolen people remain. It's one of our war aims, and we will bring these people home. Next question here from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. South Africa's ruling party, the African National Congress, or ANC, is projected to lose its majority for the for the first time since yesterday's election, and after running a campaign that emphasized its opposition to Israel on the world stage. Campaign posters even featured the slogan "Free Palestine," yet the ANC suffered historic losses. Does Israel believe there's a connection between the ANC's opposition to Israel and the poor vote result? So, Joel, thank you very much for that question. I will resist the opportunity to interfere in South African internal politics and their elections. That's obviously up to South Africa's people to choose who it wishes to rule over them. What I can say is that the South African government, in supporting, in initializing and championing the effort to prosecute Israel at the ICJ, was simply an effect to act as a pro bono lawyer for the terrorist organization of Hamas. It was an outrageous, quite frankly, shocking attempt by a state which was unfortunately held in very high regard in this country. Need I remind you that so many Jews accompanied Nelson Mandela on his long walk to freedom, and to have that state, South Africa, acting in partnership with Iran and other negative forces around the world, detrimental forces around the world, was a shocking development. So I won't get involved in internal politics of South Africa, but none of us here in Israel will forget that South Africa were the pro bono lawyers for Hamas's case against us. Next question from Leo Soroka at the Washington Post. Excuse me. According to OCHA, the flow of humanitarian aid supplies into Gaza has dropped by 67% since 7th of May. Since the operation in Rafah, any comment? Kogat is not answering. Thank you very much for that question, Leo. So every single day of these briefings, we've been giving you the figures of the aid trucks going in every single day. And they are going up and up and up. An average of around 300, yesterday with 400, sometimes it's down to 250, but every single day those aid trucks have gone in, and they've gone in for the simple reason that we know that Hamas steals the aid, and we know that they keep them for themselves. There's no one hungry in Hamas. It's very important to remember that. When we've arrested them, they've certainly had no problems with their waistline whatsoever. Hamas steal the aid, and they sometimes they sell it back onto the black market for a vastly inflated prices. But we've managed to lower the prices on the markets inside Gaza, which pictures can show you. They're on the Kogat Twitter feed every single day of bustling markets. Prices have gone down precisely because we have flooded the area with food. We've pushed as much food as we possibly can get in. Whoever's donated aid to Gazans, we have tried our hardest to facilitate it getting in. The only change that there has been is when Hamas itself have bombed the Kerem Shalom crossing, where so much of the aid has gone in. And even then, we have reopened the Kerem Shalom crossing as soon as we possibly have been able to. And we've also pushed aid in through the northern crossings at Erez, and in every other way, through land, sea and air. So aid is going in all the time. I simply don't recognize that as being correct. And I'm sure Kogat will get back to you. Next question from Hannah Julian of the Jewish Press. There's two questions here. The first one is, excuse me, how is the UNRWA bill that passed its first reading this week different from the ban that was passed in February? Can you comment on the proposed legislation? Thank you, Hannah. I have seen those reports about the Knesset bill here in Israel to ban UNRWA. I can't comment specifically on the particulars of that particular bill. What I can share with you is what we have shared with the United Nations, actually, that UNRWA has operated hand in hand with Hamas through so many ways. Firstly, through UNRWA employees actively participating in the October 7th massacre, through UNRWA employees actually holding on to our hostages, sometimes live and even dead hostages, through the cooperation of Hamas putting their server farm underneath UNRWA's headquarters, through the fact that Sinwar himself, Yahya Sinwar himself, was a senior UNRWA trade union official for a long time, not so long ago. And the fact that so many members of UNRWA are also, employees of UNRWA are also members of Hamas. Look, we've laid the evidence out so clearly about the relationship with UNRWA. And I tell you what gets me personally is that international media continue to use spokespeople from UNRWA to give them an idea of what's happening in Rafah, for instance. UNRWA is a tainted operation. They are very inefficient. They bring the reputation of the United Nations down because of their inefficiency and their ineptitude. And of course, they continue to run schools and they have run schools for many years that promote anti-Semitism, they promote Jew hatred, and also the lie that, of course, Palestinians will one day be able to erase Israel off the face of the map, that Palestinian children will be able to go back to and live and usurp the state of Israel in Jaffa and Rafah, in Haifa and in Jaffa. Ridiculous ideas. Instead of educating for coexistence and peace, they perpetuate this conflict. So the sins of UNRWA are clear for everyone to see. Yes, of course, it's headed notionally by Philip Lazzarini in Geneva, but it's the UNRWA Hamas henchmen on the ground which really call the shots. And really, it's about time that this dreadful organization that perpetuates this conflict, that has kept Gazans in misery for all these years, is disbanded, and genuine aid agencies are able to use the generous funds which the Gazans get from the international community and not sink it into the ground, this terror tunnel network, twice the size of the London Underground, and instead build up institutions, hospitals, schools, better roads, better healthcare facilities for ordinary Gazans to give Gazans a better future. Second question from Hannah Julian of the Jewish Press. What was the target that was attacked yesterday in Banyas, where Syria says 1 child and 10 civilians were wounded? Thank you for Hannah. I haven't seen that report and I don't know the answer to that question. I suggest you would ask the IDF, who may have some more information on that. Next question from Jim Williams of Zenka International News. Does the Prime Minister agree with the National Security Advisor, Tzachi Hanegbi, that the war with Hamas could last into 2025? So thank you very much for that question. Look, Jim, our war aims remain the same. They are to remove Hamas from power, to strip away any of its governing or military capabilities, to bring home our hostages, and to, of course, to make sure that Gaza never again poses a threat to this country or to anyone in the civilized world ever again. We will keep going until the job is done. And I tell you, the reason for that is that we simply refuse to live next to this genocidal organization. Israelis, when they go to bed at night, need to be sure that they will not be murdered at 6:30 a.m. The following morning, as they were on October the 7th. We need to be sure that this genocidal, murderous organization, wherever it is, in Gaza or in the West Bank, is obliterated and defeated. So that brings us to the end of of today's briefing. We'll have another briefing for you on Monday. In the meantime, please do stay safe, and thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was David Mencer, the Israeli government spokesperson, answering questions from members of the media, talking about a variety of topics there. I do want to take you out live to this shot that we have inside the Manhattan courtroom. Now, we do actually have this image as well, where it does look like we are seeing former President Trump arrive at the Manhattan courthouse for day 2 of jury deliberations in his trial there. Again, we did see some of his family members already enter, but it looks like to me from this image here that he is probably in that vehicle, considering it's being followed by NYPD officers and other unmarked vehicles. Want to go over some of the basics here as we are waiting for this to get underway. Day 2 of jury deliberations about to begin in former President Trump's hush money trial in Manhattan. The jury returning to the courtroom, though it could take a bit before they actually resume those deliberations after the jurors made requests, including wanting the judge to go back over the rules. Trump does face 34 counts of falsifying business records, and the charges stem from payments made to allegedly prevent stories from surfacing in the final days of his 2016 presidential campaign. That includes to adult film star Stormy Daniels, who testified during the trial, as did Trump's former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. Again, today is day 2 of those jury deliberations. There were several notes that were passed yesterday over to the judge, and that is why today could take just a little bit after things get underway at 9:30 a.m. for the jury to actually return to those official deliberations. They do want those instructions read, and they also want to hear some of the testimony over again from those who testified, including Michael Cohen. The time now is 9:12 over on the East Coast and 6:12 on the West Coast. Not really getting a great image there, but once we do see the former president enter into the courthouse, we could potentially get some comments from him. We'll bring you those as those do get underway. Let's head to a quick break now, the first one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are keeping a live look at this image right here over in New York City as former President Trump has arrived for day 2 of jury deliberations in his hush money trial. Again, we're keeping an eye on all of this, and if we do see him enter into the courthouse here shortly and make some comments, we'll bring those to you live as we always do. In the meantime, do want to get to some of the other big stories that we have been covering all throughout the week. Take a look right here as nearly 200,000 people are still without power this morning throughout the state of Texas as cleanup does continue from this week's powerful storms. And I believe more than 100,000 of those are in the Dallas area. Robert Ray with Fox Weather joining us live from Dallas to discuss the damage left behind and that cleanup process. Good morning, Robert.
Yeah, good morning, Josh. And, you know, those numbers were ticking down here in Dallas in the past couple hours to nearly 100,000. Now they have spiked again to about 150,000 customers without power here in the Dallas metro. And you just look at some of this video of the line workers out in Dallas and the surrounding area, including down in Houston, actually several hours away where there's still power outages. Like you said, almost 200,000 across the state. Encore, which is the energy provider largest in the state that provides most of Dallas, says that they have brought in anywhere between 8,000 to 9,000 resources. Those are human beings from surrounding states to work on this issue since this past Tuesday. At the height of this power outage, we were over 1 million people in the state of Texas, a remarkable amount. And if you're wondering, well, why all the power outages? It's because of severe severe weather that began over the Memorial Day weekend, tornadoes, and then to add insult onto injury on Tuesday morning as everyone was getting back to work after Memorial Day, we had hurricane force winds cut across this part of Texas into the Dallas area. We're talking about winds in excess of 80 miles per hour, knocking down trees and structures with wind, hail, straight line winds, and sideways rain, thunder, and lightning. All of that caused this situation before sunrise. This even happened like 5 in the morning till like 7 in the morning, and people were just in shock because so many folks at that point were out of power. Now, the power company's done a good job in the past few days ticking down these numbers. They say that they hope that all of Dallas Metro should be restored by Saturday. But the problem with that is, as you see, the skies behind me, we are expecting more storms later today, overnight, and all the way through tomorrow. And some of those moments could include very nasty winds. And of course, if that happens, then we will likely see power outages once again, or the power restoration be impeded by this weather. A lot of things going on in Texas, unfortunately. And on top of that, it's going to get very hot next week. Let's hope everybody does get that power restored so we don't have elderly, young, and compromised in a bad situation. Josh.
Sure. All right, Robert Ray there with Fox Weather. Thank you so much for your time here and for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And don't forget to stream Fox Weather everywhere that you do stream Live Now from Fox. Always on, always free at foxweather.tv. I do want to head out live over to this image that we do have right here on your screen. It looks like we do. We can see some of the folks that are entering into the courthouse there in Manhattan. You could see some of the background noise, but normally when we see all of these people start to enter, there you go. That is former President Trump. Let's pop up the audio.
Thank you very much. Here we go again. 5 weeks. I've been here. I'm gagged. I'd like to answer all of your questions. They're very easy questions to answer, but I'm gagged, so I can't talk as much as I would like to about this ridiculous case that's hurting our country so badly. Some of the reviews from yesterday are and by the way, everyone's against this case. I haven't seen one legal scholar or expert in the law say that this case should have been filed. It should not have been filed, or at a minimum, it should have been filed 7 years ago. It's 7 years old. Everybody turned it down, including federal elections turned it down. Southern District turned it down. Bragg turned it down. Then he rejuvenated it when I was running for office. It's a terrible thing. At the request of Biden, the editors of the National Review say, acquit Trump. Bragg has failed to prove his charges. Totally failed. Greg Jarrett, who exactly was defrauded? Voters who had already voted. Well, they already voted because all of this stuff came in after the election. So how were they defrauded? And then you say, what about Hillary with the dossier? What about all of these other things that go? And this is nothing. This is nothing. But what about all of the corruption, the voter fraud that you've seen over the last year on behalf of the Democrats, and nobody talks about it? This is ridiculous what they're talking about. This is called running for office. Greg Jarrett, the government, which received full payment on all taxable income. The government, by the way, received full payment. The taxes were paid in full. In fact, they made comment on that. Even if the taxes were paid in full, the Federal Elections Commission that concluded the money paid did not constitute a campaign contribution under the law. And remember, this judge wouldn't allow us. Look, he's a very conflicted judge. Everybody knows that. You don't want to talk about what the conflict was. I'm not allowed to talk about it because of a gag order that he put on me. So one subject he really doesn't want to talk about. There was no fraud. There was no conspiracy. It's that simple. Moreover, without a primary crime, there can be no secondary crime. It's a classic lawfare, weaponizing statutes, because the law has been, because no law has been broken. That was Greg Jarrett. Eli Honig, legal analyst for CNN. The crime here is not easy to explain or to understand. It's just not understandable. In other words, there is no crime. This is CNN. Catherine Christian from MSNBC, I call it MSDNC, legal analyst. It's difficult because it's a very nuanced argument. It's never been prosecuted before. This is an argument that has never been prosecuted before. And hopefully it'll never be prosecuted again. Andy McCarthy, this is anything but standard. It's the antithesis of standard, actually. The idea that they do not have to agree on what the other crime is. We spent 6 weeks wondering, what is the other crime? What is the other crime? And at the end, the thud we all get is this. There's 3 or 4 of them, and you could pick one from the other, and they don't have to agree on anything. And what he's saying is it's so corrupt. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like this. It's called pick 'em. It's like the lottery. Pick 'em. You pick 'em. And you don't have to be, even though in a criminal case you have to be unanimous, you don't have to be. Just give a couple of votes, because the judge, unfortunately, is corrupt. Judge Jeanine Pirro, no one has heard of this. It's like as a menu column A, B, or C. You don't have to agree on it. This is a kangaroo court. This is unheard of. I've never seen anything like it. I've done this for 32 years. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I'm a state prosecutor, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm not a federal judge. I'm a county judge, just like Bersha. This is New York law. This is my wheelhouse. He is 100% wrong. He's wrong. That's what Jeanine Pirro, very good woman, very smart woman. Jonathan Turley, this is becoming a 3-card Monte game on where is the crime? Smart guy, where is the crime? Mike Davis, the U.S. would sanction a country for doing this. I think that's good. I think that's good. Steve Hilton, it seems that every single day these proceedings go on, the judge and the prosecutor just go out of their way to prove Trump's point. And I guess they are proving my point when you think. That's why I write some of these things that are very sad. Mark Levin, this Stalinist-like case, it's a Stalinist-like case. It has prevented President Trump from running for office. It has prevented him from campaigning. He's unable to campaign because he's been in a courthouse for 5 weeks. And yet we just had a poll came out, NPR. Trump's 54, Biden's 42. And that's with independents. That's the best we've ever had. They said this is the single best poll that Trump has ever had with independents. Trump's largest lead among independent voters, NPR Marist College, 44-28. And Junior is way down, way down. But it's 44. Junior is extremely liberal. By the way, he's extremely radical left. I think you know that. But he seems to be hurting Biden probably a little bit. So that's it. It's a disgrace. The millions and millions of dollars that are spent daily on this case. Outside, it looks like it's Fort Knox, like they're guarding this. I've never seen so many policemen. Now, with Columbia University, you can plant a tent right in front of the main door, no problem. NYU, just put your tent up. Don't worry about it. Over here. But I just want to say that this is a very sad day for America. The whole world is watching. And it's a very sad day for New York. I've gone through 2 of these trials already. It's with the same kind of a judge. It's all worked. It's all rigged. The whole thing, the whole system is rigged. Judge Engoron was overturned 5 times in my case. And he's going to be overturned again. And we were treated very, very badly. And the outside world is watching, and the outside world is just not going to bring their business to New York. And that's going to cost the city trillions and the state trillions and trillions of dollars. Businesses are leaving, and people are fleeing. So you can see the quotes yourself, and thank you all very much. We'll comment later on in the evening, but we'll be here, it looks like a long time. Thank you.
Are you scared you're going to be sent to jail? What do you think of the jury so far?
All right, so Trump not answering any questions there from members of the media, but he did make a prepared statement right there and did speak about the situation there as jury deliberations are expected to enter day 2 around 9:30. Now, we do know that there are several jury notes that were passed along, one of which includes the rereading of the jury instructions. There's also some testimony that the jurors do want to hear again. So we're actually going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we'll bring in an expert to really break down what that means and what happens next. That's all coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:29 on the East Coast and 6:29 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. What you're looking at right now is a live look inside the Manhattan courthouse, where day 2 of jury deliberations now getting underway in Trump's hush money trial. Now, if you are just joining us, I do want to go over some of the basics here as day 2 gets underway. The jury returning to the courtroom, though it could take a bit before they actually resume deliberations after the jurors made requests, including wanting the judge to go back over the rules. Trump faces 34 counts of falsifying business records, and the charges stem from payments made to allegedly prevent stories from surfacing in the final days of his 2016 presidential campaign. That includes to adult film star Stormy Daniels, who testified during the trial, as did Trump's former lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen. Again, that's some of the basics there, but to help break it down a little bit further, I do want to bring in Grant Shostak, a visiting assistant professor of law, crime, and social justice at Webster University. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask you about these jury notes. We know that one of them essentially is asking for the instructions to be read over again. Kind of break down for me what the notes are, and then also if that indicates anything to you overall about what the jury's thinking.
Sure. So the way the jury communicates with the court is through a note, written message to the court. And so they've asked for the rereading of some witness testimony, and they've asked for the jury instructions to be read again. Those instructions tell the jury how they're supposed to conduct their deliberations and what the law is in this case. And so it really isn't surprising to me that they asked for the instructions to be reread again. under New York law, they're not allowed to have a paper copy of those. And as you know, the reading of those instructions took a little over an hour. So I think the jury probably is a little bit overwhelmed, if not maybe confused on what the law is. And so they asked the court to reread those instructions back to them.
So you have that, and then you also have some of the testimony that they want to be delivered back to them as well. So is it possible, when you do factor all of that in, that the jury might not have much time to actually deliberate today?
So they can deliberate for a long time until they indicate that they either have reached a verdict or cannot reach a verdict. So they're asking for that testimony to be reread. I know there are a number of people that suggest you can get some information about where they're heading with this, right? What's in the jury's mind. Really, you can't guess. I mean, really, it is just a guess as to where they're going with this.
We know that Trump, we just saw him enter back into the courthouse. He, of course, goes into the courtroom. Is it pretty much just a waiting game for him? Is he just kind of there all throughout the day, sitting, waiting to see what does happen with the jury?
Yes, so he does. He will just sit there and wait. And it's one of the most stressful times, of course, for the former president to sit here and wait, knowing that just in the other room, a jury of 12 is deciding his fate.
If the jury doesn't reach a verdict, let's say by tomorrow evening, so Friday evening, do they go into the weekend, or do they kind of take off for the weekend and then come back Monday morning? Do we know how that's going to work?
So I don't know that the judge has indicated what will happen, but most likely this jury will go home, retire for the weekend, come back Monday. It's very, very unusual that court would be held during the weekend.
I want to ask your opinion on this, just based on your legal expertise here. Would it be out of the ordinary for the jury to convict on only some of the charges against him, or would it likely be an all or nothing situation, considering that we're talking about 34 counts that are all the same charge?
Right. So the jury is instructed there to consider each one of those counts individually. So they could return verdicts, guilty verdicts on some counts, not guilty verdicts on other counts. That sometimes happens in criminal cases. I don't think this is an all or nothing decision the jury is going to make. So they consider each count individually and decide whether or not individually the former president is guilty or not guilty of that charge.
Obviously, it's not clear yet if the jury will choose to convict Trump. My question for you, though, if there is that conviction, if he's found guilty, is he taken into custody right away and brought over to jail? Do we know that answer?
No, we don't know that answer, but it would be highly unusual if he were taken into custody after the verdict, right? At this point, he would, if he were convicted, he'd be convicted of whatever counts. And then there would still need to be a sentencing. So the court would set a date for sentencing, typically sometime in the future. It would be very unusual if he were taken into custody then.
And I asked you this, I would say, a few days ago, but overall, when you talk about sentencing and what's at stake here, legally speaking, what is at stake for Trump? Again, not speaking politically, but legally.
Sure. So, well, he could be a convicted felon. He could face potential jail time. Again, each of those counts carries a maximum of 4 years. So that's really what's at stake for him.
All right, Grant, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and help break all of this down for us. Is there anything else you want to add about really any of this before I let you go?
We're seeing what our all the way grade school through high school, our government teachers were telling us this is how our government works, and we're seeing this play out each day in front of us.
All right. Thank you again for being here. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right, I do want to take you back out to this live image that we do have outside of the courthouse. We saw the former president arrive, I would say maybe 30 minutes ago. He walked up to the cameras inside the courthouse and did make a few brief comments there. We played them for you live as they did happen, and I'm sure we'll play them for you again later on today. But again, that is a live look outside as day 2 of those jury deliberations now officially underway. Do want to pop up a look at the stock market right now as the market is open for the day, starting off the day in the red, and hey, it's still there, down about 0.88% or 338 points. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 9:37 on the East Coast and 6:37 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to take you back inside of the courthouse there in Manhattan. Day 2 of jury deliberations officially getting underway in that Trump hush money trial. Now, if you're not too familiar with all the basics, I do want to kind of go over it as, again, this is day 2 of those deliberations. Now, during the first day of deliberations, the jury did have 4 requests. Jurors want to rehear a tabloid publisher's testimony about a 2015 Trump Tower meeting where he claims a plan to squash negative stories about Trump was discussed, as well as Michael Cohen's account of the meeting. The jury also requesting to hear the judge's instructions once again, and we know that they went on for more than an hour yesterday. The jury did just return here at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The trial did consist of 4 weeks of testimony from nearly 24 witnesses. Trump faces 34 counts of falsifying business records, and the charges stem from payments made to allegedly prevent stories from surfacing in the final days of his 2016 presidential campaign. That includes to adult film star Stormy Daniels, who testified during the trial, as did Trump's former lawyer and fixer Michael Cohen. The defense does not have to prove anything, it's important to note that, or convince the jury of Trump's innocence. They only have to convince at least one juror that prosecutors have not proven Trump's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. We have been checking in with our Fox 5 New York team now all throughout the morning. Robert Moses filing this report to break all of this down. This report from a bit earlier this morning.
This morning, the court reporter will read aloud from the trial transcript portions of testimony from the first prosecution witness, former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker, and the last, Michael Cohen. About 3.5 hours into their deliberations, jurors sent a note asking to rehear some of the testimony from Pecker and Cohen. The requested testimony includes what the men said about a meeting with Donald Trump at Trump Tower in 2015. Pecker bought the rights to and then suppressed negative stories that could have hurt former President Trump's candidacy during the 2016 campaign. Pecker opted not to pay for Stormy Daniels' story, though he told Cohen about it. Cohen paid her to stay quiet on behalf of his boss, who then reimbursed him the basis of the 34 felony counts the former president faces.
Mother Teresa could not beat these charges.
Jurors also asked to rehear some of Judge Juan Merchan's instructions surrounding the laws that apply to this case. Yesterday morning, the judge spent more than an hour telling the jury to put aside their personal biases and not hold the former president's decision to not testify against him. To convict on each count, the jurors must all agree that the former president created a false record or caused someone else to, and that he did so intending to violate or hide a violation of state law that makes it illegal, quote, to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. Notably, though, the jurors don't have to agree on what those unlawful means were. The former president spoke after deliberations concluded yesterday. He was asked if he believes he has a fair jury.
It's very unfair is that I'm not campaigning in this room all day long, from morning to night, in the Biden witch hunt. Take a look at where the people come from.
That appeared to be a reference to the 7 men and 5 women who now hold his fate in their hands.
It's a disgrace. This thing ought to be ended immediately. The judge ought to end it and save his reputation.
Robert Moses, Good Day, New York.
All right. Thank you so much, Robert. We appreciate that. And of course, we do know that we've been hearing from Robert, checking in with him and with Fox 5 New York on a regular basis. They are covering this from the get-go, and he's really been covering it since that trial did begin. We'll continue to check in with him each and every day there. Do want to remind you that day 2 of those jury deliberations now officially underway. You can see that sidebar right there on the left-hand side of your screen, as we are going to kind of go over the basics here and keep you updated on everything that does happen inside the courtroom. The time now is 9:43 on the East Coast, 6:43 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news from across the country and the world. Now, if you've been with us all throughout the morning, you know it's been a busy one, and there's a lot more to get to. So I do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but coverage coming up on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you out to Grindavik, Iceland. This is a live look as that volcano is erupting once again. This all began, I would say, about 24 hours ago as we started to see the lava kind of shooting up into the air. But this is the 5th time that we have seen this volcano erupt since December, and we know that a state of emergency has been declared. Again, that is a live look over in Iceland. Alex Hogan kind of breaks down how all of this has played out over the last several months.
Another state of emergency in southwestern Iceland after a major volcanic eruption, the area's 5th in the last 6 months. It started early Wednesday afternoon when a 1.5-mile-long fissure opened up. It's part of the same volcanic system that forced the evacuation of the coastal town Grindavik, about 30 miles south of Iceland's capital, in November. Lava was seen shooting into the air, leading the popular Blue Lagoon geothermal spa to evacuate its facilities.
Fountain activity is usually most powerful in the beginning. It abates very slowly, and maybe in the next 24 hours, most of these lava fountains would be lower.
It comes after hundreds of earthquakes shook the region this week. Grindavik has largely been empty since January, but on Wednesday, officials say they gathered up residents who stayed behind as scientists warn that it is possible that the latest eruption could continue for days and even weeks.
So far, all the people at risk have been evacuated, that the evacuations were really effective, well managed, and I think there is no lives at stake.
The same area has seen significant damage from lava flow over the past few months. Previous incidents impacted the region's heating, closed roads, and in some cases, destroyed homes. To prevent more damage, man-made barriers are put in place to push the lava away from key infrastructure. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much. And I do want to stay international right now as we do get to the latest details out of Israel right now. This is actually a post from the Israel Defense Forces that was posted a bit earlier on this morning. We are following this, Israel saying that it shot down a cruise missile reportedly fired from Iraq. The Israel Defense Forces posting on X or Twitter, depending what you call it, saying the aerial defense systems intercepted the missile, quote, from the east. Now, in the past, the military has described attacks from Iraq as, quote, from the east. The Iron Dome also intercepted a, quote, suspicious aerial target from Lebanon as sirens were sounding in northern Israel. We also have some sad news coming in out of that region here. Let me pop up this image. As this did come in from the IDF there, 2 Israeli soldiers have died after a car ramming attack near the West Bank. The military announcing the deaths of those soldiers, both of them 20 years old. After the attack on troops, the Israel Defense Forces said it launched a manhunt for the suspect. Now, the Times of Israel and Hebrew media reporting the suspect eventually turned himself in to the Palestinian Authority's security forces, but no name or anything of that nature has been released so far. Also want to show you this video, as we do know a mile-long terrorist tunnel route has been uncovered in eastern Rafah with dozens of anti-tank missiles and weapons inside. The Israel Defense Forces providing those details and that video right there on your screen. The IDF saying a tunnel shaft was located just feet away from the Rafah crossing, branching off into several different routes with several blast doors and a hideout. So as you can see, a lot of different information that is coming in this morning as those developments do continue. We're following all of it and making sure to bring you all of those details as we do get them. I also want to pull this up for you on your screen right here. We got this update from COGAT as they said that yesterday, 335 humanitarian aid trucks were transferred to Gaza. 5 tankers, that's 267,000 liters of fuel designated for the operation of essential infrastructure in Gaza, entered Gaza yesterday. And as far as aid to northern Gaza, a total of 41 trucks were coordinated and transferred to that area. There was a brief update from COGAT a bit earlier on this morning, and I do want to play that for you here, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox. Now, on the other side of that, our very own Stephanie Quinue will be in the hot seat with your top stories, breaking news, and live events.
This is both on record and on camera, and we'll take questions, a few questions here, and then we'll go out to see the inspection. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shimon Friedman. I am the international spokesperson for COGAT. On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated one of the worst massacres in recent history. It murdered, raped, kidnapped, and mutilated innocent civilians, and every day since it's reaffirmed its cynical disregard for human life, both of Israelis and of Gazans. Israel, on the other hand, while fighting vigorously against this barbaric enemy, has worked to minimize the impact of the war on civilians, and this is true in regards to our military operation, but also in terms of our humanitarian effort. There have been a few updates in terms of humanitarian routes and inspections that I'd like to cover, but I would like to say that one thing hasn't changed, and that is our humanitarian policy. We've continuously been working with the international community to increase the ways in which we facilitate humanitarian aid. So I'd like to review a few of the facts and a few of the changes which reaffirm that Israel is committed to abiding by our obligations according to international law and our stated policy that there is no limit on the amount of humanitarian aid that we are willing to facilitate into the Gaza Strip. There are several places where aid is being inspected and several ways in which it's making its way in. So in terms of inspection, we've increased the amount of inspection points to further increase our efficiency and to make sure that aid is making its way thoroughly and quickly. The necessary security inspection that the aid goes through does not stand in the way of humanitarian aid making its way into the Gaza Strip. It just stands in the way of dangerous materials making its way to Hamas terrorists. We've set up inspection at Nitzana and here at Kerem Shalom. There's also inspection happening at the Ashdod port, in Talkumia in Judea and Samaria, and also the trucks that come in from Jordan are being inspected as well. In terms of the maritime route, that aid is being inspected in Cyprus before it makes its way into the Gaza Strip. In other words, security is taking place in lots of different places in order for us to build the significant capacity for inspection that we have today. In terms of crossings into the Gaza Strip, in addition to Kerem Shalom where we are right now and crossing 96, in recent weeks, been operational for months. In recent weeks, we opened 2 additional crossings in northern Gaza, the Erez crossing and the western Erez crossing as well. In addition to those, we also have aid making its way. We've had aid coming through the maritime route and also airdrops of aid. So all these different routes together are what allow us to bring large amounts of aid into the Gaza Strip. As you know, this week we began facilitating aid from Egypt through Kerem Shalom again. Aid trucks make their way from El Arish through Rafah to here at Kerem Shalom where they're inspected, and then once they are inspected, they go onto the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom where they wait to be picked up by the international organizations. In terms of the amount of aid that we've seen make its way into the Gaza Strip, since the beginning of the war, we've seen over 30,000 trucks of aid making their way into the Gaza Strip, carrying, among other things, around 450,000 tons of food. In the month of May, the daily average number of trucks making its way in has been over 350 trucks. For context, in April, that number was around 300. In other words, that we saw an increase in the amount of trucks and aid making its way into the Gaza Strip in the month of May. And I know that there have been other numbers been publicized by different organizations, but those numbers do not represent the full picture, because those organizations are privy to information regarding their own trucks and the aid that they're bringing in, but there are several different organizations working in the Gaza Strip. There's also, as we mentioned, there's the Jordanian route, there's the maritime route, there is airdrops of aid. So all of those different aspects are what allow us to have a better understanding and a more holistic picture of the amount of aid that is coming in, and that's why we're very confident in the numbers that we see, because we see the full picture of what's coming in. Israel remains committed to facilitating aid and working with the international community to see the aid make its way to where it's needed, because we understand that our war is with Hamas and not with the people of Gaza. I'm happy to take a few of your questions here, and then we can continue as we go for the talk. Yeah.
A key question. The UN provides the vast majority of food for Palestinians inside Gaza. They say they are not given access through the northern crossings. Why are UN trucks and supplies not being allowed in through Erez and the deal there?
So as I said, we work with many different organizations, not only with the UN. And the UN, we work with them in different places. The WFP is a big partner with which we work in northern Gaza with the different Erez crossings, with the aid that's coming from the Ashdod port and so on. We are more than willing to coordinate with the different organizations, and and once they coordinate with us, we're happy to facilitate those
I mean, they say they're
movements.
trying to get aid in through any route possible, so why are they not getting aid in through? Are you saying it's their fault that they're not getting aid in through?
I'm saying that
Gaza?
I don't know who specifically at the UN you're referring to again, the WFP.
The WFP,
so the WFP, we coordinate together with them, and they are bringing aid in through northern Gaza. Flour from the Ashdod port, for example, is coming in through the Erez crossing. So I'm not quite sure how additionally to answer that. Yes.
So the UN and aid agencies say it's extremely difficult to collect the aid and distribute the aid inside Gaza because of the military offensive in Rafah. So you still believe it's not your obligation to guarantee the distribution of aid?
So in terms of distribution has been an issue since the beginning of the war. And while we've taken many steps to increase our distribution capabilities, as you heard from Ami a few minutes ago, but opening additional crossings, opening additional inspection points within those inspection and crossings, increasing manpower, extending working hours. So we've taken lots of steps.
Part of inspection, not distribution.
I understand. So the point I'm making here is that we've taken many steps to improve our logistical capabilities so that we can inspect the aid and deliver it into the Gaza Strip. Unfortunately, the international organizations haven't taken similar steps to increase their distribution capabilities. Distribution is
because you're not guaranteeing, the conditions there.
So we work with the international organizations. There are hundreds of coordinations happening each week in order to coordinate their movements and assist them in distribution. But there are fundamental logistical problems that they have not fixed. For example, bringing in additional trucks to distribute the aid. They've brought in, I think, around 15 trucks since the beginning of the war, and we've been encouraging them to do a lot more than that. That isn't going to be enough for their distribution. So in terms of improving distribution, there are logistical problems, and those need to be improved. Of course, delivering aid in a war zone is not a simple task, and we don't minimize that at all, but that's why we work closely. We have a coordination cell with international organizations so that we can coordinate their movements, so that we can help assist them in distributing the aid. Yes?
Maybe I didn't catch that. Regarding the numbers, how many trucks did enter the two northern crossings, and can you give a percentage, like how many trucks enter through the north and through the south?
So the vast majority of the trucks coming in come through here in Kerem Shalom. I would say probably around 200 to 250. The numbers in the north are closer to around 80 a day, something like that. And then there's the other additional routes as well. Yeah.
OCHA put out a statement about the challenges they have in logistics in Gaza in coordination with Israeli authorities. Obviously, I assume Kogat. 26 were denied access, 21 were impeded, and 29 were canceled. Of the missions classified as impeded, delays of up to 7.5 hours. In one incident, the driver was arrested, stripped naked, and detained at an Israeli checkpoint, and some other descriptions. And what is your kind of reaction to?
So I don't want to respond directly to a report that I haven't read, and of course I believe everything you've read out to me, but I would only respond to it once I could read the report. But I will say in general, in terms of the coordination and improving coordinations and movements, since the beginning of 2024, the approval number has been around over 85% of movements have been approved. Of coordinations have been approved. Of those that have been denied, some of them are for security reasons, for the safety of the organization itself. We are, again, more than willing, I think that number speaks for itself, more than willing to coordinate additional movements if that's what the organizations want. That's what we have the coordination cell together with them. And with many of the organizations, we speak on a daily basis. We have scheduled meetings in order for us to assist and coordinate these movements with them in the Gaza Strip. Yeah. Okay. I'll start with the end of your question, just because I also discussed it with Ami when he went. The treatment that the trucks get here is the same treatment. They go through the same inspection and they make their way onto the Gazan side of the border. I want to make sure that that's clear. In terms of opening up to the private sector, we are constantly looking for additional ways to bring food and other humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. One of the ways, also encouraged by the international organizations, by the way, was to open up for private sector trucks as well. Now, these private sector trucks, some of them are being used, and some of these suppliers are being, the aid and the produce is being purchased by international organizations from these private sector trucks, and then that is being distributed as aid, and some of it is going in as goods, again, at the request of international organizations and as a part of our effort to increase the amount of food making its way into the Gaza Strip. I do want to make clear that there is no prioritization of the private sector. We are prioritizing aid. What we want to see is as much aid as can make its way into the Gaza Strip, and that is what we are prioritizing. We are also facilitating the entry of the private sector as well. Yeah.
Forgive me, but your colleague just said that a commercial truck is worth about $7,000 to them, and an aid truck only $2,000, and that makes the difference. That does sound like the prioritization of commercial trucks.
I don't think, again, that's why I clarified it with him. I don't think he was speaking about the crossing here. He was speaking about interests on other sides of the border. But in terms of the treatment that the trucks, in terms of coordinating them, in terms of the inspection that they get, the treatment is the same. And in fact, when we look at coordinating daily amounts of trucks, we prioritize the coordination of aid.
Could you ask him to clarify what he meant? Because it is obviously quite a serious
we can try and
really helpful if he would explain it, because, you know, he's on...
Yeah.
You said there are approximately 250 trucks per day here in Kerem Shalom. According to UN today, the delivery of the aid shrank by 2/3 since the beginning of the military operation on May 6th. Is this number, like, on a daily basis present also now? And how do you reply to this?
So the numbers, I think yesterday we were around 330 trucks that entered the Gaza Strip. The day before we were around 460 trucks. As I said, there is a difference between the numbers that the organizations report and the numbers that we report, because we look at the picture in a wider lens. We know what's going in for the UN, for example, but also for different organizations, what's coming in from the Jordanian route, what's being airdropped, what's coming in through the maritime route, and that allows us to have a larger amount, understand the bigger picture and know the actual number of trucks that are coming in.
Regarding the airdrops, does that undergo inspection by Israel?
It goes through inspection, and Israel is involved in the process. Last question, and then I'm happy to continue answering them as we tour. We just have to also make our way out.
We've
Yes.
heard that the commercial trucks that are passing get armed escorts once they're in Gaza. Do you know who those armed escorts are, and tell us?
What happens in terms of the aid once it's picked up on the Gazan side is not something that I can comment on.
For example, we saw some events of trucks in so there's some kind of, there were armed men surrounding the trucks going into
The trucks coming in?
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily where those were coming from and if they came from, where specifically they were coming from. If there is local security on the Israeli side, again, I can't comment on the security proceedings. Okay? So any further questions we'll answer as we go for a tour. Please follow us out.
All right, so that was an update that you just heard regarding the very latest out of Gaza. But I do want to share this with you. This is a live look of the Israel-Gaza border right there. And I do want to share some breaking news. As the Israeli military said earlier today, 2 soldiers were killed in a car ramming attack in the occupied West Bank. Now, this comes as the Gaza Health Ministry said an apparent Israeli strike killed 2 ambulance crew members on their way to evacuate casualties in another area. Israel's military also says that it has seized control of a strategic corridor along Gaza's border with Egypt to cut off smuggling tunnels. The capture of this corridor could complicate Israel's relations with Egypt, which has complained about Israel's advance toward its border. Israel says the corridor contains many tunnels that have funneled weapons and other goods for Hamas, despite a years-long blockade imposed by Israel and Egypt. Egypt says any increase in troops in the strategic border area would violate the country's 1979 peace accord. It already has complained about Israel taking over the Rafah border crossing, which is the only crossing between Gaza and Egypt. Meanwhile, Israel also further expanded its presence into the southern Gaza city of Rafah, where hundreds of thousands have been seeking shelter from fighting and where intensifying violence in recent days has killed dozens of Palestinians. The military said that a 5th brigade, up to several thousand soldiers, joined troops operating in the city on Tuesday. Earlier Wednesday. A top Israeli official said the war was likely to last through the end of the year. And again, for the very latest, as Israel's military says it has seized control of a strategic corridor running along the length of Gaza's border with Egypt. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has the very latest from Tel Aviv. We do want to play his latest report for you right now.
In an unexpected announcement, Israel's national security advisor said the war in Gaza will continue for another 7 months. This as top U.S. officials are urging restraint from the Israeli military as it continues to operate in Gaza's southernmost city of Rafah, and for their counterparts to develop a plan for when the war is over.
In the absence of a plan for the day after, there won't be a day after. If not, we'll have chaos, lawlessness, and a vacuum.
With international pressure growing on Israel, the country has maintained a mixed relationship with the Biden administration. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not without friends in the U.S. Today, he met with Senator Lindsey Graham, who pledged U.S. support for Israel as the International Criminal Court pursues an arrest warrant for Netanyahu and his defense minister.
I promise you that we will do all we can, Mr. Prime Minister, to hold the ICC account for this outrage against the people of Israel.
As Israeli troops operate in Gaza, today capturing the Philadelphia corridor that sits along the border between Israel and Gaza, there is a renewed focus on support for Palestinian civilians, an effort that suffered another setback when the U.S. was forced to stop aid deliveries to Gaza by sea, as the $320 million American floating pier was rendered inoperable by harsh weather conditions. The Palestinian Authority health minister on Wednesday called on the international community to step up pressure on Israel to open the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt, an area that is now controlled by Israel.
I would expect that all our friends and the international community to press hard.
Dark smoke could be seen rising from Rafah Wednesday as reports say Israeli troops are now fighting in the center of the city. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
All right. Thank you so much, Trey, for that report again filed from Tel Aviv, Israel. We do also want to share this live look with you. This is a live look again at a volcano in Iceland that has erupted once again. This is in southwestern Iceland. It has erupted for the 5th time since December. And take a look at the lava, red hot molten lava spewing once again. It's threatening the coastal town of Grindavik, and again, it has led to the evacuation of the popular Blue Lagoon geothermal spa. So again, this is a live look as this volcano continues to erupt. Again, evacuations of that town of Grindavik underway. Now, the eruption began in the early afternoon following a series of earthquakes north of the town of 3,800 people. Again, that town was largely evacuated back in December when the volcano erupted after centuries of being dormant. And again, just an incredible show of just how powerful nature is. You can see just how high that lava is spewing into the air, and you can also see some of the smoke there from the volcano as well. Now, the activity did begin to calm down yesterday evening. The eruption was estimated to be the area's most vigorous so far. Lava shooting 165 feet into the air. Now, barriers built to protect the town deflected the flowing lava that cut off 2 of the 3 roads leading to town, and it was close to reaching the 3rd. The mayor actually talking to the national outlet there, and it says, quote, it's a much larger volume that's on the move right now headed for town. So I did want to share this with you again as we continue to follow this very closely. I also want to play the very latest report from Alex Hogan again as people are seeing their 5th volcanic eruption since December. Again, as we have been sharing, the town of Grindavik has been evacuated. So I did want to play that latest report for you right now.
Another state of emergency in southwestern Iceland after a major volcanic eruption, the area's 5th in the last 6 months. It started early Wednesday afternoon when a 1.5-mile long fissure opened up. It's part of the same volcanic system that forced the evacuation of the coastal town Grindavik, about 30 miles south of Iceland's capital in November. Lava was seen shooting into the air, leading the popular Blue Lagoon geothermal spa to evacuate its facilities. It comes after hundreds of earthquakes shook the region this week. Grindavik has largely been empty since January, but on Wednesday, officials say they gathered up residents who stayed behind as scientists warn that it is possible that the latest eruption could continue for days and even weeks.
All right, so we did want to share that look with you once again. Again, this is a live look at the volcano erupting, and again, that lava spewing high into the air, erupting as high as 165 feet into the air. So obviously a very dangerous situation, which is why evacuations are currently in place for the residents of the town of Grindavik. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Thank you for watching us and making us part of your day. We appreciate it. Time right now is 10:12 Eastern, 7:12 Pacific. After the break, we continue to follow the Trump verdict watch again as jury deliberations are now in day 2. We're going to bring you the very latest as well as a live report with Fox News Channel's CB Cotton about what happens if an appeal were to be in place. All of that coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at the exterior of the courtroom right here as this is day 2 of jury deliberations in former President Trump's hush money trial. Again, jurors will continue deliberations for a second day after asking to rehear potentially crucial testimony. Besides asking to rehear testimony from former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker and Trump's former lawyer and personal fixer Michael Cohen about a 2015 meeting with Trump at Trump Tower, the jurors also requested to revisit at least part of the judge's hour-long instructions that were meant to guide them on the law. Jurors also want to hear Pecker's account of a phone call he said he received from Trump in which they discussed a rumor that another outlet had offered to buy former Playboy model Karen McDougal's story that she had a year-long affair with Trump in the mid-2000s. Trump has denied the affair. Now, the 12-person jury deliberated for about 4.5 hours yesterday before Judge Merchan dismissed them for the day. Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records at his company in connection with an alleged scheme to hide potentially embarrassing stories about him during his 2016 presidential election campaign. We do want to bring in CB Cotton with Fox News Channel. And CB, can you break down for us what Trump's appeal process would be if he were to be convicted?
Hi, Stephanie. Great to join you. As you were laying out for the viewers, so much to watch with the jury this morning. But as for the appeals process, former President Donald Trump would have 30 days to file an appeal. And legal experts tell us Trump's team would likely waste no time filing one. The appeal would go first to the New York Appellate Division, where Trump's legal team would likely request a stay of any sentence, such as jail time, until the appeals process plays out. It would be entirely up to an appellate judge on whether that request is granted. But Fox News contributor and George Washington Law School professor Jonathan Turley says if there is a conviction, the judge may take into consideration that Trump is a former president.
He's under the control and constant supervision of the Secret Service. There's no need to have home confinement or restrictions pending any sentencing, and he's going to immediately appeal anyway.
As for the grounds which Trump's team could appeal to have a possible conviction overturned, one of the theories which has been discussed by Fox legal experts is for Trump's lawyers to argue that testimony from adult film star Stormy Daniels was prejudicial. During the trial, Trump's defense team said Daniels' recounting of an alleged sexual encounter with the former president had, quote, nothing to do with this case. And during Daniels' testimony, Trump's lawyers called twice for a mistrial, but were denied by Judge Juan Merchan. Trump's lawyers may also try to seek an appeal on the grounds of the novel legal strategy being used by prosecutors here. Trump is again charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records. This charge, Stephanie, is typically a misdemeanor under New York state law, but prosecutors allege those records covered up a second crime, the violation of a state election law, which forbids a conspiracy to aid an election by, quote, unlawful means. This appeals process could take months or even longer, and it likely would not be completed before the November election. Stephanie, just last week, the New York Appellate Division upheld Judge Juan Merchan's decision to not recuse himself from this case, so there's a lot more to watch here. Back to you.
Absolutely. CB, thank you so much for that live report. We appreciate it. And again, you are taking a live look at the exterior of the courtroom now. Just a short time ago, we did hear from former President Trump as he walked in, making a number of statements. And we, of course, will continue to watch the very latest developments again as we are now in day 2 of jury deliberations. Meantime, coming up at 10:30 Eastern, so in just about 10 minutes or so, we're going to be speaking with a criminal defense attorney about what to expect. Also, recapping the 2 notes that the jury sent to the judge and what the significance of those requests are. So again, we will have that conversation for you coming up in just about 10 minutes. Meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We have a number of other major events that we are going to get to. We're going to dive into all of that after this 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 10:22 Eastern, 7:22 Pacific, and we have a live event that we do want to get to. This is actually going to take us to South Africa right here. Again, this is a live look. What is happening is that South Africa's Electoral Commission is holding a briefing on the progress made following Wednesday's national elections. And this election process is very significant because right now the long-ruling African National Congress is below 50% of the votes. This is counting continues today. This raises the possibility that the African National Congress might lose its majority for the very first time since it came to power under Nelson Mandela at the end of apartheid back in 1994. So right now, about 20% of the votes have been counted and declared. But again, results continue to come in, and the final results of a vote could bring the biggest political shift in South Africa's young democracy. Again, all of these results expected to possibly take days to count. So we are going to pot up the sound and listen in.
And specifically to let us know, does the IEC cover the cost of those auditors in the process? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Diane Hawker from Deutsche Welle. The question relates to the IEC staff and the training that they received. A lot of the complaints that we've been hearing from members of the public and also issues witnessed on election day, it did seem like there were issues in terms of the understanding by staff in different voting stations as to what should happen if the machines didn't work. Some people were told, no, we can't continue, or in some stations we heard of voting stopping completely when it shouldn't have. Is the IEC concerned, or does it have any comment on the level of training that it gave its staff ahead of this election?
That's about it. May I request Peladi, are you done, Sissy?
Sorry, can I ask a question, please? Rachel Savage from The Guardian.
I can't hear you. Can you just raise your voice properly?
Rachel Savage from The Guardian. I was wondering if I could ask a follow-up question about turnout. Is the IEC able to give us a more precise projection of final turnout, and can you say for sure whether turnout increased compared to the 2019 national elections? Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Please let us not repeat the questions. I'm only going to take the questions from the online platform as we wrap up. CEO, I see a lot of waving at the back. Peladi, do you have any online questions, please?
We've got two questions online. One is from Bongam Tembu from Lokshin FM. The IEC has vowed to take action after 474 out of 500 registered parties failed to submit audited financial statements. What actions will the IEC take against those parties going forward? The last one is from Ndivuo Mlaudzi, Future Stars Media. There had been reports of large number of voters being turned away just after 9 p.m., especially in the metropolitan areas. Has the Commission been aware of that? If so, what measures are being done to hold those accountable? 2, were more resources allocated to voting stations that had no longer turnout? That had no longer turnout of voters. I think, yeah.
Say that again, Piladi, sorry.
Yeah, I think
okay, read it slowly, let's hear.
So
what measures?
Were more resources allocated to voting stations that had, I think it's lower turnout of voters, not longer, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we get you. CEO.
Thank you for those important questions, and we appreciate them. The critique, or a critique of the Commission, and our view is that we should never be defensive. Is that we are going to listen to and observe the things that are being raised and deal with them from where they are raised in the best interest of the work we do and the work that this country expects that all of us will do. We note, though, that there is critique that is fair and critique that is not fair. But at this point, it doesn't really matter. And I want to really indicate something. I had, I had the opportunity this morning to hear parties that are contesting, answering journalists on television about where they are at. And they truly captured that moment well, not just for themselves, but for everyone who at this point is working hard in this election. Some of them said this is the most anxious moment for them. And they said, we want this work to conclude so that we know the outcome. That's where the commission is at. We are not looking at who's saying what and who's doing what. We are looking at, let's focus on this task. Let's get it done in a manner that will provide everyone an opportunity to deal with a complete picture.
All right, so we are listening in live to South Africa's Electoral Commission right now. They're answering questions from the media as they continue to tally the votes in South Africa's national election. Right now, about 20% of the votes have been counted and declared. So again, the final results could take days. The Independent Electoral Commission saying that they would be delivered at least by Sunday. And again, this is significant because at this point in time, with 20% of the votes counted and declared, that puts the long-ruling African National Congress at below 50% of the votes. So that raises the possibility that the African National Congress might lose its majority for the first time since it came into power under Nelson Mandela at the end of apartheid back in 1994. We're going to continue to keep a very close eye on this ongoing and live event. But meantime, I do want to transition to another major story that we are continuing to follow. And of course, that is the Trump verdict watch, as today is day 2 of jury deliberation. So again, jurors in former President Trump's hush money trial, they will continue their deliberations today for a second day after asking to rehear potentially crucial testimony. So yesterday, the jury submitted 2 notes to the judge. They asked to rehear testimony from former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker and Trump's former lawyer Michael Cohen about a 2015 meeting with Trump at Trump Tower. The jurors also requested to revisit at least part of the judge's hour-long instructions that were meant to guide them on the law. Jurors also asked to hear Pecker's account of a phone call he said that he received from Trump. So again, this is a 12-person jury. They deliberated for about 4.5 hours yesterday before Judge Merchan dismissed them for the day. Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records at his company in connection with alleged scheme to hide potentially embarrassing stories about him during his 2016 presidential election campaign. So again, jurors are taking a look at those 34 counts, having to render a verdict. I do want to bring in Dwayne Katz, who is a criminal defense attorney, to talk more about this. And Dwayne, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
So I first want to get to the testimony and the request that the juror asked of the judge. That's what they're going to be doing before they actually begin deliberating again. Can you kind of break down what the significance of those requests were?
Well, first they wanted testimony read back from 2 of the witnesses, from Pecker and from Cohen. And my guess is that they went back to the jury room and some of the jurors said, well, I think Pecker said this. And the other juror said, well, I'm not sure that he said that. I think he said this. So there's probably some dispute about what people remember him saying. So they want that read back to them to clear that up. I think that's the number one thing. The other thing is the jury instruction. They want the jury instructions reread. Now imagine you're sitting in a courtroom for over an hour. A judge reads these jury instructions to you. They're full of legalese. They're they're very complicated, and they get it read to them, and then all of a sudden they have to go back in a jury room and remember what they were read and apply them to the facts in the case. And I think they're going, I don't know what the heck those jury instructions were, because quite frankly, until I went to law school, I didn't know what the elements of a crime were. I mean, what are the elements? What's the mens rea? What's the mental state that they have to prove? And all that's in the jury instructions. And the average person has no idea what that stuff means. Now there are two lawyers on the jury, and I think that may help Trump, because I think they may explain to them, what these things mean.
So let's talk about those instructions, because like you said, most people were not attorneys, and legalese kind of goes in one ear, out the other. When it comes to those instructions, what do jurors need to focus on? Because again, this is legal. This has nothing to do with personal feelings or politics. You have to stick to the letter of the law. So can you break down what these instructions would be and what they need to follow in order to come up with a verdict?
Well, actually, it's what they're supposed to follow. Most jurors, when I interview them after a jury trial, they don't say, well, this one instruction said this, so that's what we did. They usually go on some sort of gut instinct, whether they think the person's guilty or not. I mean, that's what most jurors do. But what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to say, okay, now, did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump falsified business records? Okay. And that's the first thing, and did he do that? And then did he falsify the business records in furtherance of another crime? And then what was that other crime? And it's the most complicated set of jury instructions I think I've ever seen, in that this jury has to make, has layers and layers and layers upon legal decisions to make. And the instructions don't help at all.
Okay, so obviously there's going to be a lot to get to. How long, I'm curious, might all of this take before they once again start deliberating? I imagine that the judge would want to really be careful when outlining those instructions again. And obviously they're going to be rehearing this testimony. I imagine that would take a number of hours.
It's probably going to take a couple hours. The one thing is, none of this can change. So the testimony is the testimony. It's going to get read. The jury instructions are the jury instructions. The judge can't further explain them, because the jury instructions were what was somewhat agreed between the attorneys. And so he can't change them. He can't add to them. He can't explain them. So I think it's going to be a couple hours before they get to deliberating. Most juries want to finish the case and go home before a break, before the weekend. My guess is this will be done for sure by the end of business Friday.
So just in terms of jury deliberations, the judge dismissed the jury a little bit early yesterday, saying they could decide on their own whether they want to kind of extend these hours tomorrow. How late could these deliberations last today?
I can go, again, as long as the jurors all agree that, hey, let's go till 8 o'clock tonight or 10 o'clock tonight. And sometimes when they're close to a verdict, they will extend it to get to the verdict. Sometimes at the end of the day, they'll have a verdict and they'll all agree to go home and sleep on it and come back the next morning and have a verdict. So, you never know what juries are going to do, and jury trials work on a bell curve. Out of 10 trials, you're going to lose one you're supposed to win. You're going to win one you're supposed to lose. And the other 8 turn out kind of like you think they're going to. But this case kind of throws all the norms out the window.
Absolutely. It's very historic. So again, right now, what you're thinking is the typical jury wants to reach a verdict before, let's say, the weekend. So possibly by the end of Friday. When it comes to the two notes that the jury passed on to the judge, it was relatively early on in their day one of deliberations, within the first 3 hours or so. The timing of these requests, does that indicate anything to you in terms of how quickly they are processing and they're kind of delving into all of this?
Well, what it says to me is that they were extremely confused. I mean, they got the instructions, they went back to the jury room, and they started trying to figure out, okay, how do we do this? And they realized that nobody remembers really what was in the jury instructions or how to do things. They don't remember exactly what the witnesses testified to. And so they early on figured out that they're lost and that they need help, and they asked the judge for help.
So again, we've seen two notes already within the first number of hours of day one of jury deliberations. Could that set up for a pattern? I mean, could there just be a lot more notes? Are a lot of notes typical, or does it really vary when it comes to the jury itself?
It varies. I mean, again, the more complex the case, the more notes you're likely to get, because again, most of these people are lay people and they don't really understand what a lot of this stuff means and what they're supposed to do and what constitutes the crimes and how do you tell if they committed a crime and how do you know if it's a qualifying crime. And there's going to be all kinds of questions. And unfortunately, the judge has given them very little guidance. He wouldn't let Trump's witnesses testify about campaign finance law and what would constitute a crime under campaign finance crimes. He wouldn't give them an instruction that hush money payments aren't illegal, and they're not illegal. I mean, that should have been instructed to them that the fact that Trump paid Stormy Daniels was not illegal. And they got none of that.
So you were mentioning that this might indicate the fact that there are two notes and the fact that one of these requests by the jury is to ask for the judge to reread the instructions that he just handed them a number of hours prior to that. When it comes to confusion legally, does a confused jury help or hurt the defense typically? I mean, I know it's a very unique case-by-case basis, but when it comes to a jury not truly understanding, does that hurt more or does that help more?
Well, because they have to come to a decision beyond a reasonable doubt, if they're confused about how all this works and whether or not there was a crime committed or not, generally speaking, if they're completely confused, that would be good, because it would be hard for them to say that I believe beyond a reasonable doubt this person's guilty if they don't understand how to determine whether or not he's guilty. So, but with Donald Trump, there's an elephant in the room, and that's Donald Trump and his reputation, and there's a number of jurors, I'm sure, that don't like Donald Trump. And so, like I said, a lot of times juries go by what their gut feelings are, not about what the actual evidence is. And that could be bad for Donald Trump.
So let's talk about the option of a hung jury, because, you could there's the guilty, there's the not guilty, and there's the hung jury. Could that be likely, especially given the potential confusion in all of this, the lack of clear direction and understanding of the law? Could that actually be a possibility?
Absolutely could be a possibility. But what will happen is the jury will send a note back, said, hey, we're stuck. We can't come to a unanimous decision. And the judge, we call it in Arizona the dynamite instruction. It's the judge will give them an instruction that, listen, you got to go back in there and you got to do the best you can to come up with a verdict. And, and I've had juries that were hung that the judge gave the instruction and they came back and convicted. So, it's I don't like that instruction, but it's legal and they use it.
Dwayne, before we let you go, anything else that you're particularly interested in as we are now in day 2 of jury deliberations? Anything that you're keeping a very close eye on, or any specific requests that you are very interested in seeing whether that will come about?
it's always interesting when you have a jury out, the questions that come out. A lot of times the questions will give you an idea about which way the jury's going. So I'm interested to see what further questions they ask after being reread the instructions.
And we'll have to keep a very close eye on that. Dwayne, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us again. We, alongside you, are going to be watching all of these developments very closely. We appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
No problem. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. And again, you're taking another live look at the outside of the courtroom again. We did see former President Donald Trump and his attorneys walk in there just a short time ago. And again, we continue to follow the very latest developments as the jury resumed. They were resuming at 9:30 a.m., so just a little over an hour ago. Again, what is happening right now is that the jury is going to rehear testimony that they had requested yesterday. Again, if you're just joining us, the testimony is from former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker and also Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen. That testimony focusing on a 2015 meeting with Trump at Trump Tower. And again, as we were just discussing with Dwayne, the jurors also asked to revisit at least part of the judge's hour-long instructions that were meant to guide them on the law. As Dwayne was just sharing with us, the judge can reread them, but these instructions cannot be altered and he cannot further explain them. So again, Dwayne sharing with us that this may indicate that, in fact, the jury is a little confused on how to proceed because, again, these instructions have a lot of legal jargon in them. So, again, that could, as he said, take a number of hours before the jury is able to once again deliberate. And, of course, you can count on Live Now from Fox to keep you up to date on every detail and update for you. What we're going to do now is we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We have another live event, I believe, out of Houston that we're going to head to in 2 short minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And we do have a new event, this out of Houston, Texas. And I do want to pivot to that right now. Again, this is a live look at an event happening right now involving the Harris County Sexual Assault Response Team, talking about a report that recommended mandatory survivor-centered trauma-informed training for all members of the Houston Police Department's Special Victims Division. We're also expecting to hear from Miss Houston, who is a sexual assault survivor. She has joined this campaign to raise awareness about the complexities and prevalence of sexual assault and the barriers many face when reporting and healing from these crimes. I am going to pot up the sound so we can listen in.
Enfermeras médicas forensas, obviamente la policía, los fiscales del distrito y otros proveedores de salud mental aquí en la comunidad. Estamos comprometidos de esta misión porque por lo mínimo, sobrevivientes merecen una oportunidad a encontrar la justicia y ser tratadas con compasión.
All right. So as you can hear, this portion of this press conference right here is right now in Spanish. And we are going to continue to listen in as we are expecting to hear from Miss Houston, who is a sexual assault survivor. She has joined the Harris County Sexual Assault Committee, talking about their campaign, trying to raise awareness again about the complexities and the prevalence of sexual assault and the barriers that many face when reporting and healing from these crimes. And again, this is out of Houston, so there is a designated rape crisis center, and the leaders of the Harris County Sexual Assault Response Team are also part of this event. So again, we're going to continue to listen in. Meantime, we have another live event that we do want to get to. This actually takes us out to Jerusalem. So we are going to pivot to that. Again, we're going to continue to follow this very closely. As soon as it gets back into English, we will pivot. But this is a live look out of Jerusalem. This is the Pride and Tolerance March. And according to organizers of the march, this will mark its 22nd year under the banner Born to be Free, calling for the quick return of hostages still being held in Gaza. Now, we haven't been able to listen in because, again, this live stream just popped up. Also, we're going to actually head back to Houston as we do see that Miss Houston is now taking to the podium again to talk about sexual assault. So let's once again listen in.
It's supposed to be a cautionary tale. You always think your story will be different. It's happened to other girls, but it wouldn't happen to you. It couldn't. Until it does. Until it was me. In 2021, on October 16th, I started a normal day at New York University. My dream school. One that ended in tattered hopes when I was raped. It happened again on November 19th by someone who I once trusted as a friend. Wrestling with crushing rage and shame, I finally spoke up. I am here today to talk about my experience of speaking up by reporting the crime and the effects that it has had on my life. As I courageously walked into the NYPD, I was filled with emotions. Emotions that quickly went from fright to frustration when the first question was asked. What were you wearing? That question is the reason why I am here today. I decided in that moment that I had to turn this pain I was feeling into some sort of purpose. These types of victim-blaming questions are unacceptable, and the reasons why so many survivors stay silent. This contributes to the lack of accountability in society and why so many survivors continue to blame themselves. If someone's home is broken into and then they go to report it to the police, they are not asked these types of questions. So why, when someone's own body is broken into, are these questions being asked? After leaving the police station, I immediately regretted my decision to report. But that regret would soon escalate even more. After he was arrested on 8 counts of sexual violence, he was released for being so young. After all, how dare I try to interrupt a promising young man's education? But what about mine? After being unable to continue my education at NYU, I was told that I could just transfer if I did not want to be in the same class as my perpetrator. I soon transferred to Rice University in the fall of 2022, but my journey in the criminal court system was not over. After a year and a half of my case being in the hands of the DA's department, it was dropped without me even knowing. I tell this story because I'm a survivor and my voice matters. Regardless of if a survivor reports, regardless of if a survivor finds justice in the criminal court system, regardless of if a survivor even told anyone what happened at the time, their voice is worthy to be heard. We cannot depend on the criminal justice system to make it whole, but we should be able to depend on the community that surrounds us to help aid in our recovery. I believe Houston to be the greatest city in this country, but I also believe Houston needs great reform in the way we treat survivors. This is where the Houston Area Women's Center can help benefit this city. As Miss Houston USA, I've made changing the conversations around sexual assault my advocacy. I cannot thank the Houston Area Women's Center enough for all the work they do to help survivors and our community. They have transformed the way survivors in Houston are able to access help that they so desperately need in arguably the most challenging moments in their life. The only way that Hawk can continue helping Houstonians is through community aid. Financial assistance is necessary to make this possible. Together, we are changing the narrative surrounding rape, domestic violence, sex trafficking, and sexual abuse. And you may be wondering why I'm using the word rape. But I would like you to ask yourself one question. Why are we more scared of the facts than the coward who walks free? The facts are that 30% of female college students report having been raped. 1 in 3 Texans will be victims of sexual abuse, and 8 in 10 know their perpetrator. And this is just who reports. Less than 10% of victims report to the police.
We are listening right now to Miss Houston as she is talking about raising awareness about the prevalence of sexual assault and the barriers that a lot of individuals face when reporting and healing from these crimes. Miss Houston using her platform also as a sexual assault survivor to bring awareness. We're also keeping a very close eye on the upper right-hand side of your screen as today is day 2 of jury deliberations in Trump's hush money trial. On the lower right-hand side of your screen is a live look at the Israel-Gaza border. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. On the other end, a lot more live events coming your way. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 10:56 Eastern, 7:56 Pacific, and we do want to take you to another live event, this out of New York City, as the UN Security Council is meeting. And I did take a listen during the 2-minute break. At that point, they were discussing the ongoing conflict in Syria. So I do want to pot up the sound and listen in.
The GER has referred to that through all modalities, cross-border or cross-line or direct. Since 2014, the cross-border operation from Turkey has provided a lifeline to millions of people in need in northwest Syria. Following the lapse, we all lived through this last year, of the Security Council's authorization for the operation, it continues. This operation continues to function effectively under the consent of the government of Syria, for which we're grateful. I welcome the recent decision, indeed, by the government to extend its permission of the use of Bab al-Salam and al-Raib border crossings for an additional 3 months until 13th of August of this year. I hope permission to use Bab al-Hawa will likewise be extended beyond the 13th of July, and that consent for the use of all crossings, indeed, will be provided for as long as humanitarian needs persist. They should be defined not by months but by needs. As I have emphasized repeatedly, also, cross-line deliveries are a critical tool for reaching people in need throughout Syria. And we remember the words of the Secretary General when we were meeting about the renewal of the cross-border operation. He emphasized the need for all forms of access to be provided for the people of Syria. Cross-line deliveries in the northwest remain, to use that word that we use so often, challenging, more than they should be. We've gone nearly a year now without such a mission. I'm encouraged by signs that a mission could go ahead in the coming days, and I hope it will generate some critical momentum for more regular deliveries, which we know are essential. I'm also encouraged, thanks to several weeks of effort and a show of commitment by all parties, for the cross-line assessment mission to the Aluk water station on the 21st of May. That water station, as you know, Mr. President, has been out of operation since the 5th of October last year, when multiple airstrikes in the northeast damaged the electricity network. And as the main water source for more than 610,000 people in the Al-Hasaka governorate, it's critical that its operation is restored ahead of the coming summer months. And as a direct consequence of the severe water, fuel and electricity crisis, women in particular are struggling to meet their hygiene needs, and malnutrition rates have risen dramatically in a direct consequence of the damage to that network. Another issue that has far too frequently been the subject of our discussions, and Gare referred to it, is the protection of civilians. Although the level of hostilities has thankfully subsided from its peak, fighting continues as a reality to many civilians. Syrian women and girls continue to be exposed to negative coping mechanisms, appalling levels of gender-based violence, including sexual violence, exploitation, and abuse. Daily fighting at its fiercest, as we've heard, in northwest Syria, continues to cause civilian injury and death, including children, and the damage that Gare also described of detentions and inhumanity. And it continues to harm the humanitarian response. A recent uptick in hostilities in Deir ez-Zor governorate in eastern Syria, in very close proximity to the UN hub and other humanitarian premises, damaged humanitarian assets and led to the temporary suspension of humanitarian operations. Not something that we wanted to see. Allow me to reiterate, therefore, Mr. President, what you've heard from me repeatedly over the past 3 years, and also from Gare. All parties have obligations under international humanitarian law to protect civilians and civilian objects. This includes taking constant care to spare civilians and objects, and including their humanitarian personnel and assets in the course of military operations. And it includes allowing access, rapid and unimpeded passage of relief, and the movement of workers. Mr. President, perhaps one of the biggest concerns for the months and years to come relates to underfunding for the humanitarian response. As humanitarian needs, as I have said at the beginning, continue to rise in Syria, as the poverty line continues to draw more people in, for all kinds of reasons that we will no doubt discuss. So does the importance of sustained support for the people of Syria in their humanitarian needs. And with the courage and resolve that I witnessed in the aftermath of the earthquakes last year and throughout my time in office, the humanitarian community doesn't walk away. We stay, we deliver as we can, as we must, as we should. This includes an emphasis on early recovery efforts. I was recently last week in Doha and Abu Dhabi and talked extensively to the authorities there about the need for funding for early recovery in Syria. It does, as Geir has described, it is an essential component not only for the welfare of people across Syria, but also to the planning and possibilities of refugee safe and voluntary return. We cannot do any of this without adequate funding. We've seen a steady reduction in funding levels over the past 3 years. 55% funded in 2021, 39% last year. We've had a good senior officials meeting in Brussels. We need a bit of time to see where those pledges go, but at the moment I have to say that we are, in the middle of the year, 9% funded for the humanitarian response plan for Syria. So it's never been this bad, and the needs have never been this large. We obviously are very thankful to the European Union and donors for their continued support. Many of the donors are here in this room. And of course, as usual, we always ask for more. Mr. President, the humanitarian response in Syria is essential to saving lives and alleviating suffering, but it is not part of and it cannot provide a solution to the crisis. The only sustainable solution, that's why I'm so pleased to be sitting next to the Special Envoy, is, as set out in 2254, via an inclusive Syrian-led political process that meets the legitimate aspirations of the people. And I want to take the opportunity in public, as I have said in private, to bear witness to the extraordinary work of Geir Pedersen on behalf of the Syrian people. He never stops, he never sleeps. Over the past 3 years, there have been moments when the greater good has, at least to some degree, overcome the political deadlock. That's what we hoped to see after those earthquakes, and we thought we had opportunities which have yet to be realized. When Syria was overwhelmed by the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, commitments made by all the parties allowed for the timely rollout and delivery of vaccines across the country. It can be done. The fact that it can be done and it isn't is a shame on all of us. The government of Syria adopted emergency measures after the earthquake, and the government of Turkey did the same, the earthquake affecting their people, allowing urgent access for relief efforts. Sanctions measures were eased. The flash appeal was fully funded. I think it was a standout achievement last year. The flash appeal was fully funded, and we're still grateful for the facilitation of our own access of our staff that continues to this day as a result of decisions made in Damascus right after that earthquake. And we have many, many cross-border missions as a result. Thank you very much. It's essential for our oversight of the process and our understanding of the needs. But, Mr. President, we cannot wait for the next appalling cataclysm to come to make genuine progress towards ending this catastrophe. As the economic crisis deepens, regional tensions, Geir referred to the war in Gaza, threaten the safety, security and prospects of the Syrian people. So I end, as I began, with the appeal to this Council to support the efforts of the Special Envoy and his work on behalf of all of us and on behalf of the Syrian people. This is the priority. Thank you very much.
All right, so we are taking a listen in as the UN Security Council is discussing the ongoing conflict in Syria, which is now in its 10th year, and it has led to more than 500,000 deaths and displaced about 13 million people, which is over half of Syria's pre-war population. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage after the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 11:08 Eastern, 8:08 Pacific, and we continue to monitor a major story of the day. You're taking a live look at the exterior of a Manhattan courtroom, and again, we are on Trump verdict watch as this is day 2 of jury deliberation. So no new information as of yet, as jurors are now hearing testimony again. This is after they issued 2 notes to the judge yesterday requesting to rehear testimony from former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker and Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen. The testimony is surrounding a 2015 meeting with Trump at Trump Tower. The jurors also yesterday asked to revisit at least part of the judge's hour-long instructions. Again, those instructions are meant to guide jurors on the law in terms of what they need to take a look at when it comes to deliberating. Trump is charged with 34 counts of falsifying business records at his company in connection with an alleged scheme to hide potentially embarrassing stories about him during his 2016 presidential election campaign. So again, before the jury can continue to deliberate, they are going to rehear that testimony that they had asked for yesterday. And then again, they are going to be listening to the judge as he goes through his instructions again that are meant to guide them on the law. Now, before the jury went into the courtroom for that testimony and those instructions, former President Trump did stop by and briefly speak with the media, and I do want to play some of his comments for you right now.
Are you nervous, Mr. President? How do you feel about the jury?
Thank you very much. I would say, in listening to the charges from the judge, who's, as you know, very conflicted and corrupt, because of the confliction, very, very corrupt. Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. The whole country's a mess between the borders and fake elections, and you have a trial like this where the judge is so conflicted he can't breathe. He's got to do his job, and it's not for me, that I can tell you. It's a disgrace, and I mean that. Mother Teresa could not beat those charges, but we'll see. We'll see how we do. It's a very disgraceful situation. Every single legal scholar and expert said this is no case. It shouldn't be brought, and it certainly could have been brought 7 years ago, not in the middle of a presidential election. It was all done by Joe Biden. This judge contributed to Joe Biden, and far worse than that, but I'm not allowed to talk about it because I have a gag order. Far worse than that, by 1,000 times worse than that. The worst I've ever heard, but I can't talk about it. It'll be talked about, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. But it'll be talked about in the history books. What's happening here is weaponization at a level that nobody's seen before, ever. And it shouldn't be allowed to happen. So I'll stay around here. This is 5 weeks. And 5 weeks of really essentially not campaigning, although I took a big lead in the polls over the last few weeks. Something's going on. Because I think the people of this country see that this is a rigged deal. It's a weaponized deal for the Democrats to hit their political opponent. For Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States. He's destroying our country. He's letting millions of people from jails, from prisons, from insane asylums, from mental institutions, drug dealers pour in. Venezuela, if you look at their crime statistics, they've gone down 72% in crime because they're releasing all their criminals into our country because of this horrible president that we have. And then they have a protest of Robert De Niro yesterday. He's a fool. He's a broken down fool standing out there, and he got maggot. He got maggot yesterday. He got a big dose of it. But I just want to say it's a very unfair trial. It should have never happened. If it was going to happen, it should have happened 7 years ago. As you know, Bragg didn't want to bring it. The Southern District didn't bring it. The FEC didn't bring it. This judge didn't even let us use the #1 election attorney. He's making the rules. He doesn't know anything about elections. He doesn't know anything about voting and vote counts. He doesn't know anything about this stuff. That's not his profession. We had the leading election expert in the country, Brad Smith, ready to testify. Wouldn't let him do it. They wouldn't let another gentleman who represented, and you know very well, you saw it. It was the worst I think I've ever seen anyone treated on a stand. Bob Costello. Wouldn't let him talk about all of the hundreds of emails that he was sent by a gentleman, another gentleman, who I can't mention because I'm gagged. Every time I speak to you, you ask me simple questions. I'm not allowed to give you the answer because I'm gagged by this judge. But we have a very, very serious problem here. I mean, our country's going bad. And remember, and let me just leave you with this. This is all because of Joe Biden and I don't even think it's him. I don't think he's smart enough to think about it. But it's the people that surround him in the office. They're smart. They're fascist, they're communists, but they're smart. And they're ruining our country. But we're going to win this election. November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take back our country from these fascists and these thugs that are destroying us with inflation and with everything they do, how stupid they are, allowing 15, 16, 17 million people into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. We're going to bring back our nation November 5th. Remember, most important day in the history of our country. In the meantime, this trial is rigged. Thank you.
All right, so that was former President Trump. And again, this is a live look at the exterior of the courtroom right there as the jury is back inside. Again, rehearing testimony and rehearing some of the instructions provided by the judge yesterday. They're going to do all of that before they continue their deliberations today. Meantime, we are going to head back to another part of New York City. This is a live look at the UN Security Council as they are discussing now. Prior to that, during our live coverage, they were talking about the ongoing conflict in Syria. Let's see if they're still discussing that conflict or if they have switched topics. Let's listen in.
Facilitating procedures for the coordination of UN requests and missions. The cross-line mechanism has also begun to show signs of life. Now, it is important to ensure the flow of aid and organized coordination on the ground in close cooperation with Damascus, using all available opportunities. We're greatly concerned about the progress of a new inhumane draft sanctions bill in the United States entitled the Assad Regime Anti-Normalization Act, which, if adopted, would once again affect Syria's most needy citizens first and foremost. In this context, the publication of a special United Nations report on the impact of sanctions on humanitarian activities in Syria remains highly relevant. Once again, we recall that the preparation of such reports, regardless of whether Western donors like them or not, is now the direct responsibility of the UN Resident Coordinator System and the UN Secretary General, a responsibility stemming from the UN General Assembly resolution on unilateral coercive measures as a means of political and economic coercion against developing countries. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Russian Federation for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United States. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Undersecretary General Griffiths and Special Envoy Patterson, for your sobering briefings on the political and humanitarian situation in Syria. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Martin Griffiths, as this is, as you heard, this is his last in-person briefing on Syria. And as we know, you are headed or have plans for retirement. So I do want to really thank you for your outstanding work as the Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, to thank you for your commitment and all of your efforts worldwide. You are an extraordinary humanitarian, and we will sorely miss you in these chambers. Thank you very much. Mr. President, The United States remains committed to the UN's provision of humanitarian assistance, including through cross-border and cross-line modalities in Syria. At Monday's Brussels conference, we pledged $593 million to that end. At the same time, we've made clear that reauthorizing the crossing at Bab al-Salam and al-Ray in 90-day increments is not a sustainable approach to addressing the scale of humanitarian needs in Syria. We reiterate our call for the Syrian regime to allow long-term UN access through Bab al-Hawa crossing well before the 6-month authorization expires in July. Syrians cannot be left hanging on the edge every few months. What's more, we must call attention to the desperate situation in Rukban IDP settlement in southeast Syria. For years, the regime and its Russian backers have blocked all UN attempts to provide aid to thousands of civilians living in Rukban. Now, the regime is cracking down on the commercial traders providing Rukban's primary source of food, basic medicine, and other necessity. Reports from Rukban indicate that food could run out within days. There's no justification for the regime in Russia stopping humanitarian assistance from reaching civilians in need. There's just no justification at all. The regime must immediately consent to the UN's request for access and stop blocking aid from those who so desperately need it. Colleagues, Syria's dire humanitarian situation, human rights violations, and lack of accountability for regime crimes and abuses, it is no wonder that Syrian refugees overwhelmingly believe they cannot return to their country. We thank countries in the region that continue to protect Syrian refugees, and we encourage all countries hosting them to uphold the principle of non-refoulement. It is clear that the Syrian regime has not created the conditions for a safe, voluntary, and dignified return. It is yet to guarantee humanitarian access or end its practices of disappearances, unjust detentions, torture, and death. It is yet to clarify the status of missing individuals or put a stop to mandatory conscription, and it has yet to respect rights related to housing, land, and property. In addition to these humanitarian and human rights concerns, the political situation in Syria remains untenable. We note the Bahrain Declaration's affirmation of the need to end the Syrian crisis in line with Security Council Resolution 2254. And indeed, we share the concern that Secretary General Guterres recently expressed to Arab leaders about the Syrian people's suffering, and we call on Council members to press the regime for concrete actions to implement Resolution 2254. That said, ahead of last year's Arab League summit, the United States expressed our belief that inviting Assad to sit at the same table as other regional leaders would do nothing to help the people of Syria and would not end this decade-plus long conflict. We remain skeptical that the Arab League's engagement with the Syrian regime will accomplish its objectives. Still, we continue to urge those engaging with the regime to do so in pursuit of the objectives of Security Council Resolution 2254. For our part, the United States will continue to support efforts to hold the Assad regime accountable for its atrocities and will continue to lead the way in providing assistance to the Syrian people. 13 years since this conflict began, it is long past time that the regime ends its intransigence and genuinely work with the opposition to reach agreement on a path forward for all of Syria. And I think a good place to start would be a return to the Constitutional Committee. Absent authentic and enduring progress toward a political resolution of the conflict, we cannot consider lifting U.S. sanctions. And let me reiterate the U.S. is concerned that the Syrian regime has allowed Iranian-aligned militia groups to operate on its territory, even as Iran provides these militias with advanced weapons systems, intelligence support, financial aid, and training. Iran's militant proxies and partners only seek to advance their own destabilizing agenda, and it is clear the Syrian peoples increasingly resent their presence. The United States will continue to work with our diplomatic partners to prevent further escalation in Syria and its neighboring countries. And we will continue to push for sustainable humanitarian aid and a sustainable political resolution to this conflict to give the Syrian people a taste of democracy, stability, and the freedom they deserve. And let me say to my Russian colleague, don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. You are carrying out an unprovoked war in Ukraine against the people of Ukraine, and yet you speak here about peace. It is a clear reflection of your commitment or lack thereof and your humanitarian concerns. And finally, I really want to ask about your commitment to Syria. What did you contribute to Syria's humanitarian needs or to Syria's recovery needs that you speak so strongly about? So let's not talk about hypocrisy in this room. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland. You have the floor,
Monsieur le
Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to begin by thanking Special Envoy Geir Pedersen and, of course, the Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator Martin Griffiths for their briefings and, above all, for their commitment. And this is one of your last meetings or last in-person meeting on the Council, Martin. I would like to thank you most sincerely on behalf of my country for all of your humanitarian commitments, and particularly with regard to Syria. I have personally had the opportunity to work with Martin in a number of capacities, and particularly, especially intensely in the last year and a half on Syria. And I very much appreciate the fact that we were able to work together after the earthquake. So thank you. You have always encouraged the Council to act for humanity and in defense of those most in need. So we wish you all the best for the future. I cannot imagine that you are truly retiring, but in any case, thank you, Martin, once again. Along with the Special Envoy, Switzerland remains very concerned about the lack of progress towards a political solution in Syria, particularly regarding the implementation of Resolution 2254 and the step-by-step approach proposed by the Special Envoy. It is regrettable that the momentum to relaunch a viable political process and dialogue between regional players initiated in the aftermath of the tragic earthquake of February of last year has faltered. It was truly an opportunity that we hoped could be seized. In this respect, we will continue to be ready to make our good offices available in Geneva for any initiatives or peace talks under the auspices of the UN. The most important issue is the urgent need for a political solution in Syria in line with Resolution 2254. The establishment of a nationwide ceasefire is a fundamental milestone in the resolution to consolidate peace. In view of the hostilities that continue to affect various parts of the country, such a ceasefire is more necessary and urgent than ever. For this to happen, Syrian territory must also be protected from the spread of the conflict in the Middle East.
We are continuing to listen in as the UN Security Council is discussing the ongoing conflict in Syria. Again, the conflict is now in its 10th year, and it has led to more than 500,000 deaths and a displacement of about 13 million people, which is over half of Syria's pre-war population. Switzerland right now discussing, and we will continue to follow these live events as well as a number of others after this 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And we do have an update that we wanted to let you know about when it comes to Trump's hush money trial. We have learned that the jurors are having to return to deliberations right now. Again, they were listening to some testimony that they had requested to rehear, and also they had asked the judge to provide instructions once again, as the judge had done so yesterday. So again, the jury is now back deliberating in former President Trump's hush money trial. They deliberated for about 4.5 hours yesterday, of course, without reaching a verdict. They had issued 2 notes to the judge requesting to rehear that testimony and also to rehear some of the instructions that he had just provided to them. The judge said it would take some time to gather that testimony, and so he did say that they could leave for the day early. But again, we do know that just moments ago, the jury is now back deliberating, and again, they are taking a look at the 34 counts that Trump is charged with. These 34 counts are for falsifying business records at his company in connection with an alleged scheme to hide potentially embarrassing stories about him during his 2016 presidential election campaign. And as we did so yesterday, as soon as we received new information, such as the jury has submitted a note to the judge, we, of course, are on top of all of the very latest information, and we will break in and share all of those updates throughout today as we are on day 2 of jury deliberations. Meantime, we're going to head back to the UN Security Council as they have been discussing the conflict in Syria. And so we are going to pod up the sound and once again, listen in.
Talented people, but also dedicated to the cause of humanity. Mr. President, since our last meeting, all indicators, including security, political, settlement, including security, political, humanitarian, economic component, continue to trend downwards for Syria. Despite misgiving that the parties have not been able to agree to a political settlement, there is still space to restart the process. In light of this, the A3+ would like to offer the following recommendation. First, the parties to the conflict must commit to reconvening the Constitutional Committee. The agreement to hold the 9th session of this committee must be fulfilled. Progress on the political track is indispensable for the plethora of pending issues. The A3+ calls upon all parties to constructively engage in finding a political solution to guarantee Syria's unity, Syria's territorial integrity, Syria's sovereignty. Second, we urge all refugees hosting countries to respect international law, in particular international refugees law. Conditions must be created to facilitate the voluntary, dignified and safe return of Syrian refugees and IDPs to their home. Third, we reiterate our call for a Syrian-owned, a Syrian-led political process under the auspices of the United Nations, in accordance with Resolution 2254. We therefore express our strong support to the effort of the Special Envoy and urge the parties to the conflict to engage in the Special Envoy's confidence-building initiative. Fourth, we firmly condemn the violation of Syria's sovereignty and call upon all actors to refrain from actions that trigger further escalation in the region. The A3+ is seriously concerned about escalation and miscalculation from the Gaza conflict and the impacts it could have on the stability and peace of Syria and the region as a whole. Mr. President, after more than 13 years of crisis, the humanitarian needs of Syria and the Syrian people are constantly growing due to the conflict, due to economic recession, and due to unilateral sanctions imposed on Syria. The A3+ regrets that the 2023 humanitarian response plan is currently only 31% funded, only 21% funded. The lack of adequate funding has disrupted humanitarian activities, with 13 million Syrians in need of life-saving support. We welcome the convening of the 8th Brussels Conference on supporting the future of Syria and the region, held in Brussels on 27th May 2024, and urge all donors to fulfill their commitment. The A3+ emphasizes the importance of the early recovery project vision of OCHA and calls upon all parties to collaborate with the UN system to ensure its success. The Syrian economy must also recover. Syrians cannot rely solely on the generosity of donors and humanitarian assistance. Economic sanctions must be lifted. The A3+, namely Guyana, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, and Algeria, calls for a genuine political process that addresses all challenges facing Syria today and helps the Syrian people meet their legitimate aspiration. All efforts should be aligned toward this objective, far from narrow political interest and calculation.
We continue to listen in to the UN Security Council as members are discussing the conflict in Syria. We are also keeping a very close eye on the upper right-hand side of your screen. That is the exterior of the courtroom where the jury in Trump's hush money trial has resumed deliberations for a second day. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look at the Israel-Gaza border. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 11:42 Eastern, 8:42 Pacific, and we continue to follow the major story of the day as jury deliberations are once again underway for a second day in former President Trump's hush money trial. And I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look. You can actually hear some of that ambient sound right there. It's a little bit loud. But again, this is outside the courthouse in Manhattan. And again, this is an area where Trump supporters are continuing to gather as, again, we are on verdict watch. And in fact, on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a number of individuals wearing the Make America Great hats right there. And you can see one of the flags as someone is carrying. So I did want to share that with you. Again, this is the outside of the courthouse in New York City. Former President Trump is inside. And in fact, he and his attorneys are currently waiting in a holding room inside the courthouse again as the jury has resumed deliberations. And this is a closer look at the courtroom right there. Again, jurors are once again deliberating this after they spent about an hour, 2 hours or so listening to some testimony excerpts. Again, yesterday they had requested to listen to some testimony, portions of testimony from former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker, and also some testimony from Trump's former attorney Michael Cohen. They also spent about half an hour rehearing some of the judge's legal instructions. And what happened was that two court stenographers reread portions of the testimony. One of the stenographers played the attorneys, one played the witnesses. They were sitting next to each other, no emotion, according to the Associated Press, as the two stenographers were reciting this testimony. So again, it was just literally the words, not the emotion behind that testimony. After the testimony wrapped up, the foreperson indicated that the jurors would like both headphones and a speaker to listen to recordings that there are in evidence. Former President Trump and his attorneys left the courtroom because, again, they obviously cannot be there as the jurors deliberate. So right now they're waiting in a separate room nearby. And again, they will continue to do so as the jury deliberates. So that is the very latest information as Trump was in the holding room. He took to his social media platform, Truth Social, writing, quote, "I did nothing wrong, exclamation point. In fact, I did everything right. The testimony in court was amazing for the defense." So again, he continues to speak out on his social media platform. We, of course, as we have done since the very beginning, will update you on all details as they come into our Live Now from Fox newsroom as we continue to follow very closely as the jury deliberates for a second day. Meantime, we're going to head back to another major event happening right now, also out of New York City. And again, this is the UN Security Council discussing, and as they had done previously, they were talking about the ongoing conflict in Syria. So we're going to listen in and see if they are still discussing that or if they have changed topics.
Ongoing risks to humanitarian workers. In this connection, keeping cross-border operation open should not be hampered by the political dynamics, so that continuous provision of health, nutrition, protection, education, and other critical services will be delivered to the Syrian people. Mr. President, transcending this vicious cycle is both urgent and necessary. All key stakeholders, both inside and outside Syria, should be pragmatic, realistic, and tolerant of each other to catalyze progress in this direction. In this vein, we believe breakthrough like reconvening the Constitutional Commission will spur a transformation and create momentum forward. Lastly, let me reiterate, the comprehensive approach is both the line with Resolution 2254 as well as based on the aspirations of the international community, including the long-suffering Syrian people. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. And let me begin by thanking Special Envoy Pedersen and USG Griffiths for their briefings. And on this occasion, Malta too sincerely thanks you, USG Griffiths, for your exceptional leadership and principled approach to humanitarian action. It has been a guiding light for us in these times of global humanitarian need. President, the humanitarian crisis in Syria continues unabated. Hunger continues to stalk millions as we witness increased malnutrition in Homs, Hama, and Aleppo governorates, alongside water shortages in rural Aleppo. The Syrian economy is in freefall, and the value of the Syrian pound continues to crash. Inflation has eroded the modest purchasing power that few Syrians had to survive. The impact of the Red Sea crisis has driven up sea transportation costs, with goods now reaching Syria later and their prices higher than before. These factors and the 14 years of conflict in Syria have made the population more vulnerable to climate shocks. Heavy flooding in the winter months and drought in the summer compound humanitarian needs. They erode the resilience of already fragile communities and manifest in public health crises and outbreak of communicable diseases such as cholera. As Malta has noted on many occasions, Syria remains a grave protection crisis, with the impact of this protracted conflict being acutely felt by women, children, and older persons. In the northwest, mounting security threats mean many emergency obstetric and newborn care facilities have suspended their services. Gender-based violence remains pervasive and child marriage on the rise. Within this context, Malta welcomes the extension of the border crossing points at Bab al-Salam and Al-Rai earlier this month. We reiterate, however, that all aid modalities must remain open for as long as they are required. Facilitating life-saving humanitarian aid must never form part of political negotiations. We must also see an expansion of cross-line aid delivery, funding for early recovery, livelihoods and resilience programming, and overall greater resources for the Syria Humanitarian Response Plan for 2024. As we welcome the outcome of the Brussels 8 conference, which we concluded earlier this week, and the pledge of some $8.1 billion in grants and loans for Syrians. President, turning to the political side, Malta commends the work of the Special Envoy in seeking to resume the Constitutional Committee. We remain deeply disappointed, however, by the lack of engagement from Damascus. The time has come to set aside differences over the venue and to schedule and hold the next round of the Constitutional Committee. The status quo is untenable.
We are continuing to listen in to the UN Security Council as they are discussing the ongoing conflict in Syria, and we have been hearing from a variety of members. We are also keeping a very close eye on the upper right-hand side of your screen again as the jury has resumed deliberations in former President Trump's hush money trial. Again, this is day 2 of jury deliberations. The judge dismissed them early yesterday after they had requested to rehear portions of testimony and also the judge's special instructions. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look at the Israel-Gaza border as the very latest developments from that region is that the Israeli army did say earlier today that 2 soldiers were killed in a car ramming attack in the occupied West Bank. Meantime, I also wanted to share this look with you. This is a live look as the Air Force Academy graduation in Denver, Colorado is underway. We're actually expecting to hear from Vice President Harris, who is scheduled to speak at this commencement. I did want to pot up the sound just so we can listen in a little bit. And again, I did want to share that with you because this is a live event. And of course, we have access to cameras all around the United States and the world. Just incredibly impressive to see the precision right there. So I did want to share that with you. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. I'm Stephanie Quinu. After the break, my colleague Mike Page will be in the hot seat to guide you through a number of hours of live events, top stories, and headlines. Time right now is going to be 11:53, just turning over right now, 8:53 Pacific. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to bring you Trump verdict watch right now. The jury continues to deliberate, and we'll continue to wait right here on Live Now from Fox. Earlier, we did see Donald Trump speak to the media. We'll play that out in a little bit. We'll also get legal analysis throughout the day to talk a little bit more about jury deliberations, the notes that are being sent, and what that all could mean. Of course, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't have a video or audio inside of that jury room, so your guess is best is what is going on as well. So we'll continue to follow it every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye, though, on some Trump supporters outside of the courthouse. We'll see if anybody comes to a podium, and we'll be bringing that to you as well on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, let's go out right now to Colorado, where the Air Force Academy, it is their graduation today, commencement happening. Vice President Kamala Harris is on hand. Let's listen for a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox.
A seed of mercy when others fall, a seed of forgiveness when they have been wronged, a seed of compassion when justice is prolonged, a seed of love that cares for their comrade in arms, a seed of commitment to do no unintended harm, a seed of sympathy for others' plights of view, especially for those who fall, those noble few, a seed of humility as they rise through the ranks, a seed of gratitude to always say thanks. For international partners and sister services too, may the seed of friendship always remain true. Now cadets go from USAFA, flying high into the sun. Class of 2024, God bless and well done. Amen.
All right. Thank you, Chaplain.
Graduates, take seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Richard Clark, the Superintendent of the United States Air Force Academy.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is an absolute beautiful day here in Colorado, and I want to thank all of you for being here as we celebrate the United States Air Force Academy Class of 2024. Today, we're honored to welcome the 49th Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, as our commencement speaker. Madam Vice President, thank you for making the trip, and thank you for honoring our Academy and our graduates. We're also honored to have the 26th Secretary of the Air Force, the Honorable Frank Kendall, the Second Chief of Space Operations of the U.S. Space Force, General Chance Saltzman, and his spouse Jennifer, the 23rd Chief of Staff of the Air Force and my classmate, General David Alvin, and his wife Gina, President of the Falcon Foundation, General Retired Steve Lorenz, the Commander of Space Training and Readiness Command, Major General Tim Shaba and his spouse Sandy, the President and CEO of the Association of Graduates and Air Force Academy Foundation, Mr. Mark Hilly, the Executive Vice Chair of the Association of Graduates and the Air Force Academy Foundation, Lieutenant General Retired Mike Gould and his wife Paula, our good friend and staunch supporter, Mayor of Colorado Springs, Mayor Yemi Mobilati, members of the Long Blue Line of the Academy, our local leaders, our community partners, and last, but certainly not least, my beautiful wife, Amy, who has been such a teammate, has given so much to this Academy and our class. Thank you, Amy. I want to thank all of you for your support that comes to our Academy from here in Colorado, in Washington, D.C., and throughout our military community. But now, Class of 24, here we are. It's our last time together, and I want to leave you today with one last joke, one last story, and one last selfie. Are you ready? Give me a pose. Hold on. Madam Vice President, could I ask you to join me in a selfie? Hey, I'm retiring tomorrow, so what, what do we got?
Okay, here we go.
Here we go, man. Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. All right, I'm taking the picture of my kids down and I'm putting that in its place. That's awesome. Just kidding, Milo and Zoe, I know you're up there. As far as jokes go, though, everyone always says that I tell dad jokes. They are not dad jokes. These are good jokes. I mean, do you know when a joke actually becomes a dad joke? It's when it becomes apparent. You see what I did there? So we spent almost 4 years together, and who would have imagined the experiences that we've had? It was inspiring, it was difficult, challenging, and it required some real grit and perseverance for the events that we could have never imagined, and other people can't even imagine. From day one, you dealt with uncertainty and knowing nothing about the experiences that you were about to face. It was anything but normal. Your parents, your family members dropped you off at USAFA 4 years ago during the global pandemic, and they couldn't even give you a proper goodbye. They basically had to kick you out of the door and keep driving. So there was a lot of uncertainty from day one. You endured the brain tickles of COVID testing, lockdowns and quarantines, virtual classes, eating with plexiglass partitions in Mitchell Hall. And you made hard sacrifices when you couldn't go home during Thanksgiving or spring break. But you still kept your heads up. Your attitude stayed positive, and you persevered. Me and my dog Cairo stayed with you in the dorms. We played ping pong, board games, video games. We even did carrier landings. I got in a little trouble for that. But watching you through these challenges, I learned early on in your time at USAFA that you have a great ability to lead through uncertainty and overcome adversity. And those traits will prove invaluable throughout your career in the Air Force and Space Force and throughout your lives. Equally valuable will be your development as leaders of character. Always remember to put integrity first and live honorably in every aspect of your lives. Put service before self and lift others to be the best possible version of themselves. And always strive for excellence in all you do as you elevate your performance and your team's performance towards a common and noble purpose. Never forget what you've learned, and remember, your character is your destiny. I also want you to remember one of my favorite sayings, which I attribute to the legendary Air Force Academy football coach Fisher DeBerry. If you see a turtle sitting on a fence post, you know it didn't get there by itself. Let's take a moment to thank your families, your friends, your sponsor families, and your support networks, because they have supported you throughout your lives and your time at USAFA, and I'm grateful for them for giving us amazing men and women to join our academy. I know you are too, so let's give them a huge round of applause. Now that's an applause. But your families were not the only investors in your development. The cadet wing led by your commandant, your air officers commanding, and your academy military trainers who ensured that you had the finest military training and the ability to foster a culture of dignity and respect. So you will be ready to effectively lead your teams into future conflict and win our nation's wars. Your dean and her faculty ensured you had the academic background and critical thinking skills to solve the vexing problems that will characterize great power competition that we will face in the coming years and decades. Your athletic director, your coaches and trainers ensured that you are fit to fight and ready to compete on the fields of friendly strife, so that on other days, on other fields, you will bear the fruits of victory. Your flying training group and your Space Force element ensure that you are space-minded airmen and air-minded guardians who will dominate the high ground in the future battles. And finally, none of this happens without the 10th Air Base Wing, who ensures we have the food, facilities, security, medical care that we need to accomplish our mission. Team 10 truly is the lifeblood of the Air Force Academy. There are many others, to include my incredible headquarters staff who had major roles in the development of the amazing young warriors who sit before us. So to everyone who is part of Team USAFA, I say thank you for investing in these leaders of character for our Air Force, our Space Force, and our country. There is one more person who I must recognize, and he is this class leader of character exemplar, Major Leroy Homer, Jr. For those of you unfamiliar, each class at our academy selects an exemplar whose qualities they hope to emulate. Every time someone says the class year 2024, they will shout the name of their exemplar. Leroy graduated from the academy in 1987, just a year after I did, and I knew him as a friend. He was the co-pilot and first officer aboard the hijacked United Airlines Flight 93 on September 11th, 2001, which crashed into an open field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Leroy's actions, along with the rest of his crew, and the passengers on board demonstrated exactly what it means to be a leader of character when they kept the terrorists from their intended target of the U.S. Capitol. He stands as a symbol to you and a reminder for the next generation of how we will never forget. Thank you, Leroy, and thank you to his family for being a part of Team USAFA and the class of 2024. Before I close, I promised you one more story. And I learned about this one when our family lived in South Dakota. The Lakota Native American tribe was known for having the greatest and fiercest warrior of any tribe in history. As part of Lakota warrior development, every 4 years, the Red Shirt Warriors, the most elite warriors of the tribe, extended the invitation to a select few to be tested and admitted to the special group. In the first test, the young warriors demonstrated their combat skills, but the last test was one of endurance. Each warrior was sent out without food or water and only a knife in possession for their protection. They were instructed to climb all the way up a sheer cliff and recover a red sash that had been tied to a stone at the very top of the mountain. When they returned, they were asked to hold one end of the sash at the top of their head and let it drop to the bottom of their feet. If the sash extended to the ground, the warrior gained membership and was considered a red shirt warrior. If the sash didn't reach the ground, they were not admitted, with no explanation as to why. What the warriors didn't know was that this was not only a physical test, but it was also a test of character. Because one sash was located at the top of the mountain, while another red sash, but a shorter sash, was located halfway up the cliff and easily found. If a warrior returned with a sash that did not extend to the ground, it was clear they had taken a shortcut. They were not warriors of character. You have also endured a 4-year test. And if you were given the Lakota test, I have no doubt that your sashes would all touch the ground. Today, you have your sashes around your waist, and you are absolutely ready to lead our Air Force and our Space Force as you support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I am extremely proud of what you accomplished, class of 24. And it was the greatest honor of my career to serve you at our academy. Thank you for being my class. Thank you.
And we'll continue to bring you the commencement in Colorado for the Air Force Academy. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Air Force Academy commencement continues.
Lieutenant General Rich Clark, for all he has done to shape this institution and the future leaders of our Air Force and Space Force. This is my third and final opportunity to share the stage at graduation with Rich Clark. Rich had an incredibly difficult job from day one, and he met every challenge head on, just as I expect from a former U.S. Air Force Academy linebacker. There's a monument at my alma mater with a quote from General George Marshall during World War II. I want an officer for a secret and dangerous mission. I want a West Point football player. When the Air Force needed an officer for the mission of leading the U.S. Air Force Academy through stressful times, we picked an Air Force football player who was more than up for that challenge. It's been my great pleasure to have worked with Rich for the past 3 years. Please join me in thanking Lieutenant General Clark for his exceptional leadership as a superintendent of the United States Air Force Academy. To the class of 2024, you should be immensely proud of your accomplishments. As General Clark pointed out, you have lived up to the qualities of your exemplar, and we have full confidence that you will continue to do so. As Leroy Homer's life demonstrates, some of our nation's most inspiring leaders have been graduates of military academies, beginning their careers on a foundation of discipline, integrity, character, service, and excellence. You are joining that select group and will be well prepared for the challenges you are sure to encounter. You are beginning your careers during a strategic competition that is the greatest challenge our country has faced in modern times, perhaps in our entire history. Driven by what our national security strategy calls our pacing challenge. That pacing challenge, the People's Republic of China, has designed and built its armed forces with the goal to deter and defeat the United States' ability to project power, particularly in the Western Pacific. That challenge and many others are waiting for you. Are you ready for those challenges, class of 2024? There you go. I believe you are. The Department of the Air Force was established in 1947 in the shadow of World War II, and the years since were not without conflict, but they have marked the most peaceful and prosperous era in human history. The United States military, working together with our allies and partners, has defeated regional aggressors, deterred direct conflict between great powers, and witnessed an explosion of domestic growth under a rules-based international order supported by and dependent upon American leadership. That heritage is under threat. Today, America is competing with those who seek to attack the self-evident truth that the power of government is derived from the consent of the governed, and replace it with a much more dangerous world based on the false idea that might makes right. Aggressive authoritarians are threatening and attacking freedoms within and beyond their borders. America, and now you, must stand ready to deter aggression and defeat it if deterrence is not successful. As of today, you are among the leaders tasked to meet this challenge. As officers, you will be responsible not only for your own conduct, but also for setting and enforcing standards, and for the operational readiness, culture, and command climate of your organizations. You will be responsible for applying rapidly changing technology to military operations. You will be responsible to the American people for the security and for the stewardship of the resources the American taxpayers provide into your trust. Most of all, you will be responsible for the American sons and daughters who will come under your leadership. As a leader, you will have more power than you may realize to shape your new organizations, for better or for worse. Always remember that it's not what you say, but the conduct you accept that will be the standard you have set for your team to follow. Our airmen and our guardians are our greatest strategic advantage. You are now a part of that strategic advantage. Our men and women in uniform are professional, trained, educated, equipped, and empowered like no other military in the world. They are motivated by the values and freedoms that as Americans we all hold dear. They, you, and all of us who serve swear an oath to uphold an inspired and inspiring Constitution. That oath places our allegiance in a democratic process and the rule of law, rather than a particular leader or party. My mantra as Secretary of the Air Force has been an old Army adage: one team, one fight. We are all part of a much larger team. Our military is battle-tested with joint experience and a network of allies and partners that share our interests and values, something our authoritarian competitors cannot match. So welcome to the team, my soon-to-be fellow old grads. Congratulations again, class of 2024. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce our featured speaker. Vice President Harris has said her mother often told her, "You may be the first to do many things, but make sure you are not the last." That advice and example is a fitting model for the leadership we know the class of 2024 will offer our country. I'm pleased to introduce a leader who has followed her mother's guidance and set that example. As Vice President, she has traveled all around the world to strengthen our alliances and partnerships. She's met with more than 150 world leaders. She has stood up for international rules and norms and our democratic values. From the Situation Room to military bases around the world, she has been a strong advocate for a strong U.S. military and strong global leadership, all in support of American security and American prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Good morning, and congratulations to the cadets of Air Force Academy class of 2024. To Secretary Frank Kendall, General Chance Saltzman, General David Alvin, Lieutenant General Richard Clark, and to all the friends and loved ones and sponsor families of these extraordinary graduates, thank you all for what you have done to support them in this journey. And again, I applaud all that you have done every day. In 2020, as a United States Senator, it was my privilege to nominate 5 cadets to this class: Lindley Davis, Elizabeth Deards, Kyle Motes, Noel Morani, and Jarixa Vega. And as Vice President, I know firsthand the excellence produced by this academy. With me here today is Lieutenant Colonel Deborah Starkey, class of 2009, the first Space Force Guardian to serve as military aide to the Vice President. Lieutenant Colonel Zachary Fulton, class of 2007, and Major Anthony Navaroli, class of 2013, who flew me here on Air Force 2. And since taking office, I have flown nearly 400,000 miles across continents with the help of graduates of this very academy. So it is my firsthand experience that this academy produces some of the greatest pilots in the world. Indeed. Cadets, today you join generations of Americans who have graduated from this extraordinary institution. And let us reflect then on what that has required of you. You survived Beast and Recognition, Triple Threats, and Core Astro. And many of you even made it through Saigon Hall. Many. Together, you also celebrated victories at Acceptance Day and Commitment, and at Ring Dance and Job Drops. And I am told, on occasion, you did some celebrating off campus as well. At Parkway, and at Dub House, mostly apparently on Thursdays. And I am informed that if you came back a little late and missed DI, or if you were one of the cadets who decided to, quote, borrow the superintendent's license plate, that today you could still have some tours to march off. Well, and I think your parents and family would be happy to know, you should know that I believe in the power of redemption. So to all whom this applies, listen carefully. I hereby waive any confinements and restrictions for minor violations of the cadet disciplinary system. You're welcome. Class of 2024. 4 years ago, you arrived here as strangers, and today you graduate as one class and one family, united in selfless dedication to service and to our country. I believe there is no more noble work that one can do than to serve our nation in uniform. On behalf of our Commander-in-Chief, President Joe Biden, and our entire nation, it is my honor to congratulate you on taking your place in the long blue line. Today you join the United States Joint Force, our sword and shield. Today you join the ranks of the United States military, warriors who possess extraordinary skill, discipline, and dedication. Today you join the greatest fighting force the world has ever seen. Next month, we mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day, that shining moment of Allied bravery and sacrifice, made possible because of America's air power. In the months leading up to the landings, it was our pilots, our planes, and our air crews that knocked the enemy from the sky. It was America's forces in the air that bombed train tracks and fuel depots to prevent Nazi reinforcements from reaching the front lines, and helped defeat tyranny and fascism in Europe. 80 years ago, over the beaches of Normandy, America won control of the skies, and we have kept it ever since. From air-to-air combat over the Korean Peninsula, to providing close air support in Vietnam, from our dominance in Desert Storm and the Balkans, to Iraq and Afghanistan, America's record of air and space superiority has been unmatched and unbroken. And today, around the world, our allies are in awe, and our adversaries in fear of America's dominance in the air. We see it on NATO's eastern flank, where our air patrols deter Putin from extending and expanding his war of aggression. We see it in Ukraine, where our weapon deliveries and missile warnings help the people of Ukraine defend their homes and homeland, their sovereignty and territorial integrity. We see it in the Indo-Pacific, where our presence ensures a free and open region. We see it in space, where America's military watchful eye protects and supports our forces. And we see it in the Middle East, where last month, when Iran launched an unprecedented attack on Israel, it was our air and space forces that mounted an unprecedented defense, along with our allies and partners. More than 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles were fired at Israel. And thanks to our airmen and guardians, 99% of those threats did not hit their target. Cadets, as it has been for generations, America's national security and global stability depend on our strength in the sky and space.
Right, everyone, you are watching the Air Force Academy commencement. Vice President Kamala Harris doing the remarks right now. We are going to take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll continue to talk about our biggest story that we continue to follow. And, of course, that is the Trump verdict watch. The jury continues to deliberate day 2 of the deliberations. When we come back, we'll continue to get some more insight and analysis, all right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us as we continue to bring you the day's biggest top stories, headlines. Remember, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered here as well. Well, of course, the big story of the day that continues, we continue to be on Trump verdict watch as day 2 of deliberations continue for the jury, and really all throughout the day and evening we'll be providing you insight and analysis from some of our guests that continue to come on to talk about this case and the jury process. And we do have another guest that we want to bring on here on Live Now from Fox. It's great to have criminal defense attorney Richard Serafini on with us. Thanks so much for being with us on Live Now from Fox as day 2 continues.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be with you.
Yes, it's great to have you here. So let's talk a little bit about this. Day 2 is underway. Jury deliberations have begun once again. They requested yesterday and got some of the testimony from one of the prosecution's first witnesses today. What can we kind of glean into that? I know it's so hard because we don't have a fly on the wall inside of that jury room right now.
Right. It is. It's very difficult to try and read the tea leaves of what the jury is doing. But clearly they were interested in the Karen McDougal aspect of the buy and bury scheme, or buy and bury aspect of the agreement between the National Enquirer and the Trump campaign. So that's what they wanted to hear about from David Pecker about, and that was reread to the jury today.
Yeah, now they are back in there continuing to deliberate. And when We talk about the jury instructions from a couple of days ago, and was brought up again yesterday. Is there always a concern as a defense attorney that the jury will just not understand the instructions completely and then maybe go on really maybe their own way?
Well, I think you really want it, and I think from a defense perspective, and also probably equally from a prosecutorial perspective, you want the jurors to understand and the jury instructions and to follow the instructions and to apply the law, the facts to the law as they understand the law. Now, what's a little bit anomalous in New York is that the jury instructions don't go into the jury room with the jury. In most jurisdictions, there'd be a copy of the jury instruction. So if there's any question about an instruction or an interpretation that the court may have given, the jurors can look right at the written instructions. New York doesn't do that. New York takes the view that only evidence is allowed into the jury room. The jury instructions not being evidence. Anytime there's a question, if the jurors can't work it out among themselves in their notes and their recall, they have to go back out and ask the judge to recharge on that aspect. A little bit antiquated, but that's how New York still does it.
Yeah, that's something to point out there, because really everyone in this whole country can read the jury instructions, but not these 12, like you pointed out right there. So that's a good insight there as well. And I want to ask you, Richard, as these deliberations continue, what are you going to be looking at for today when more notes may be passed back? And what will be maybe signs that maybe the jury isn't coming together on all of the charges here?
You know, I don't know that you can get really any signs. You look at it, and almost any time you get a jury instruction or you get a jury question, there are at least 2 ways, 3 ways to look at it. You know, I know when I have been tried cases, and there have been, whether I've been a prosecutor or a defense attorney, and there's a jury question that comes out. Sometimes you think, oh, well, this could be a good sign for me. Other times you think, oh my goodness, you know, we're going to lose the case. So it's really, without being in there and without understanding the dynamic of what's going on, each jury has a different dynamic. It's 12 different personalities in a room together, interacting together. So you don't know whether or not they've come to agreement on certain issues, and there's just 1 or 2 that are still outstanding, or whether they've come to agreement on nothing and they're still at the beginning. And that you just have no way of knowing. So it's really kind of a fool's errand to try and discern what's going on from questions that the jurors are asked.
Yeah, that is so true, and it's such a big dynamic as well. As like you pointed out, there's just so many different personalities in the room, and they're all coming together and trying to talk about this case from what they heard the last 6 weeks or so. And I do want to get your take here, as we, of course, know the options that could be presented. Donald Trump could be guilty on all the charges. Some of the charges he could have not guilty across the board, or it could happen where the jury just can't come together on a conclusion here. How many times do you think, if the jury is not able to come to an agreement, will the judge try to have them continue to work it out?
I don't know this judge's practice. As a general rule, judges will ask the jurors at least a couple, maybe even several times, to go back and to try and work together and to see if they can come to a unanimous verdict on some or all count. So at certain points, the jurors may come out and say to the judge, look, we just are hopelessly deadlocked. But I think you know, that is far away from even contemplating that. You know, we're talking about a jury that's really in its first day of deliberation. They deliberated a few hours yesterday. They had the charge as well as testimony read back today, and they started to deliberate another hour or 2 today. So they're really in the very initial stages of deliberation. We're a long way from talking about a hung jury.
Yeah, so true. And lastly here, I want to talk about Donald Trump as the defendant. He is very polarizing. A lot of people either love him or hate him. There's really no maybe in the middle. How hard is it for a jury here to be impartial when you have all of really the background of this person? Of course, he was president of the United States, and you've seen him on TV even beforehand with The Apprentice. How hard is that to distinguish when you come into this room and supposed to be impartial and just look at the facts of the case?
Well, I think this jury will be like any other jury. The question is not, do you know of anything about Donald Trump? Do you have an opinion of Donald Trump? But can you fairly evaluate the evidence and apply the law that is given to you to Donald Trump without letting any previous view of him, whether it's positive or negative, influence you? In other words, can you be an arbiter of the facts fairly and without prejudice, no matter who the defendant is, even though you're aware of this fellow, even though you may have feelings about him one way or the other? Can you push those to the side, and can you fairly serve as a juror in this case? These 12 jurors satisfied both the defense and the prosecution they could do that, and I assume that they are doing their absolute utmost in the jury room to live up to that burden and to that promise that they made to the court and to the attorneys and to the parties.
There we go. It's quite a process, and we continue to wait and see just what the jury will do. Richard Serafini, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You take care. And of course, we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll continue to wait for more updates as the jury continues to deliberate. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. And we are back for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us here today. We wanted to go back out live right now to Colorado. Air Force Academy commencement continues. Let's listen into the sights and sounds.
Class of 2024 and recommend each as worthy of the Bachelor of Science degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Candace L. Pipes, Director of Admissions, and Dr. Hal A. Taylor, Jr., Associate Dean for Student Academic Affairs and Academy Registrar, will now present the diplomas to the graduating class of 2024.
Will the distinguished graduates please rise and come forward to receive your diplomas? Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, joins us on stage to congratulate each of the graduates of the class of 2024.
The class of 2024's #1 cadet in overall performance and #1 cadet in military performance, Jonathan J. Lowe.
Luke Michael George Robinson.
Luke Joseph Anderson.
Daniel Gerardo Avila.
Samuel Benjamin Widman.
Gentry John Lamb.
James Morrison Leland IV.
Regan Brooke Hansen.
Alexandria Denise Griffith.
Isabel Constance Marie Dernlin.
The class of 2024's #1 cadet in academic performance, Taylor Hayes Edwards.
Emma Grace Dersham.
Rebecca Ann Wozniak.
Eileen Zhao.
Owen Michael Graham.
Jack Thomas Heller.
Madeline Lily Latendra.
Maya Grace Mandium.
Grace Ann Sublette.
Samuel John Brennan.
Shelby Ann Wood.
Aaron Michael Pigeon.
Massimo Alfredo Bergola.
Andrew Graham Schaefer.
Alexandra Renee Masher.
Abigail Elise Worley.
Isaiah Andrew Stickley.
Camille Darlene Beisch.
Jacob Thaddeus Monax.
Amanda Jo Schaefbauer.
Holtman Matthew Dunham.
Alejandro Posadas Nava.
Marion Vera Posner.
Sophie Brianne Callahan.
Emily Ruth Hoffman.
Sarah Madeline Treese.
Isabella Ann Mullally.
Gretchen Lorraine Knox.
James Patrick Christian.
Mason Ridge Bammer.
Brennan Parker Thompson.
Brandon Christopher Burrow.
Cole Julian Hegg.
Alexander Jonathan Simmons.
Abigail Elizabeth Cook.
Brett Matsutoshi Castro.
Bryce Allen Parsons.
Daniel Takeo Hayase.
Allison Marie Langenberg.
Erica Charlotte Gallus.
Peyton Riley Rawson.
Kinsey Emerson Etzelmiller.
Nathaniel Alexander Labar.
Cassidy Marie Kubra.
Cole Erickson Bidding.
Olivia LaRue Hilburn.
Logan Shea O'Brien.
Jordan Tyler Allen.
Angelina Marcine Locricchio.
Gabrielle Reagan Wilson.
Lissa Avery Cagle.
Caitlin Ann Keating.
Luke Benjamin Matlock.
Megan Elizabeth Dumont.
David Miguel Calvo.
Alexis Marie Try.
Holly Jean Boudreau.
Good job, Holly. Helen Chow Agee.
Christopher Michael Raffson.
Joseph Russell Kinnerson.
Savannah Lee Champagne.
Cassandra Helen Beisch.
Sean Michael Andress.
Aaron Irunda Loya.
Michael Fitzgerald Fay.
Daniel Jacob Smith.
Karen Anna Kuzinski.
Amber Maria Norman.
Justin Keelan Berry.
Kathleen Marie Geyer.
Wendell MacArthur Roberson.
Chase Arthur Clements.
Grace Teresa Trainer.
Isaac Myers Abramovitz.
Lance Edward Weston.
Ryan Heath Lilly.
Michael Patrick McAllister.
Andrew James Crawford.
Ha N Shin.
Giacomo Conde.
Jackson Alexander Cook.
Caitlin Donna Thompson.
Hannah Grace Castellan.
Adedapo David Adeboyejo.
Gregory Albion Estes.
Brock Edward Holmgreen.
John Pan.
Zachary James Holder.
Sydney K. Hayborn.
Good job, Justin.
All right, everyone, and we are going to be taking our final break of the hour. Congratulations to all of the cadets graduating today. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here all in real time. Do want to take you out to New York City right now. The UN Security Council meeting continues on the crisis in the Middle East. Let's listen, as always, on Live Now.
Well, this will be, after this, we are going to close the meeting. But I give them the floor. And then after that, I will close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, apologize for taking the floor, but it was just actually to pose a question. I believe this session is supposed to be about the situation in Syria, correct?
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. I now invite council members to informal consultation to continue our discussion on the subject. The meeting is adjourned.
All right, there we just caught the tail end of it all. And of course, we always got you covered on Live Now from Fox, trying to bring you as many different stories, live feeds. And of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered here as well. We continue, of course, to be under Trump verdict watch. We'll continue to give you the updates as they come in. In about an hour, we will be discussing what could happen if there is a guilty verdict or on the charges for Donald Trump and what that can mean to the former president. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that here for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to go out to Chicago, where just moments ago, the mayor and other city officials coming together to talk about mental health. Let's listen, as always.
Expanded its mental and behavioral health services. But like
many things in 1987 when he was removed from here. From 1987 to today, other administrations chose to close mental health services and mental health facilities. Our city went from 19 mental health centers to a mere 5. And we began relying heavily on our police and fire departments to respond to behavioral health crises. But that trend ends today. Today, my administration has taken an extraordinary steps to reverse the course and expand our city's system of mental health. We are standing here on the far south side to make it clear that we are prioritizing those who have been left behind and discarded by previous administrations. I'm proud to announce that my administration is going to reopen the Roseland Health Center that was previously shuttered by past administrations. But we are not just stopping here in Roseland. We are going to partner with the Chicago Public Library to offer services at the Legler Regional Library on the west side of Chicago in the Garfield Park community. And we're adding mental health services in the Pilsen neighborhood so that Chicagoans can receive mental health care at the same time that they are coming in for services at the CDPH Lower West Side Vaccine Clinic. Let's give it up for both of those additional neighbors. So these are three new spaces that represent the power of organizing and the power of community. Today is the culmination of a 6-month working group. And this process that has brought the community together, the city, the mayor's office, to create citywide plan for mental health system expansion. And it is the culmination of over a decade of organizing by fearless individuals who occupied mental health centers trying to save our city's clinics. I'm proud to stand alongside many of those partners and leaders today to present the working group's Mental Health Services Expansion Report. In addition to expanding clinical services, this report outlines our goals for a comprehensive and holistic mental health framework. We are working to ensure our city's care teams are mental health focused, alleviating the over-reliance on CPD and CFD in our mental health crisis response, and ensuring that everyday Chicagoans are aware of the services that we are offering in our respective communities. Over 400 community partners told us that they wanted low barrier access to mental health services in their neighborhoods, as well as to make sure that we are delivering in these spaces. And this year, we will deliver 3 new spaces to the people of Chicago. And finally, looking ahead in this report, you will also see that starting this year, that the city's care teams will be staffed by CDPH, while CPD and CFD will be phased out of our city's alternate response program. Because mental health crises and mental health crises calls deserve trauma-informed responses. And because our police officers and firefighters deserve to focus on holding criminals accountable and putting out fires and not responding to mental health crises, this is just simply the right and the smart thing to do. And the alternate response program that we are building will include professionals in the field, EMTs and community health workers who can lead a trauma-informed response, as well as connect Chicagoans to the services that we offer throughout the city. And this mental health system expansion has been a long time coming, you all. And yet there are many who thought that it wasn't possible. And many actually thought that it shouldn't be a priority. But it is a priority. And aren't you glad that there are people that are wrong and that there are a whole bunch of us that are right? Addressing our residents' mental health needs and improving our response to mental health crisis is critical for the future of our city and for all of our people. After 4 decades of closings, I'm proud to stand here today as we announce our first reopening. And this is just the beginning, you all. We will continue to link arms with all of you to realize the goals that are laid out in this important report. So I want to thank everyone from the city and beyond who have been instrumental in the creation of our report, as well as those who have been advocating for this work for generations. I look forward to our continued partnership. I'll continue to keep my brother Leon front and center and my daughter Braden in my heart as we build on this work today. And now it is truly my honor. It is really my honor to bring the chair of the city's Committee on Health and Human Relations. She's been a true champion, has fought multiple administrations, had to endure ridicule, experienced her own trauma advocating for trauma responses. But she never flinched, you all, never flinched. So please, you all, help me welcome to the podium the chairperson, the City Council's Health and Human Relations Committee, Alderwoman Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez.
It's been a long time. And we are here, and I was thinking about all of the times that we were told no. But we kept coming back. I really want to give a shout out and show my deepest appreciation to the Collaborative for Community Wellness. Despite started over a decade ago to reopen the mental health centers, and in 2020, together we introduced a council order to create a non-crisis, a mental health crisis non-police model. And we did it together. And from that time on, we fought like hell to be able to get the kind of care that our communities deserve. And we were told no way too many times. But movement did what movement needed to do, organize. And we organized our hearts out. And now we're here. We are finally reopening some of these mental health centers and creating a comprehensive system so that we can take care of our people as people deserve. I want to dedicate this moment to both Leon, Mayor Johnson's brother, and Irene Chavez. We are going to create the systems of care that are needed to keep people alive. And that is the most important thing. That is our task. I stand here today proud and moved to see our vision of Treatment Not Trauma grow into a thoughtful and detailed plan to deliver public life-saving health care to communities across Chicago. I continue to be inspired by the hard work, courage, and leadership of community organizers and advocates for helping us all imagine a world where we can truly care for everyone. I am grateful to Mayor Brandon Johnson's leadership and commitment to investing in Chicago's public mental health centers and to developing a non-police restorative first responder network focused on both prevention and treatment. It has long been time for our city to meaningfully invest in public programs that provide supportive structures of care for our communities. Treatment Not Trauma, at its core, is about creating sustainable public infrastructures of care to connect people in need to appropriate treatment and resources. The campaign leads with a vision for an integrated prevention and treatment-focused ecosystem of city-run mental health centers across Chicago's neighborhoods that includes a non-police and peer-supported mental and behavioral health first responder system. Over the years, the Campaign for Treatment Not Trauma has learned from programs across the country to inform our approach here locally, considering all of the specific challenges and opportunities we have in Chicago. The following report was written in collaboration with organizers, community partners, people with lived experience either working in or receiving care from Chicago's mental health centers, city departments, and staff. And a lot of them are going to look really tired because they have worked around the clock to make sure that we had this report ready. And I appreciate them so much for it. There has been so many late night calls. I'm deeply grateful for it. As we delve into the findings of this report, I invite you to consider not only the progress made, but also the work that lies ahead. Our city stands at a critical juncture, presenting us with an opportunity to build a robust system of mental health care. Your engagement and support are crucial as we strive to build healthier, safer, and more compassionate communities for all. Thank you. I am so sorry, you all. And now I want to invite to the podium somebody that came to Chicago to us in an incredible process that was a consensus that she was the most qualified and the person that we needed here to lead us. And I am so grateful to be able to partner in this work with Commissioner Ige.
To the good people of Roseland and Pilsen and West Garfield, I want to speak to you today. Allow me to be a bit emotional. I know that there is no one in the audience today who does not have a personal story of a friend, of a loved one, of a family member with a mental health issue. 30 years ago, when my mother was diagnosed with clinical depression, the only option that was available to us was electric shock treatment. And we couldn't even talk about it because there was shame, there was stigma. In 2020, when my 20-year-old woke up in the middle of the night with terrors in cold sweat, and it became a pattern of panic attacks, similar to Mayor Johnson, similar to Chairwoman, we have these stories of loved ones, of family members, of friends, of colleagues who have struggled. But the difference was that in 2020, I could pick up a phone and call somebody and talk to somebody. And now that 20-year-old, he graduated this summer from college. I am excited today because the folks that have been in the margins are now in the center. The communities that were not priority are now priority. Roseland is a priority. Pilsen is a priority. West Garfield is a priority. Being brown or being black in the city of Chicago is not a reason why you will be deprived of the services that you need. Yeah. That is the story today. That we chose to come here. The other story today is that today we can talk about mental health like it is normal. We do not have to be ashamed. People who look like me often feel like they cannot acknowledge that they have problems, that they have to weather the storm, they have to struggle through it, they have to power through. And today we're here to tell you, you don't have to do it alone. We are here for you. The Chicago Department of Public Health, we have chosen to come here and bring services here so that you do not have to be ashamed and you do not have to power through and you do not have to walk this journey alone because we have walked the same journeys. What does it mean to bring mental health services to the community of Roseland or Pilsen? What it means is that if you are a mother out there and your children are going through the same thing my children went through. They're having panic attacks. They're not eating. They're locking themselves in the room. They are afraid. They're depressed. They're having problems with substances. Help is available, and it is right here in your neighborhood. We want folks to know that if you have loved ones that have severe mental illness and they need medication management, we don't know how to use their medication, they don't know who to advise, there is going to be help right here. We want you to know that we're not just bringing therapists, we're going to bring therapists that look like us, that understand our culture. We have hired 19 different people, many of them black and brown, who will serve our communities with compassion. They are culturally competent, they feel it, they know it because they have walked in our shoes. That is what we're bringing here. And we're not doing it halfway, we're doing it well, excellently, because that is what our communities deserve. We are not announcing a location, we're announcing a state-of-the-art, best-in-class services for our community. When this place is done, it is going to be beautiful. I walked with the chairwoman and I said, this is my vision. We want people to experience government. We want people to experience health services that they are proud of, that the community can point to and say, this is ours. And it will be excellent, it will be beautiful, it will be compassionate, it will be culturally appropriate, it will be everything that you want it to be. And we are going to be working with you. So my promise to you is that we are going to take this journey together. We want to invite you to co-create with us. This is just an announcement of a location, but the design and the services and how we relate and how we engage with you, we want that to be done with you and by you. And so I am looking forward to a Chicago where everybody feels seen and heard, where the color of your skin or the money in your pocket doesn't determine the quality of care that you get. And that where everybody feels they can access the health services that they need, including mental health services. Thank you for your partnership, and it is going to be awesome. I am sorry, I got carried away. And now, I am going to introduce my co-conspirator, partner, friend, Arturo.
Sorry. I'm trying not to get emotional because it's been many years of struggle. First, I want to thank our elders who are with us today, who were here to resist the closure of the 12 public mental health centers, allowing us to remain with 5. That came because of struggle. We have these 5 to build from because of their efforts. We picked up the torch and we moved forward, and we created the Collaborative for Community Wellness to do our own research, to do our own advocacy, to introduce legislation in 2020 that for the first time created a non-police crisis response alternative when only a police-centered model was being presented to us as the only option. We pushed for the non-police system to be established, created, and allow us the opportunity to build from that. We worked together with our alders who were elected to reopen the public mental health centers, like Alderwoman Rosana, Alderman Byron Cincho Lopez. They fought with us in their first term to ensure that the administration will listen. And when they didn't listen, when the last administration didn't listen, we elected a mayor who did. Yeah. We have a champion who not only listened, but rolled up his sleeves and advocated for us from the 5th floor to ensure that Chicagoans can have access to quality public mental health system that can provide the care that everyone in Chicago deserves, so we can pass that forward to the next generation. So every Chicagoan can have the care that they deserve whenever they're dealing with a crisis, whenever they need to talk to somebody, whenever they need just to have the preventative supports to prevent the crisis from happening. These are the solutions that are created when you listen to the people. The Collaborative for Community Wellness developed our own report after we listened to over 400 community residents through 7 listening sessions throughout the entire city. Through our efforts to create the ordinance that created this working group, collectively, with the mayor's office, with city council members, we were able to gather that input and collectively create this report. Our work now is to ensure that it's successful, that we work in partnership with all Chicagoans to ensure that everybody has access to the quality mental health care that is a human right. That is what treatment, not trauma, is all about. Making sure mental health access is a human right.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us. So we are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us as always. Here's what we have coming up in just moments on Live Now. In Washington, D.C., we are awaiting the FAA administrator to be speaking on the issues that we have been hearing in the past about Boeing and the safety issues and making sure that they are being held accountable. We'll have that for you once it does get going on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're also, of course, supporting the Air Force cadets. The commencement is going on, and you can see the proud faces of the proud men and women here who are graduating today. Vice President Kamala Harris shaking the hands of the cadets as well. We're also keeping an eye on the State Department briefing. Podium is set up right now, and we'll be, of course, bringing that to you once it does get going on Live Now from Fox, everyone. So a busy afternoon, and who can forget? Oh yeah, we are also under Trump verdict watch in New York City, keeping an eye on all of the action that is happening. And of course, once we get more info from inside the court, we will bring it to you as always on Live Now. The jury has another 50 minutes or so of lunch, and then deliberations will continue as well. So we'll be always keeping an eye on everything here for you. Let's go out to Houston, though, where sexual assault survivors are speaking out today. Let's listen on Live Now.
To open this campus up, it will remain secure, and always the confidentiality of the residents will be protected. I also want to welcome you specifically to the Children's Enrichment Room. This room is where we support the children who live in our residential campus after school and in the summer. So in just about a week, this place will be bustling every day of the summer with children who are here to play and learn and be cared for. And we are really proud to do that work. I think many people don't realize how many of our residents on this campus are children. We are here this morning to do two very, very important things. First, we want to respond to the interim report of the HPD, Houston Police Department Independent Review Committee's report, which lists Hawk as a vital partner with a very important role to play in how victims are notified about the status of their incident report, and lists us as a trainer for all members of the Special Victims Division within HPD. That's unprecedented and extraordinary for us to be recognized at that level as a partner. We've long been playing that part, and we're proud to get that recognition. We are also here today to announce Mary Sickler, Miss Houston, as the spokesperson for our Survivor Speaks campaign. The Houston Area Women's Center has a very critical role to play in Houston, in the state of Texas, and nationally. When Hawk is at the table, survivors are at the table. Hawk is the city's designated rape crisis center. We provide comprehensive services to all survivors of sexual assault and sex trafficking. We represent survivors in efforts to improve community-wide response to survivors. And maybe most importantly, we work every day to prevent sexual assault from happening in the first place. In addition to being Houston's Rape Crisis Center, Hawk is also the presiding officer of the Sexual Assault Response Team, Harris County's Sexual Assault Response Team. The purpose of this team is to provide a multidisciplinary, collaborative response to all survivors of sexual assault that is individualized, trauma-informed, increases their safety, promotes a continuity of care, supports and empowers survivors while holding offenders accountable in a fair and just system. In both capacities, Hawk plays a critical role in Houston and throughout the region. Earlier this year, HPD let the community know that over 260,000 incident reports had been suspended due to lack of personnel. They've been coded in that way, starting in 2016. And in that large number included thousands and thousands of sexual assault incidents. We recognize the gravity of this situation and appreciate HPD's transparency and commitment to making things right. It is our intention to leverage this moment of reckoning to raise awareness about sexual assault and to elevate the voices of survivors throughout the process. We are committed to being at the table to advise on victim notification protocols, and we are already putting plans in place to make sure that all the members of HPD's Special Victims Unit are trained in a crisis response, trauma-informed, specifically designed training for them. We also want to leverage this moment for advocacy. We have launched a Survivor Speaks campaign. This campaign features a diverse array of courageous voices of survivors in both Spanish and English. This campaign aims to do nothing less than truly revolutionize the systems, protocols that survivors encounter when they are reporting or if they're not reporting, and to make sure that survivors are provided.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That event was coming from Houston, and what we are going to do, take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox, and when we come back, we'll get you out to the State Department briefing, just getting started. And we take you live right now to the State Department briefing, just getting started. The latest updates on the war in Israel as we continue to bring you coverage of the Trump verdict watch as well.
To avoid harming civilians and urgently expand humanitarian access to and inside Gaza. And this includes the provision of life-saving assistance, allowing fuel entry, and ensuring the safe freedom of movement for humanitarian workers. What I can say on the National Security Memorandum 20 and the process, and we spoke a little bit to this about when the report was released, is that this was a joint State Department, Defense Department report. It reflected input from across the interagency, including the intelligence community, including our embassies and consulates in the relevant countries that are laid out in the NSM, as well as input from NGOs and nonprofits. Relevant State Department bureaus, including, of course, the Bureau of Near East Affairs, as well as the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration, provided input. And I will also just say is that we stand by the National Security Memorandum 20 report. We are not an administration or a department that twists the facts, and allegations that we have are unfounded. But this is, as any report and as any process that is undertaken in a policymaking process, these processes are deliberative and they involve inputs from people at a variety of seniority and expert levels.
Thank you. I have a few other questions on other things, but...
Okay, great. Shannon, go ahead.
Further on the assistance to Gaza,
Yep.
with the DOD's temporary peer out of commission, has the U.S. engaged with Israel to try to get some of that assistance that's presumably sitting in Cyprus to come in through the port of Ashdod and then land routes?
We're looking at what other options might be available. So first, let me just say the peer part of the overall broader maritime corridor has proven to be crucial in delivering supplies, and we expect that the repair and the re-anchoring of this pier to happen as swiftly as possible. I know my colleagues at the Department of Defense are working around the clock, as is others across the interagency, to get that to happen. There is, of course, the warehouse in Cyprus. There is the port of Ashdod. There are the facilities on the beach side and other avenues like that. We think that those are viable options for the humanitarian aid commodities, and so we're continuing to consult with donor countries, the government of Israel, and other interlocutors on what might be feasible. But I don't have a new process to announce. Leon, so you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just hesitating. You said the part of this pier has been crucial to distribute aid to Gaza, but in fact, since it started, it's been having a series of issues and problems.
Leon, since it started, more than 100 metric tons of aid has been transported from the pier to a staging area where UN humanitarian groups distribute it to Palestinians. Of course, we want these repairs and the re-anchoring to happen as swiftly as possible, but it has been an important piece of our overall humanitarian aid efforts, and I know that across the interagency, we are working around the clock to rectify the challenges that were found due to some inclement weather. But we are doing everything we can to continue to open this process back up. We think it's been vital, but as I was mentioning to Shannon, there are some other components of this overall corridor, including the warehouse in Cyprus, Ashdod Port, other setups that we think are viable options for these commodities, and we'll continue to work on that process. Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
But the United Nations has said that aid has dropped by 67%. That's a lot of aid. I mean, since the operation in Rafah began. Doesn't that tell you that these, I'm sorry to call it this way, but band-aid kind of solutions, like the pier and so on, they have no long-term effect. They're subject to all kinds of weather or, mishaps or whatever it is. And the only way are really the, land crossings. Isn't that the case now? Isn't that the proof?
As I said when answering Leon's question, when the pier was anchored and functioning, it allowed the provision of 1,000 metric tons of humanitarian aid. Also, I was pretty clear up here, as has Matt, as has Secretary Blinken, when we were talking about the JLOTS process and it being established, that this administration is one in which we are pursuing an all-of-the-above approach when it comes to humanitarian aid. At no point since the onset of this conflict have we tried to make the case that a maritime corridor or a pier establishment of a pier system was meant to replace or supersede land route crossings, and that's why we continue to work around the clock to make sure that those land crossings are open as swiftly as possible as well.
I mean, you guys said time and again that it's not an alternative to land crossing.
Correct. But that continues to be the case.
Why not? Then why not bring to bear whatever abilities you have, whatever pressure you have on the Israelis to allow more aid to go through the crossings, the land crossings, or your Egyptians, your Egyptian allies, or whatever. I mean, whatever land crossing there is available.
We are
or can be
continuing to
available.
engage exactly in that kind of diplomacy to turn on and to open as many crossings as we can, and we'll continue to pursue that.
And do you feel that, we can see the reopening or the resumption of aid through these crossings anytime soon? Do you have a...
Said, it's important to note that aid is flowing among the crossings that exist. On May 29th, a total of 325 trucks crossed into Gaza. I certainly am not indicating that that is enough or enough to alleviate the dire situation in Gaza, but aid is flowing, and we are continuing to work around the clock with partners in Egypt and Israel to do what we can to make sure other vital crossings are open and can open as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, we're doing everything we can to repair and retrofit this pier and make sure that it can be re-anchored as swiftly as possible as well. And I'm sure my colleagues at the Department of Defense can speak to you a little bit more precisely about that process.
Now, there is a CNN New York Times investigation that determined that the weapons used in Rafah were American weapons, the GPU-39, whatever. Do you have any comment on that? Because yesterday, I think the Secretary said he was not sure yet whether it was American-made weapons and so on, something like that. So what is your position today?
So I'm going to let the IDF speak to their investigation, including what pieces.
I'm asking you about, is this a U.S. weapon, as far as you know?
Again, it is not for us to speak to. We can't speak to individual weapons loadouts to Israeli aircraft. So I will let the IDF speak to their investigation findings and indicate, including anything that they have to share about what weapons were used. I just don't have an assessment for you that on site.
And lastly, does it bother you guys when former officials, high-profile officials, like the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, writes on a bomb, finish them off, or when someone that's still, like a senator, U.S. senator, says drop a nuclear bomb on them and so on. I mean, like in a final solution kind of a thing. Does that really bother you? Do you feel disgust? Do you feel that, maybe you ought to issue a statement? If somebody said this about any other group of people and so on, I think you would probably be disgusted. You would say, this is terrible, this is awful. What is your position on what they say?
Said, Ambassador Haley is a private citizen, and what we're focused on is the diplomacy and the task at hand. We're focused on doing everything we can to get this conflict to end, to secure a ceasefire that is coupled with the release of hostages, a ceasefire that can be coupled with an additional influx of humanitarian aid, one that ensures Palestinians in Gaza are protected, have their humanitarian needs met, a ceasefire that will help identify a vision for the post-conflict of Gaza, a Gaza that can no longer be a springboard of terrorism, and a Gaza where Palestinians and in a separate state, Israelis can live with equal measures of security and prosperity. That's what we're focused on.
Can I just follow up on site?
Sure, and then I'm going to go to Abby because she's had her hand up patiently. Unless Abby wants to go, I'll let you.
Why can't you comment on whether or not this was a US bomb? Is that a matter of policy, or is it because you don't know?
Tom, we just can't speak to individual weapons loadouts on Israeli aircraft. That's not something for us to speak to. This was not a U.S. operation, and we are not. We don't have boots on the ground as it relates to this conflict. And I will let the IDF speak to their investigations and their findings. Broadly, of course, the United States has a broad and robust security relationship with the government of Israel. That is certainly no secret. But when it comes to speaking as it relates to individual operations, we're just not going to do that from the U.S. government. And I defer you to our partners in Israel to speak to that.
I mean, it matters, though. You're a spokesman for the U.S. government. If this was a U.S. weapon, as has been widely reported, and all the publicly available images are suggesting, there's obviously a locus of interest for you and potential responsibility given the catastrophic deaths and the way that people were killed in this incident after an Israeli airstrike. So I'm just trying to understand why. I mean, have you looked at the pictures? Do you have?
Tom, it's important. Let's not conflate multiple things here. First, as it relates to the origin of the weapon that was used, that is something that the IDF can speak to as it relates to their own investigations and whatever findings it chooses to make public or share or not. Separately, but related, regardless of the origin of this weapon and regardless of what the weapon was that was used, it is devastating to see the images and the videos and the imagery that we saw from over the weekend. And that is why we went to the Israelis as soon as we were made aware of this about answers, about how this incident happened, why the level of civilian harm took place, even though it was not necessarily the intent. We need to understand how this transpired, and we believe that understanding that will also continue to help the government of Israel and the IDF as it continues to conduct its operations. That is true. That is our belief, regardless of whatever the weapon of origin is, and that is something that our Israeli partners can speak to in their own investigation.
My question is just more about whether you know the origin of this weapon and you can't and won't talk about it, or whether you don't know.
That's just not something I'm going to speak to, certainly not from the State Department. What you're talking about, if you want to get very technical, is what the specific weapon used in a specific operation.
These images has established that it's an American weapon, so it just seems a slightly peculiar position not to be able to.
I'm just not going to speak to specific weapons payloads.
Okay, and just on the, I think there was a bit of confusion perhaps on Monday about the location of the tents and the fire and where the bomb or the bombs were dropped. And certainly the aerial images that have emerged since then appear to show the structures that were attacked very close to quite a lot of tents. The Palestinian journalist that took the photos of the tail fin and the electronics board of the weapon says that a child told him he found the electronics board in his tent, which would suggest a close proximity of the tent to the strike. So have you got any further 3 days on now about proximity?
We don't unfortunately have any additional information, Tom. That's something we're continuing to engage with our partners in Israel. We have been told by the Israelis that it is conducting an investigation. We want to see that happen thoroughly, swiftly, and transparently. And as I said, looking into these kinds of things, making these kinds of assessments are critical to ensuring that the IDF avoids similar tragedies in the future. Abby. Sorry.
The Secretary said yesterday that in light of the horrific consequences for their actions within Rafah, they have to consider whether the incremental gains made against Hamas are worth those unintended consequences. Does the administration believe that Israel is moving closer to that red line that they drew for reconsidering supplying U.S. weapons?
So look, as it relates to a major military operation in Rafah, we have yet to see such a one transpire. There has been an uptick in military operations along the Philadelphia corridor on the outskirts, but we have not seen a major operation as it relates to Rafah. We're going to continue to monitor conditions on the ground and see what happens. But Abby, to take a step back, what the Secretary was referring to is something you've heard him say before, and that over the course of this conflict, it is imperative that our partners in Israel have a vision for what the day after this conflict is going to look like, and steps are taken to do whatever we can to help get the region out of this endless cycle of violence. That is in line with what the Secretary laid out in Tokyo last December, when we're talking about some of the key tenets of our vision for this region, a Gaza that can no longer be a springboard for terrorism against the Israeli people, a Gaza that is reunited under the Palestinian Authority with the West Bank, and we're looking for a real plan for progress for the Palestinian people, one that will bring the equal measures of dignity and justice for Israelis and Palestinians alike. To put it more candidly, a military operation here we have never felt is enough. We, of course, support and encourage every effort to defeat Hamas, but without some plans for some broader or greater diplomacy, we will continue to find ourselves in this endless cycle of violence.
I have one more.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Please.
Better. Why don't
I
you
just
go
had
ahead?
one more related question.
Yeah.
Can you confirm some of these reports that U.S. and Israel and Egypt will be meeting next week to discuss opening the Rafah crossing and securing the border between Egypt and Gaza? And what does the U.S. hope to see as far as who would be administering the Gaza side of the
Well, Abby, I'm not going to speak to specific reports and diplomatic conversations. What I can say is that we are engaged in this work around the clock. We have been working tirelessly with our partners in Egypt and partners in Israel to do what we can to get the Rafah border crossing open. I'm not going to preview or hypothesize on logistically or technically what that can look like. We will let this process play out. Rabia.
Thank you, Vedant.
Yeah.
On the wording you use on Rafah, you say it's not a major operation, but I mean...
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. State Department briefing continues. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you live feeds, top stories, and remember, when breaking news happens, we have you covered as always. Do want to take you back out to the State Department briefing still going on. Let's listen on Live Now.
How the Israeli can go after Hamas, and these consequences would look like what we have seen during the weekend. So Just can you say on the record that you support what's taking place now without calling it a major military operation or a target military operation? Just can you give us an answer whether you support what's happening and what's taking place the way it's taking place now in Rafah?
We support efforts to defeat Hamas, and we have supported those efforts since October 7th. Of course, at every measure, we have continued to stress the moral and strategic imperative to make sure that these military operations are conducted in a way that minimize civilian casualties. Obviously, just based on the imagery, the events of this past weekend failed to meet that mark. That being said, we do continue to support efforts to take out Hamas terrorists, which our partners in the IDF indicated that they did over the course of the operation this past weekend. So again, we support efforts to take out Hamas. We, of course, also will continue to stress that they need to be conducted in ways that do not impede humanitarian aid access, that do not put undue risk at civilians, Palestinian civilians within Gaza.
One more question, if I may, regarding the tension. Nobody can deny that there's a tension growing between the Israeli and the Egyptians. Now we have a delegation, the White House is sending a delegation. To what extent the State Department, this department, is engaged in at least avoiding this escalation?
So one of the first things that we talked about in the immediate aftermath of the horrific October 7th terrorist attacks was a necessity to ensure that all regional parties had a responsibility to make sure that this conflict didn't spread and that tensions didn't rise unnecessarily. As it relates to the Rafah border crossing and the engagements that are ongoing between our partners in Egypt and our partners in Israel, we'll continue to play a role in that conversation as we want to continue to see progress made in opening that crossing. We think that it is an important conduit for the overall humanitarian aid situation into Gaza, but I don't have anything to preview beyond that.
Thank you.
Willie, go ahead. Yes.
She's called for a peace summit. Do you guys have any reaction to that?
Not really. Look, the United States has a clear vision here on what we think that needs to happen. We have not been ambiguous about it is necessary for a ceasefire, one that is coupled with the release of hostages and one that is coupled with additional humanitarian assistance. Time and time again, we have seen Hamas move the goalposts or walk away from legitimate deals that have been on the table. But we also know that this is something that we're going to continue to work at. It's one of the things that the Secretary himself is committed to. It's why he has engaged so directly on this with multiple trips to the region. I will also note that beyond just a ceasefire and the cessation of this immediate conflict in Gaza, you've heard me say this before, it is crucial that we also talk about the kind of diplomacy and the kind of steps that are necessary to get the region out of this endless cycle of violence, one that is, as you've heard me say before, will stop Gaza from being a launching pad for terrorism against the Israeli people, one not under the leadership of Hamas, a terrorist group. And so those are the kinds of things that we'll continue to work on.
But, you know,
All right, everyone, we are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. And we are back for you on Live Now from Fox as State Department briefing continues on the latest on the war in Israel. Let's listen in.
That has a clear track record of co-locating itself among civilians and civilian infrastructure. And so that has created an incredibly complicated and complex warfare scenario in Gaza right now. That does not, however, minimize the strategic and moral imperative that our partners in Israel have to ensure that when they conduct military operations, that risk and casualties to civilians are minimized as significantly as possible. And over the course of this past weekend, the images and the videos that we've seen have been incredibly heartbreaking. And we are trying to get as many answers as we can as to what transpired and how this incident unfolded and how this incident failed to meet even our Israeli partners' own stated goals of wanting to minimize civilian casualties as often as they can. Go ahead in the back.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
A couple of questions. First of all, you say that there are ongoing diplomatic moves to try and get more aid into Gaza. The US has been talking since November about getting more aid into Gaza. So is the fact that there isn't more aid getting into Gaza a failure of US diplomacy, or is it just empty rhetoric?
Over the course of this conflict, it is because of U.S. engagement that we have continued to push the ball forward on humanitarian aid. No one has ever stood up here and tried to make the case that the humanitarian aid that we're seeing has been sufficient enough or a silver bullet to address the dire consequences that the Palestinian civilians are facing in Gaza right now. But it is because of American diplomacy and American engagement, specifically by this president and this Secretary of State, that we have continued to see progress on humanitarian aid. No one across this administration has ever made the case that it is enough. I'm not saying that today, but it is because of American engagement that we are seeing some small steps in the right direction, and we will continue to press our partners in Israel when we have seen things that do not meet the mark. As I was answering Saeed's question earlier, or it might have been Tom's, we saw more than 300 trucks enter Gaza on May 29th. I'm not at all saying that that is enough, but that is aid flowing into Gaza, and we are continuing to work around the clock to do what we can to make sure that this pier and the overall maritime corridor can be re-anchored to Gaza as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, we continue to have warehouses in Cyprus and other components of the maritime corridor that can be used for humanitarian aid commodities, and we are looking into what might be feasible in those aspects as well.
And if I can, follow up to Saeed's question. Yeah. If Nikki Haley's comments are made by a private citizen and therefore don't require any comment from you, why did this administration criticize people who spoke out in favor of those in Palestine demanding a ceasefire and were quite vocal? What's the difference?
When did we do that?
Well, do you want to talk about the number of times that they were described as anti-Semitic? Even any time there was a pro-Palestinian protest, it seemed to be that the administration was quite happy.
You are conflating 6 different things, and your question is a little bit not on the level. Let's talk about the facts here. Protests, whether they be on college campuses or elsewhere, they inherently are not anti-Semitic. There have been, of course, over the course of these protests, been imagery, there have been chants, there have been slogans, there have been signage that has been anti-Semitic. Also, what we are talking about in those circumstances is protesters who, in some instances, have broken the law, taking over buildings, occupying certain areas within specific municipalities. Those are not expressions of free speech. That is illegal in some places. So these are two different things, and I really don't appreciate you conflating them.
One more point on this. The fact is, you have said that a lot of the things said by the likes of Nikki Haley and others are simply rhetoric. Yet when you call for the destruction and annihilation of people, that's against international law. Why is that not being condemned from the platform?
That is not the kind of rhetoric that we certainly support from this administration.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. State Department briefing continues, and we'll check back in a little bit later. Of course, the latest updates on the war in Israel. It is a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us, as always. Again, the top story that we continue to follow, the jury continues to deliberate. We are on Trump verdict watch for day 2 right now. So we know, obviously, what would happen if Trump has a not guilty verdict. We know what happens if they can't come to a conclusion, and it would happen with a mistrial. But what are the ramifications for Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, if he is found guilty? So let's bring in right now Fox News' Jonathan Hunt. He is tracking it all down for us and breaking it down for us this hour. Jonathan, always great to have you here on Live Now.
Good to be here, Mike. The sentencing possibilities for the former president ranged from essentially nothing, no penalties at all, to spending what would amount to the rest of his life behind bars, a sentence that could begin at New York's notorious Rikers Island prison. Now, realistically, neither of those extreme options seems likely. A complete discharge, for instance, would be unusual after a felony conviction, as would any lengthy prison term, given that Trump has no prior criminal record and that the crime in question here is a non-violent one. But Judge Juan Machan could impose a relatively short prison sentence of a matter of months, or even a split sentence, including some time behind bars and 3 or more years of probation or 3 years of conditional discharge. Now, probation is also a possibility as a standalone sentence, as is a conditional discharge. Probation would involve regular check-ins with New York City's probation department and whatever other conditions the judge chooses. Those could, for instance, include travel restrictions, which would clearly have an impact on Trump's ability to campaign. Now, if Judge Machan decided the supervisory nature of probation wasn't necessary, then he could simply set a conditional discharge, which would require the former president to complete whatever conditions the judge orders over a 3-year period. So, bottom line, if there is a guilty verdict, there will be a huge amount of pressure on Judge Machan because he's got so much leeway in deciding Trump's sentence. It's also worth noting, Mike, that any sentence the judge chooses might end up being stayed until after the inevitable appeal against any conviction. And of course, all of what I just said depends entirely on the jury delivering a guilty verdict in the first place, Mike.
Yeah, we continue to wait for those updates, and we'll continue to track it here on Live Now from Fox. And all of this happening in the background of campaign season going into the summer months here as we hit the stretch and getting ready for these big debates that are coming up. First one at the end of June.
Yeah, and obviously, whatever happens, whatever verdict we get in this trial is going to have an impact both in the campaign and possibly when we get to the election itself. And frankly, while polls have been conducted, nobody knows how the public is really going to react. What we do know, if we're taking history as our guide, is every time that the president, the former president, faced an indictment, his popularity seemed to increase rather than decrease. So it'll be very interesting to watch how this all plays out if indeed there is a guilty verdict. Does it actually give former President Trump a surge in support, or does it begin to chip away at the support, particularly among the independents, who are likely the group that will decide this election, Mike? So at the moment, anybody's guess what a verdict is going to be, anybody's guess how it will affect the presidential campaign, Mike.
There we go. Jonathan Hunt, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us. We really appreciate it here, as always, on Live Now from Fox.
Anytime.
You have a great day. And we will continue to wait for more updates from inside of court as we are awaiting the jury. They were doing deliberations. There is a lunch break until the next about 15 minutes, so we'll continue to track it for you right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We do have a Pentagon briefing. It is on deck, and we'll be bringing that to you, as always, on Live Now. But next up, we are going to take you out to New York once again, and this is a Joe Biden campaign event out in New York, and we'll be taking some of the sound from that on the other side of our 2-minute break starting right now. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take you out live here to Long Island City, New York. We are going to be hearing from many Democrats, including the governor, Kathy Hochul, as well as Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, talking about clean energy and the Biden administration's efforts on those causes. Let's listen on Live Now.
Or an air conditioner breaks down, for example. Poor people, if they can find the money to come up front to replace it at all, right, often they will understandably find the cheapest alternative. And the cheapest alternative might be the least efficient alternative. And so they end up putting those appliances in a home, and often it's the poor whose homes are the leakiest, the least efficient overall in terms of not having the proper insulation. And so you perpetuate a cycle if you don't make sure that people have the tools and the know-how to seal up their homes so that they can lower their energy bills. Now, some states, like New York, have been leading the way on this, which is bravo to you. But now, you have a federal effort on the scale that's needed to make these technologies available to all Americans. President Biden came in, he said, we have got to lower energy bills for people, and he signed this legislation in partnership with Senator Schumer and his leadership, $9 billion bill that allows for states to partner with the federal government to lower people's energy bills. And the Biden administration's agenda here has 3 parts. The first part is that all taxpayers, no matter what your income level, you can qualify for credits, tax credits on energy efficient appliances and upgrades. And there he is, the man of the hour, Senator Schumer. So, thanks to the senators' shaping of this bill, this first part, having tax credits available for everybody, you can get about a 30% tax break if you install energy-efficient technology in your home. And, of course, then you save on your energy bills every day after. The second part of the agenda is that we took steps to help the lowest income Americans weatherize their homes. So the bipartisan infrastructure law, one of these key bills, delivered a 10-fold increase on weatherization funding, our weatherization assistance program. So New York, for example, got an increase of about $300 million to be able to weatherize poor people's homes. And the third, today's big news, which is to truly lay the groundwork for home efficiency across America. We need the states and the territories and the tribes in the game to help residents save money. So that $9 billion will mean that each state now has the ability to offer low and moderate income homes up to $14,000 on home energy rebates for these appliances. $14,000. And that's off the top at the front end, right? And then you save on your bills approximately 30% every month after that. So it's a win-win. So today, big announcement is that as of today, New York is the first in the nation to launch its home energy rebates program in partnership with the federal government. So, New Yorkers out there, if you are interested, you should call 1-866-NYSERDA, N-Y-S-E-R-D-A, to find out if you're eligible and to make sure you get on the list, because you can have that $14,000 applied to the installation of a heat pump, for example, or the installation of insulation or the electrical upgrades that are necessary to make it happen. Our team will be visiting a home after this press conference that NYSERDA, through their Empower Plus program, has already done the upgrades for. And in that home, because they replaced a boiler and an oil tank with a heat pump, that homeowner is going to save $190 a month on their energy bill. $190 a month. I mean, that's a lot of money for folks, right? $2,280 a year. That's huge. That is huge. And that's the kind of thing we want to be able to deliver to people and to make sure that they can sleep at night. Hotline 866-NYSERDA. So there are more savings to come. New York this is the first step of New York's expansion of their already great program, and there'll be a second step that will expand it even further, again with a partnership with the federal government. If you are out there nationally and you're wondering if your state is doing what New York is doing, you can go to energy.gov/save and find out where your state is in the process of getting these rebates going. We want every state to participate, every state to follow New York's lead, and every state to make sure that citizens have the ability to sleep at night, to be free of worry, to not have to choose between food or energy, and to make sure that their home is one that is buttoned down, safe, and affordable for their families. So, with that, I want to introduce to you the leader in New York who is making this happen, because it is NYSERDA who is making this happen, but she is such a warrior on clean energy. She is a warrior on energy efficiency. Please give it up for your governor, Governor Hochul.
Thank you. It's that female governor connection. Love her. What a dynamo. I followed Secretary Granholm's career when she was the first woman governor of Michigan, really paving the way for others to follow. And I admire your tenacity and the contributions that you're making to the Biden administration. I've seen you all over this country, and we're so proud that you brought this together and really deeply care, just like you cared about the citizens of your home state. You're taking that caring about people in their lives and how we can make life easier for them, lift the burden from our families, and you're doing that nationally on behalf of our president. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause to our great secretary. And the man who delivers for New York, and I want to give a special round of applause to the Majority Leader, our Senator Chuck Schumer, for all he does. Sometimes known as the postman, because he delivers every single day on time. Well, sometimes he's not on time, but that's okay. Mostly on time. And John Podesta, a legacy of public service, which is extraordinary. All the areas that our president has trusted you to help solve national and international problems. It is an honor to have you here with us. One of the top advisors, President Biden, John Podesta. The rock star of the moment, that is our very own Doreen Harris and her team at NYSERDA. Thank you. Making sure we're always number one. Number two just doesn't work for New York. So thank you, thank you. I so love working with her and her team, with the whole team at NYSERDA. We also have some elected officials here. Borough President, our Borough President, Donovan Richards. Where are you, Borough President? There he is. Julie Wan, our council member. Julie, stand up. And our friends here at Andromeda and Joyce Lynn and David, I want to thank you for hosting us and all the great contributions you're making to give people the opportunity and the dignity of a good paying job. That's what it's all about. So thank you, thank you. You know, I'll step back. I was thinking that 2 weeks ago, I stood in the Vatican. Yes, asking for the Pope to pray for New York. He said he would. But also, leaders from around the world were asked to convene and talk about what we're doing in our respective countries and our states about global climate change, what we're doing to transition into an clean energy future. And I called for New York at that moment to rededicate itself to a bold climate agenda and take the steps necessary to try and cool our warming planet, because we are feeling the effects every single day. And we're taking a beating because of this. I also said we have to honor our moral responsibility to heal the earth and to make sure that those who bear the brunt of climate crisis, who are often the poorest among us, that we can do whatever we can to help lift that burden. So I am so proud to stand with our secretary on behalf of the Biden administration to announce we're making real progress, something that's tangible. It's not out there talking about someday we're going to affect climate change. We're going to affect people's ability to adjust, adapt, and lower their energy bills. We're going to lower greenhouse gas emissions. It safeguards the health of our residents. But most of all, which is so important to me, how to lift up our lower income families. You know, my parents used to live in a trailer park. Their parents had nothing. I am so blessed to have the advantages I had that came from an education. But so many others just don't know where to turn anymore. And they dread the summertime when the air conditioning bills are so high, if they even have an air conditioner, and many do not. They say that one of the greatest causes of death from climate change are people dying from the heat in the summertime. How tragic is that? That, my friends, is entirely preventable. No one should be subjected to that pain, themselves or their families. So again, I'm really proud that we're setting the standard, the model for the rest of the nation. And that's what we do. That's what New York does. We always chart that way forward. But it doesn't happen just here in the state of New York. It happens when you have leadership at the national level. It makes all the difference in the world for us here in the States. And I want to say something. I want everybody to quote this. Joe Biden is a history-making president. We would not be here today. Not be here today if it wasn't for his administration, his commitment, his climate leadership, and his willingness to take on the tough challenges of our time. He doesn't shirk them, he leans hard into them. And the Inflation Reduction Act hasn't just revitalized our nation's economy, brought us back, creating thousands of jobs, that's all good, reinvigorating countless industries, bringing us opportunities where we had none. It's given us the tools necessary to also focus on a healthier, greener future, not just us, for the generations that follow. That's the moral obligation I spoke about in the Vatican. We must live up to that responsibility. And I also, again, as I want to say, I can't talk about the IRA without thinking Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who is right there, pushing every inch of the way to get this through the Congress. I want to thank him for being the partner that our president needs. And now, all that money will be able to transform thousands of homes across our state and improve the lives from Queens, the Queens residents right now, all the way up to the Queen City, which is where I'm from, called Buffalo. It's a nice place, too. But we are the first in the nation to receive part of the $8.8 billion home energy rebate program. $8.8 billion. That is extraordinary. And we're starting off with almost $49 million to help electrify homes, reduce energy costs, transition away from fossil fuels, and support our low-income families. But that's just the beginning, because we're eligible for $320 million, and I'm not leaving a penny on the table, okay? Let's bring it all home. Let's bring it all home. And the good news for us is we're not starting from scratch. This is not like, oh, let's find out what's happening. Let's maybe see if we can become eligible. We've been doing this. Now, this money is going to take us to where we've wanted to go. But we launched the Empower Plus program in January of last year, and it's been out there hard, working hard for people, adding insulation in homes, upgrading appliances, electric, efficient heating systems. We've been doing this with an eye toward those low-income families who say, I just need a break once in a while. And they deserve the benefits of clean energy that would not be available for them but for this assistance from the state and now the federal government. So we're going to be able to expand our reach. We're going to continue our efforts working with DOE. And what an amazing team you have, Madam Secretary. Amazing team, dedicated people. Thank you all for dedicating your lives to exactly what we're talking about here today. We're going to continue to expand, but it's more about, again, just adding these heat pumps and technologies. It's more than just helping one individual family. It's a vision of a state where we say we leave no one behind. Everybody deserves to live in a home that is safe and secure, properly insulated, protecting them from the elements. And that's what they're going to get here in New York. And poor communities that disproportionately bear the brunt of environmental injustice, they should no longer have to bear these extraordinary costs as we're transitioning to a whole new world away from fossil fuels. So we're going to get it done. Investments like this will make a difference. And that's why I'm so proud to have this collaboration. Again, can I say Joe Biden's name enough? Joe Biden made this happen. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you for thinking about all of us and the people we represent, lifting up the voices of low-income Americans and New Yorkers, and making sure they know that they're heard and they're cared about deeply. That's how we get it done. And I'm so proud to be part of this announcement and look forward to visiting the homes and touching the people and saying, yes, this is why leadership matters. This is why it matters who's in the White House, because you have the power to do something some always could have, but they didn't. This president is getting the job done for Americans, and I could not be prouder to accept this money on behalf of our president and Congress and spend every dime right here in the great state of New York. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. And with that, someone who's bringing home the bacon every single day. I'm not sure if he's a mailman or a short order chef, but he's bringing home the bacon and frying it up every single day, supporting his beloved home state of New York. Let me bring up our Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, everybody. It's great to be here. And let me thank Andromeda for the great job you do. giving people jobs, giving people a future, giving people hope. Whoever is part of Andromeda, raise your hands. We want to give you a round of applause. I want to thank our great governor, Kathy Hochul. I do bring a lot of money back to New York. I love it. In fact, Senator Moynihan, who was my mentor, used to decry the fact that New York always sent more money to Washington than we got back. But guess what? In the last 2 years, for the first time, we got more money back than we sent. It's good to have the majority leader from New York State. But when I bring that money back, I want to know it's well spent. Just the idea of passing legislation and even having the Treasury write out a check is not good enough. You've got to know it's spent well, it's spent carefully, and it goes directly to the people who need it the most. And I know of no better person to do that, who has done it time and time and time again, whether it's energy or transportation or education or health care, than our great governor, Kathy Hochul. Kathy, they had a good draft. Go Bills. We like the Bills. And the Giants and the Jets, but we like them. I want to thank our wonderful energy secretary. You know, when you're a senator and you call up an agency, you want to know that the person in charge knows the details of the program, but also knows how to get the job done. And our great, great Secretary Granholm has both. Every time I call her, whether it's an issue in upstate New York or in New York City or Long Island, dealing with energy and dealing with climate and dealing with all our needs, she is always there. So thank you. John Podesta, as Kathy said, dedicated his life to government. What a great guy. What a great guy. He works so hard for doing that. Our great elected officials, Julie, nice to see you. Borough President, best looking threads in the room. Orange and blue, New York colors. Donovan's always knows what to do. And I see some of our great labor leaders in the audience. Stand up, we love you. I see Murph and I see so many of the labor leaders. Thank you. I'm a labor guy. Labor got me elected when I first ran. Labor got me elected each time. I'll never forget you. So it's a great day. And let me thank people at NYSERDA. Let me when I won't even say that. You know, one of the things I do have, that's why it's appropriate they invited me here, aside from all the money, I got a lot of energy. And here we are. Anyway, don't reduce my energy, whoever is in charge up there. But in any case, I want to thank NYSERDA and DOE for the great job and the big news. $158 million. This is the big news for this home energy rebate program, bringing down costs for working families. If we had to think of 3 reasons we are here today, it's simple. Better climate, more good-paying jobs, lowering costs. Climate, jobs, lower costs. That's why we're here. So this is sounds like a program that's complicated, but it's real. And it matters to individual folks. And that's why we're so glad to be here. I'll elaborate that in a minute. But anyway, what we're going to do here, installing air ceilings and insulation and heat pumps and other efficient devices, that sounds sort of a little bit abstract, except when you have to remodel your home. It's going to be a lot cheaper. But more important, when you put these things in your home every month, that damn energy bill, that damn electric bill, that damn gas bill will be lower every month. Not just for a month or 2 months or 3 months, but year after year after year. And that's why it's so great. Right, Murph? I love this guy. I knew him when he was Local 1, here in Queens, in Howard Beach. But in any case, it's all going to matter to people. And you know, it almost didn't happen. Kathy and the Secretary mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act. Well, it almost didn't happen. As you know, my good friend and colleague from West Virginia, Joe Manchin, said no. I said, Joe, don't say no. And I won't go into all the details that got him to yes. But we insisted on getting it done. And we insisted on getting it done because we knew what it would matter. It nearly didn't happen. Manchin and I were locked in a room down in the basement of the Capitol, and we insisted on doing all of these clean energy things as part of our agreement. And to his credit, he went along. But I have to say this, without the leadership of President Biden, none of this would have happened. He had a vision. You know, he has a lot of experience, but that experience isn't just a word out there in the abstract. He knows what people need, and then he knows how to get it done. No president has had a more successful 4 years, or 3.5 now, years getting things done and getting things and helping get things through the Senate and get things through the House and delivering for the American people than this man. And it's because he's a hands-on guy. He comes from the working class, like me, like Kathy, like so many of us. He knows what the struggles are, but then he has the knowledge and the fortitude and the strength and the experience to get it done. And that's an amazing thing. People forget about that. When you compare him to the guy before who had infrastructure every week, infrastructure month every month and never got it done, it's like night and day. People are benefiting. So this is really, really important. And that's why, you know, when I was in that little room with Manchin, I was thinking of the president and how much he put energy into this bill. And I was thinking of all the people, above all, who are going to benefit, the millions of people in New York and around the country who are just going to benefit month after month after month. So as I said, 3 big benefits. 1, climate. Home energy improvements are a crucial path. It seems sort of mundane. It's not. It's a crucial path to decarbonization and meeting our climate goals. Every individual action, like installing a heat pump, may not seem like much. We add them all up together, there's a lot less carbon in the atmosphere. No, anyone who listens to a weather report knows that, unfortunately, global warming is real and climate change is happening. No one can deny that anymore. Month after month, week after week, day after day, you see all the weather and how it's changing. So this really matters. Second, it's jobs. This bill will create lots of new, good-paying jobs. And here at Andromeda, we're training people to get those jobs. And many of the people who will get those jobs, it'll be their ladder up into the middle class. They'll be able to live good lives. They'll be able to assure that their children will have a better life than them. They will know that these jobs are not jobs that go away in 2 years. They're permanent. They're going to stay here because they're so needed by the economy. And so many of our apprenticeship programs that the unions have done such a good job with will be those ladders up. We need ladders. We need jobs. And finally, as I said, lowering costs. Lowering costs. I remember my dad, he was an exterminator, never did that well. My sister once sent him a Father's Day card that said, "Dad, we're the only family that associates the smell of DDT with love." Because, you know, he came home reeking of all the chemicals from his day job. But I remember him getting those electric bills and saying some words I wasn't supposed to hear. I'm sure it's happened in your families. They're going to be lower. They're going to be better. That's a great thing. And that maybe is the most important thing that happened. So this is a great day. I'm so proud that New York, given the faith that the president and our energy secretary have had in our great governor to deliver all of these things in the right way. So it's a great day for New York. It's a great day for America. And we're going to have many, 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 many more great days.
All right, so Senator Chuck Schumer speaking in New York there, talking about clean energy initiatives, thanking the Biden administration as well. President Biden not in New York, not at the White House, but at his beach home in Delaware. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us. When we come back, we'll take you out live to the Pentagon briefing, just getting started here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you always continuing to join us. As always, do want to take you out live right now. Pentagon briefing continues. Let's listen on Live Now.
Less collateral damage. Well, thanks, Tara, for the question. We continue to provide Israel security assistance in what they need to be successful in defeating Hamas. That ranges, of course, from different types of precision-guided munitions. To other capabilities. We have paused that one shipment of the larger 2,000-pound bombs, but I don't have more specifics. We are providing them what they need in order to be effective in their fight against Hamas.
But it seems even the 250-pound bombs are doing significant collateral damage and killing civilians. So is that even too big a bomb right now for this part of their fight?
Well, we've been very clear with the Israelis, and in fact, just yesterday, as you probably saw, Secretary Austin did have a call with his counterpart, Minister Gallant, to talk about exactly what happened over the weekend, to talk about how there needs to be more work done in order to preserve and to protect civilians that are on the ground. And so we continue to have those conversations. We are, of course, doing that in a publicly and privately, but we believe that we are also giving Israel what they need to be successful in their fight against Hamas. Matt.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Yeah.
Following up on JLOTS, as it's there in Ashdod, is it only being repaired, or are there any modifications underway to make it more robust, anything like that, so that we don't see the same thing happen again once it's back?
Sure. For more specifics on, I'm not tracking any modifications, but I would direct you to CENTCOM for any more specifics. What I believe is happening is the repairing and rebuilding of the actual pier itself that is anchored to Gaza. I think it's important to remember that prior to this storm that we saw over the weekend, when we did anchor the JLOTs into Gaza, we were seeing, trucks being able to roll off. The operation was going successfully. It was the combination of the high seas and then this weather storm that we saw turn from North Africa that created the environment that we saw over the weekend. So during this period of time is usually when there are relatively calmer seas in that eastern Mediterranean portion of where the temporary pier is anchored. So we believe we'll be successful. We don't anticipate for other storms, but we can't predict all weather patterns, but during this time it's usually relatively calm.
Okay. And secondly, while it's out of commission and being repaired, are there any efforts underway to come up with alternative routes or solutions to get that aid from Cyprus into Gaza? And is there any U.S. military role in that?
Yes, that is something that USAID and with other partners, NGOs, humanitarian organizations is working through to try and figure out, faster, efficient ways to get that aid that's already in Cyprus into Gaza. So I'd refer you to USAID to speak to that. I did mention on Tuesday that we are already loading or preloading some of the vessels with this aid. So when we are ready to re-anchor the pier into Gaza, that this is already preloaded on our vessels and things can roll off, almost immediately. Oren.
J-Lot's questions.
Okay.
You had estimated $320 million for 3 months of operation and construction. Is that number higher now with the damage, or was the cost of damage and a failure like this already built in?
As of right now, that's still the cost that we assessed to date. As I mentioned earlier this week, if that number goes up or down, we'll certainly let you know, but I just don't have any updates to provide at this time.
And then the pier had only been able to allow, a trickle of aid before it shut down. Once it's up and running, is there now an estimated date for when you might get to FOC?
As soon as we re-anchor, we'll provide more updates. I don't have a specific date for you, but I think you have to remember that as soon as we did the initial anchor, it was a slow trickle of trucks, and I know I've done this from the podium, but we've compared it to a crawl, walk, run. I expect that you'll see that again, that sort of pattern. It'll be slow at first, and then it will ramp up. And in those last few days, before we had this weather storm, we were getting in trucks more regularly, and to date, there's been over 1,000 metric tons that have flowed into Gaza. So we're making progress. We expect to be able to pick that progress back up as soon as we are able to re-anchor the Trident Pier into Gaza.
It feels like the next time the weather turns south, we're going to have this exact same conversation.
Well, what I will say is that the one thing that we couldn't anticipate was that North African weather storm. And I was speaking to people that were monitoring that storm, and what we saw, it basically changed direction within an hour or two. And that was something that, given the high seas that were already happening within the Eastern Mediterranean, that combined force of that other storm just made that pier inoperable and further damaged it. Now, during this time, if you look back historically, we don't see storms like that. We don't really see weather patterns like that. So we believe that, and I'm not a meteorologist, so I don't have a weather map in front of me looking back all through time. But what I can tell you is during this period of time, during these summer months, seas are usually calmer, and so we should be able to be successful in re-anchoring this pier. Tom.
You talk about the need to protect civilians. Now there are 1 million people displaced from Rafah. Secretary last week talked about an Israeli concept about the way ahead with humanitarian aid to these civilians. Anything more the Israelis have told you about the way ahead?
We're continuing to engage. The Secretary had a call with Minister Gallant yesterday. We have said repeatedly that we don't support a major ground-scale operation within Rafah that doesn't take into account the civilians that are moving currently and that are still there. I don't have more updates to share on any plan that we've received. I know conversations from the department and other agencies and of course the White House are ongoing. Janie.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. I have 2 questions.
Sure.
As you know that North Korea distributed about hundreds of garbage balloons across the South Korea and attacking GPS, radio waves, and have launched 10 ballistic missiles into the East Coast. Regarding the attacked balloon, the United Nations command stated that North Korea's unsanitary military actions were a violation of the armistice agreement. How did you think about
So, Janie, thanks for the question. We continue to monitor what's happening in the peninsula. We're certainly aware of the DPRK's most recent ballistic missile launch, and we're working, as we always do, with our partners like the Republic of Korea and Japan and others in the region. We continue to condemn these actions. They are destabilizing. We've called on the DPRK to stop these actions. They're unlawful. We're going to continue to monitor, but I just don't have any other further comment to provide at this time.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Pentagon briefing continues. We do want to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us. Pentagon briefing continues. We're also in, of course, Trump verdict watch, day 2 of jury deliberations in the hush money trial. Let's continue to listen in right now to the Pentagon.
Right now.
Changing topics slightly.
Sure.
So the DIA released their intelligence on the North Korean ballistic missiles that were found in Kharkiv. What sort of impact have these North Korean missiles had in Russia's war in Ukraine?
Well, that's something that, we've been pretty public about from here and across the interagency, is that we've seen this deepening in partnership between North Korea and Russia. We know that the munitions being supplied by DPRK to Russia are being used on the battlefield in Ukraine. We know that they have been successful at, of course, hitting some, causing damage to infrastructure, causing civilians to be killed. It's something that we are certainly aware of and have raised concern about. We're focused in making sure that Ukraine has what it needs, whether it be in attacks from Iranian-made drones or attacks from North Korean-produced missiles. We want to make sure that the Ukrainians have what they need to be successful on the battlefield, which is why I think the latest package we rolled out was on May 24th, another presidential drawdown package. You're going to see us continue to do that. And also to highlight, our partnership with Ukraine stands with 50 allies and partners all around the world supporting Ukraine in its efforts. So we feel pretty good about our alliance with Ukraine. Konstantin.
Thanks, Sabrina. On Tuesday, you said that all of the beached Army ships should be recovered within 48 hours.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's been some delays on 2 of them. Can you elaborate as to what caused the delays?
I mean, 48 hours from when I came up at this podium, so okay, right about now, but efforts are still ongoing. I think it's just more about just making sure that Trident Pier was able to be removed first, and then they're going to focus on removing those vessels. We'll keep you updated on the progress that gets made. I know I said about 48 hours. If it takes a little longer, we'll keep you updated on things.
Thank you.
Of course, yes.
Thanks, Sabrina. What I understand is the long-anticipated pier project will take at least a week more to be ready. But what we know right now that you dug the pier in the northern side of Gaza, which is completely controlled by the IDF right now. My question is, did you facilitate any mechanism in order to quickly send those humanitarian aid to the Gazans from that point with the Israeli counterparts of yours?
So if you're referring to the marshalling area, which is where the aid comes off from the pier, that area is monitored and secured by the IDF that has been providing security in that region. Aid comes off the pier. It goes from the drivers that drive it off into other drivers' trucks, and then gets distributed onwards into Gaza. Since the pier has not been operable since about Friday over the weekend, there hasn't been aid flowing in off the pier, as you know. So there hasn't been aid flowing in from that marshalling area further into Gaza. Now we're working, as someone asked earlier, we're working to ensure that the aid that's in Cyprus can get into Gaza in a different way. That's something that USAID is looking into with other humanitarian organizations. But I can only speak to on what the DoD's role is right now in getting aid into Gaza. And we're working as fast as we can to repair this pier so that it can be re-anchored into Gaza.
Even technically, if the pier is ready, there is no agreement with the Israelis to deliver those humanitarian aid quickly to the Gazans, which sounds like we're back to ground zero, the same situation on the border with Israel into Gaza.
No, I don't think we're back to ground zero, and I'm sorry if I misunderstood your question. There is an agreement that aid will be distributed once it comes off into the marshalling area into Gaza, and that is something that USAID, the Department of Defense, other humanitarian organizations are working with the IDF. And as you know, the UN is one of our distribution partners to get that aid into Gaza and to make sure that it can flow as quickly as possible. That is an agreement that the IDF has committed to. That's why we have deconfliction cells set up in 2 different places to ensure that aid can get to the people that need it most. Tony.
Ukraine aid. 5 weeks ago, the $1 billion PDA package was announced.
All right, before the top of the hour, we do have one more break to squeeze in here. So after that question, we are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. We are back for you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as always. Coming up in just a little bit, my colleague Andy Mack will be with you for the next several hours, bringing you top stories, headlines, and of course the Trump verdict watch that does continue. Let's take you back out now to the Pentagon briefing.
Decision on whether it is able to send a U.S. Patriot to Ukraine, an additional one?
I don't have anything to announce today, Laura, but thank you for the question. Mike.
Yeah, most of the other NATO supporters, England, Germany, France, several Poland, have already lifted any restrictions on their weapons being used to strike targets inside Russia proper. The U.S. Defense Department always consistently boasts about how it works in concert with the allies. Why on this particular point is the U.S. the odd man out on this? Everybody else is doing it. Why is it just politics? What?
I don't know that we're the odd man out, Mike, but appreciate the question. And right now, there's no change to our policy. You've seen us adapt over time as Russian capabilities adapt. So does our support for Ukraine. At the very beginning of this war, we were surging things like Stingers and Javelins. Over time, it became HIMARS, then ATACMS. We continue to adapt to the capabilities that they need, and the battlefield continues to change. Right now, our policy is still what it was from the beginning. There has been no change, and in fact, we continue to engage the Ukrainians. The secretary had a call earlier this week with his counterpart. But the security assistance that we provide Ukraine, we believe that Ukraine can be successful on the battlefield by using it within Ukraine.
If Russia can have these protected areas to attack Ukraine, aren't they? Is it going to be basically impossible, for for Ukraine to prevail in this? If Russia can continue striking them from these areas that the U.S. says you're not allowed to hit them here, aren't you hobbling them from really becoming? You're giving them enough not to lose, but not enough to win.
I don't know, Mike. I think at the very beginning of this war, you saw many people saying that they didn't have what they need to hold Kyiv. And then they did. And then it was Kherson and then Kharkiv. And they continue to fight. They continue to push Russians back. And we know that during the time that we didn't have that supplemental passed, Russians did make gains on the battlefield. But we've been able to provide them with what they need. And we believe that they have what they need to be successful. Yeah.
Thank you. Just have a follow-up on that. Sure. I know that Pentagon has talked with the Ukrainians about letting them strike targets inside Russia. You mentioned the secretary had a call with his counterpart. So I just want to clarify, is this off the table or not?
I will be crystal clear. There has been no change to our policy. The security assistance that we provide Ukraine is for use within Ukraine.
Okay, I have on Shangri-La a couple of questions.
Sure.
What does Secretary Austin hope to accomplish in his meeting with his Chinese counterpart at Shangri-La?
Well, I'm glad you raised that. The secretary just landed in, I believe, Singapore maybe a few hours ago. That meeting with his PRC counterpart is happening tomorrow. He's going to cover a range of different issues. As you can appreciate, I won't get ahead of that meeting, but it is tomorrow, I believe, afternoon over there, so early morning our time. We will provide a readout, but I'm just not going to get ahead of that right now.
Also, South Korea's defense ministry said that U.S., Japan, and South Korea defense ministers will hold another meeting on the sidelines of the forum. What is the primary focus that meeting, and what the message does it send to North Korea?
Well, I mean, you've seen a deepening of ties between our alliance, between the Republic of Korea and Japan. I mean, I don't have to reiterate, but I will. This is the Secretary's 10th trip to the region. So the National Defense Strategy has informed, is our North Star for the department. It guides us in what we do. And of course, we're always keeping an eye on our pacing challenge. And other like-minded allies and partners around the world also see the challenges that a rising PRC raises. And so that's why you've seen deeper cooperation, whether it be in EDCA agreements or more broadly within the Indo-Pacific on larger scale exercises. So again, not going to get ahead of the Secretary's meetings, but it's a deepening of those ties. And I think the fact that he's going to the region for the 10th time now certainly sends a message of resilience. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Two questions, please.
Sure.
One, as far as Chinese activities now, how seriously you think Pentagon is taking in the region? Because many nations, including India, Taiwan, and Japan, Malaysia, and other Philippines, they are being threatened, and Chinese are now threatening, of course, Taiwan. His goal is to take over Taiwan. And U.S. lawmakers also visited the new president of Taiwan and all that. So how seriously and what steps do you think Pentagon is taking?
I think we're taking it very seriously. I mean, not to reiterate, but this is the Secretary's 10th visit to the region. The Secretary is going to be engaging his PRC counterpart tomorrow. Of course, issues that you raise, whether it be activities around some of the Philippine islands, around Taiwan, that's, of course, something that I would expect to be discussed. But that's also something that I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary's meeting tomorrow. So we will have a readout of that.
As far as a war between terrorist organization, of course, Hamas and Israel, after the death of Iranian president, the supreme leader, he has given a lot of warnings and threats to the people in the region, including Israel and the U.S. Interests in the region. So you think to avoid the bigger war in the region, what you think the Pentagon is doing or other nations involved in the region?
Well, we don't want to see a wider war in the region. That's something that we've said from the very beginning. That's why you saw the Secretary make the decisions that he did when Hamas brutally attacked Israel on October 7th. We certainly don't seek a wider conflict. We take any threats that Iran is launching very seriously. But that's why we continue to reiterate that cooler heads prevail, that we don't want to see a wider conflict, and that's why you're seeing a coalition of different countries around the world also coming together to preserve international shipping lanes and to make sure that commercial ships can continue to travel through, whether it be the Red Sea or the Gulf of Aden. Last question.
Thank you. Just to follow up, what he said, Supreme Leader, that before he dies, before his death, his goal is to destroy Israel and other nations who are supporting the Israeli war against Hamas and others. So how anybody taking seriously those threats from this Supreme Leader who is the head of the country in Iran?
Yeah, we of course take those very seriously, which is why you saw us just a few months ago come to the defense of Israel when Iran launched its brutal unprecedented missile attack towards Israel. We absolutely take that very seriously, and that's why we did what we did. I'm going to go to the phones before I forget, and then I'm happy to come back in the room. Jeff Shogol, Task and Purpose.
Thanks. I have kind of an unconventional question. As my colleague mentioned, North Korea sent balloons across the south into the south that included human waste. Does the U.S. have any plans to reciprocate and send American poop across the 38th parallel?
Thanks, Jeff. We do not. Next question, Carla Babb.
Hey, Sabrina, thank you. I just want to follow up on Shangri-La, and I know you don't want to get ahead of the talks with Austin's Chinese counterpart, but just from a Pentagon perspective, how do you see China at this point? Have they been increasing their aggression in the region? And is there any hope that talks can make a difference, as you see with the exercises around Taiwan last week, for China to turn around and change their aggressive behavior?
Thanks, Carla, for the question. Of course, talks can make a difference. Having those mill-to-mill communications, those senior channels open, actually allows for the avoidance of a miscalculation. So absolutely, talks can make a difference. And we certainly welcome the engagement that the Secretary is going to have tomorrow. In terms of PRC behavior, I mean, we've been pretty clear, and we put out a report every year, as you probably know, about their developments and their military activity. I mean, we did see more intercepts last year, and that's something that we've spoken about very publicly from this building. Respecting that the Secretary is going to have this conversation tomorrow, I'm just not going to get into too many details, but we certainly welcome the conversation tomorrow and are looking forward to it. Tom.
Thanks, Sabrina. Good afternoon. About a week and a half ago, the Army Secretary, she was on the Hill testifying before a committee, and among the topics that came up was the stand down of using horse-drawn caissons at Arlington National Cemetery. It seems that even after a year, the Army has not yet been able to correct the situation that led to the deaths of at least 4 horses. About a year ago, actually on May 4th, 2023, I asked you about if Defense Secretary Austin was satisfied with the Army's decision to stand down and satisfied with the progress they were making. You responded that, so I know what you're referring to, I just don't have more information on that. I'd be happy to take that question and get back to you and provide an answer. Do you have that answer yet?
I don't have any updates on what is specifically happening at Arlington. I would. The Army is, of course, and as you mentioned, the Secretary was on the Hill and was providing more context on that. I just don't have more.
I asked you specifically about Secretary Austin's feeling, if he felt the Army was doing all right with the stand down and satisfied with the steps they were going to take. So, at the risk of sounding like an English professor diagramming the sentence, I was asking about the Secretary Austin, not the Army.
Secretary Austin has absolute confidence in Secretary Wormuth and the Army and what they're doing to look into this issue, and I just don't have anything else to provide. Did I see in the back? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand, the US has been very clear that the policy of against a major ground offensive. Are these current airstrikes and the air offensive that's happening, does that not constitute a major offensive via air?
So what we've been, I think, 2 separate things. Air component, very different than the land component, and a ground operation into Rafah, and that's what we've been talking about. So I think 2 separate things to just kind of parse out. We have been very clear that there has been too many civilian casualties, and the horrific, heartbreaking imagery that you saw out of the weekend, we don't want to continue to see that. And that was even before the events of this weekend. We've said that, we continue to reiterate that. So when it comes to the ground operation in Rafah, and what I spoke about a little bit on Tuesday was that we haven't seen a larger scale maneuverability within Rafah. We continue to see that it is limited in scope, that they are making sort of steady progress down the corridor, but beyond that, we don't assess it as a larger scale ground operation. But go ahead.
I was going to say, forgive me, but what about the air offensive? Is that not a major offensive, despite that it's not via ground? Is that
so there are ways to do targeted strikes, of course, from the air. And we believe, and I think Tara had asked this earlier today, that there's too many civilian casualties happen, whether it be from ground operations or from the air. And so we certainly continue to have those conversations with the Israelis. You saw the USAID administrator speak to this yesterday as well, about some of the catastrophic consequences that are coming from whether there be airstrikes or ground operations. We absolutely want to see that addressed. We want to see civilians be protected. We want to be able to see them move into safe areas. But I just want to make sure that we're not conflating two separate things. Yeah, go ahead and then we'll come to you. Yeah.
Thank you. Another Ukraine question. Now that now that Russia is launching fire at Kharkiv area from inside of Russian territory, if Ukraine is not allowed to...
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Could you repeat that?
Now that Russia is launching fire at the Kharkiv area from inside of Russian territory, if Ukraine is not allowed to reach the source of that fire, do you offer any alternatives to Ukraine so that they're not basically sitting ducks in the way of fire without any right to do anything about it?
Look, we've seen Ukraine make incredible progress around Kharkiv and be able to fortify some of their lines. Our policy still hasn't changed, and I know I'm reiterating something that I've already said, but there has been no change to our policy. The security assistance that we provide, we believe that Ukraine can be successful in taking back their sovereign territory within Ukraine.
Offer them any alternatives in this particular situation? If you cannot strike back at the source of the fire, okay, you can do this or that.
I think we also have to remember they have other equipment. They have other capabilities and systems from other countries. So we're talking about our own U.S. equipment. But as you know, they have long-range fires from other countries all around the world. In terms of assistance, I'm not going to get into more specifics on what we provide Ukraine, but I can tell you what we've provided them to date. We believe that they have what they need to be successful on the battlefield. Yeah, last question.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Sure.
Last time I asked a similar question where you didn't have a comment on it. U.S. companies and franchise in Iraq have been under a series of attacks for their alleged links with Israel. The latest one is the U.S. company Caterpillar that's been
Oh yes, you asked me about this on Tuesday. Yeah.
explosive.
Yeah.
Are you engaged with the Iraqi authorities to bring these people to justice, and what measures you can take? I know the U.S. embassy in Baghdad condemned these attacks, but other than condemning, what measures you can do to prevent these attacks?
Well, our partnership with the Iraqi security forces, which you're very familiar with, is, of course, our mission there is to ensure the defeat of ISIS. When it comes to these particular attacks on U.S.-owned companies, I'm sorry, I just don't have more for you at this moment. I would direct you to State Department to speak more to that. But of course, if these are acts of terror or terrorist organizations are behind these attacks, this is exactly what we're working with the Iraqi security forces to address. But I don't unfortunately have more for you at this time. One more and then, sure.
One last one. I haven't seen any announcements lately of humanitarian airdrops. Is there a reason for the pause in the airdrops? Is it because of this Rafah operation? Is it too dangerous for U.S. planes to drop food, especially given that the JLOTS is down?
Yeah, we haven't stopped that by any means. We would like to continue to do those airdrops, but we also assess where it's safe to do it. I know that early on, and I know that you saw this, part of the airdrops calculation is also just wind and weather patterns. So for safety and making sure that those pallets don't go completely out to sea, there was a calculation to shift when we do those. But yes, we cannot do some airdrops on when the IDF is conducting operations. We don't want civilians, running into an active battle space. And so there hasn't been airdrops recently, but we do hope to continue those.
So is it because of the operations right now that you're not doing airdrops, or
yes,
that is why? So it seems like this is a compounding problem. The operations are not only harming civilians, but also preventing them from getting aid that they need. I mean, what's the solution here?
The solution is to open the land routes, Tara. That is the solution. We need to see those land routes open. We need to see more trucks getting in. We need to see civilians moved out of that battle space that can reach safety, that can reach medical care, food, water. Airdrops are not the most sufficient way or effective way to get aid into Gaza. It is just an additive way, just as the temporary pier is. It is not the solution. And so we have to remind you that the best way for food, medical, fuel, whatever is needed to get into Gaza is through those land routes.
They're just not, it's not feasible even in the north. I mean, I understand the Rafah operation right now, but
as of right now, if there are more airdrops to announce, I will certainly come back and we will, CENTCOM does a great job of reading those out when they happen, but I just don't have more for you at this time. I'll take one more and then I will wrap up. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so kind of going off Tara also, you said prior to this, we want to see civilians protected.
I think I've said that multiple times.
Okay, multiple times. But how are you protecting civilians? You're not doing airdrops. Rafah, where are they going if it's slow moving? We saw what happened with the fire. Have you seen a plan yet on how they're protecting civilians?
No, I think I answered that. We have not seen a plan that protects civilians in a way that, we find credible for a major ground operation. The Secretary has said this before, that it's very important to move civilians out of a battle space, an active battle space.
Is this death toll worth it? I mean, it's slowly growing. We're up to 37,000. So how are they being protected? We don't have airdrops. It's grown up to about 67%, I think.
So I'm going to have to remind you that we're not on the ground in Israel. This is, and in Gaza. This is not a U.S. operation. So how are the civilians being protected? We are continuing to engage with Israel and our counterparts on how better they need to protect civilians in the battle space. We are not on the ground. What we are doing is what we can do for humanitarian efforts. We are doing everything we can in additive ways, whether it be through airdrops, which we have not been able to do recently, through the pier, to get food and other humanitarian aid into Gaza. That is our role. We are not on the ground in Gaza. So That's why we continue to have these conversations with Israel, and they are tough and frank conversations. And we're going to continue to do that, both publicly here and privately when the secretary makes his calls. All right, thanks everyone.
All right, you're just listening in there to this update on a variety of international topics there from the Pentagon here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're also awaiting a verdict in the Trump hush money trial. Live picture right here on Live Now from Fox says we're in hour 8, just past 8 hours as this deliberations continue on into day number 2. They only have about 90 minutes or so until they usually wrap up around 4:30 Eastern. So that's generally when the jury goes home for the day. We'll see if they will continue to deliberate, if they go home for Friday to day number 3. So we'll keep an eye on this feed here on Live Now from Fox, and the anticipation continues to grow. I also want to put this image outside of the courtroom. You can see plenty of people awaiting this verdict. This is a monumental moment in this trial, in this American history. So we're following it closely here on Live Now from Fox. But it's not the only trial that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. And we do have some breaking news right now out of Idaho, a story we've been following very, very closely, the Chad Daybell trial. A verdict has been reached in this Chad Daybell trial. The verdict will be read at 2 o'clock Mountain Time. So coming up in just about 45 or so minutes. So hopefully we'll have some information about this. A jury of 12 deciding the fate of Chad Daybell. Closing arguments wrapped up on Wednesday in the triple murder case against the self-proclaimed doomsday prophet. Daybell accused of murdering the children of former Arizona mom Lori Vallow. You can see the charges here as well. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, grand theft by deception, first-degree murder for Tylee and J.J. Vallow, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and insurance fraud for their Tammy Daybell. So this is a major case that we're following. Lori Vallow also found guilty recently in this case in Idaho, a very similar construct of the trial. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox in about 45 minutes. So one verdict is reached on this day. We'll see if we get another one. I'm Eddie Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. We do finally have a verdict, but probably not in the most defining case of this week. Instead, it's the one out of Idaho. Chad Daybell, the verdict there being reached. I want to put up this tweet right now from Justin Lum, a Fox 10 reporter, talking about the verdict will be read at 2 o'clock Mountain Time. We'll take you out to that as soon as it happens. We also do have this feed up right now of the judicial branch there. The court is in recess, so this is just the feed we're getting into our newsroom right now. And as you can see, there's no real feed inside of the courtroom as of yet. That will change in about 45 minutes. We'll take you out to it as soon as that happens. As we also monitor the other monumental case out of New York City, the heart of Lower Manhattan. There you can see just awaiting potentially a verdict in this Trump hush money trial. Deliberation stretching now into the second day. We'll see if they get to day number 3. Just about an hour left of deliberations likely for the day, as that's kind of the general schedule that they follow there in New York City as the verdict watch continues on. All right, let's keep with some of these themes here on Live Now from Fox, talking about the current administration as Vice President Kamala Harris was in Colorado Springs at the Air Force Academy graduation. President Biden was most recently at the Army graduation in West Point making some comments. Let's take you out to Harris from earlier today. You're on Live Now.
Good morning, and congratulations to the cadets of Air Force Academy class of 2024. To Secretary Frank Kendall, General Chance Saltzman, General David Alvin, Lieutenant General Richard Clark, and to all the friends and loved ones and sponsor families of these extraordinary graduates, thank you all for what you have done to support them in this journey. And again, I applaud all that you have done every day. In 2020, as a United States Senator, it was my privilege to nominate 5 cadets to this class: Lindley Davis, Elizabeth Deards, Kyle Motes, Noel Morani, and Jarixa Vega. And as Vice President, I know firsthand the excellence produced by this academy. With me here today is Lieutenant Colonel Deborah Starkey, class of 2009, the first Space Force Guardian to serve as military aide to the Vice President. Lieutenant Colonel Zachary Fulton, class of 2007, and Major Anthony Navaroli, class of 2013, who flew me here on Air Force 2. And since taking office, I have flown nearly 400,000 miles across continents with the help of graduates of this very academy. So it is my firsthand experience that this academy produces some of the greatest pilots in the world. Indeed. Cadets, today you join generations of Americans who have graduated from this extraordinary institution. And let us reflect then on what that has required of you. You survived Beast and Recognition, Triple Threats, and Core Astro. And many of you even made it through Saigon Hall. Many. Together, you also celebrated victories at Acceptance Day and Commitment, and at Ring Dance and Job Drops. And I am told, on occasion, you did some celebrating off campus as well. At Parkway, and at Dub House, mostly apparently on Thursdays. And I am informed that if you came back a little late and missed DI, or if you were one of the cadets who decided to, quote, borrow the superintendent's license plate, that today you could still have some tours to march off. Well, and I think your parents and family would be happy to know, you should know that I believe in the power of redemption. So to all whom this applies, listen carefully. I hereby waive any confinements and restrictions for minor violations of the cadet disciplinary system. You're welcome. Class of 2024. 4 years ago, you arrived here as strangers, and today you graduate as one class and one family, united in selfless dedication to service and to our country. I believe there is no more noble work that one can do than to serve our nation in uniform. On behalf of our Commander-in-Chief, President Joe Biden, and our entire nation, it is my honor to congratulate you on taking your place in the long blue line. Today you join the United States Joint Force, our sword and shield. Today you join the ranks of the United States military, warriors who possess extraordinary skill, discipline, and dedication. Today you join the greatest fighting force the world has ever seen. Next month, we mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day, that shining moment of Allied bravery and sacrifice, made possible because of America's air power. In the months leading up to the landings, it was our pilots, our planes, and our air crews that knocked the enemy from the sky. It was America's forces in the air that bombed train tracks and fuel depots to prevent Nazi reinforcements from reaching the front lines, and helped defeat tyranny and fascism in Europe. 80 years ago, over the beaches of Normandy, America won control of the skies, and we have kept it ever since. From air-to-air combat over the Korean Peninsula, to providing close air support in Vietnam, from our dominance in Desert Storm and the Balkans, to Iraq and Afghanistan, America's record of air and space superiority has been unmatched and unbroken. And today, around the world, our allies are in awe, and our adversaries in fear of America's dominance in the air. We see it on NATO's eastern flank, where our air patrols deter Putin from extending and expanding his war of aggression. We see it in Ukraine, where our weapon deliveries and missile warnings help the people of Ukraine defend their homes and homeland, their sovereignty and territorial integrity. We see it in the Indo-Pacific, where our presence ensures a free and open region. We see it in space, where America's military watchful eye protects and supports our forces. And we see it in the Middle East, where last month, when Iran launched an unprecedented attack on Israel, it was our air and space forces that mounted an unprecedented defense, along with our allies and partners. More than 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles were fired at Israel. And thanks to our airmen and guardians, 99% of those threats did not hit their target. Cadets, as it has been for generations, America's national security and global stability depend on our strength in the sky and space. And as officers, our nation is counting on you to preserve and extend that strength, including, I will add, through your ability to innovate. Since the days of Kitty Hawk, the United States has led the world in aerospace innovation. The first modern drone, the first GPS satellite, the first stealth aircraft. And you are uniquely positioned to carry on this legacy of innovation. Because after
all right, you're just listening in there to Vice President Kamala Harris speak at the Air Force Academy commencement in Colorado Springs. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. A couple of Live Now looks, including out of Idaho, awaiting a verdict right now. It has been reached. We'll hear that announcement coming up in about half an hour. Also a live look in New York City. Deliberations continue in that hush money trial. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Big news in terms of baseball this week as the Major League Baseball reintegrating the Negro League statistics. And of course, so very impressive dating back some years as well. I want to put up this tweet from Fox Sports MLB saying the Negro League statistics will officially be integrated into the MLB database on Wednesday. Josh Gibson, a name you're going to hear a lot, will become the MLB record holder in multiple categories, and it's a long time coming, including has people like his great-grandson in Washington, D.C. say this is finally the time to make this happen. Let's hear more from our Fox 5 team.
These years later, some may say history has finally been made, with Major League Baseball announcing Wednesday that it's incorporated the statistics of more than 2,300 Negro Leagues players into its official records.
I hope that these statistics will be a gateway into wanting to learn more about the Negro Leagues.
Immediately, the record books have changed. For instance, Ty Cobb had been the all-time career leader in batting average. Now, though, the record belongs to Josh Gibson, who starred for the Homestead Grays, a team that played many of their games and won championships right here in D.C.
It's a great day. It's a history-making day, May 29th, 2024. I will never forget this day.
Sean Gibson is the great-grandson of Josh Gibson.
This picture right here behind me is the Washington Grays team. This one right here, and it shows the W that stood for Washington Homestead Grays.
Gibson told us Wednesday's announcement proves his great-grandfather and others played the game every bit as well as their white counterparts. After all, he said, numbers don't lie.
People also ask me, you know, what do you think if Josh Gibson was alive right now? What do you think he would think about this? And I said, well, you know, I'm pretty sure he's up there in heaven with Satchel Paige, Buck Leonard, and Cool Papa Bell, and Ruth Foster, and all the other greats, and saying, like, finally, after all these years, they're finally giving us our due diligence and recognizing us.
That is such an impressive story, and so glad that it's finally coming to happen. As you can see, several major league records are now held by Josh Gibson. You just heard there from his great-grandson. Josh Gibson he's now officially the leaderboard there. The all-time career batting average ahead of Ty Cobb, an all-time great at 372. That's very, very impressive. Let's bring into the conversation right now to kind of understand more about what this kind of reckoning of the game means. My USA Today sports baseball columnist, Bob Nightingale. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And the MLB, they called it a long-time oversight in the game's history, finally bringing in the Negro League statistics to the MLBs. How big of a move, and maybe how long overdue was this?
Well, yeah, I mean, it should have been done decades ago. They only started doing the research about 4 years ago. And it was tough finding the old box scores, newspaper clippings. They're still only about 72 to 75% complete, to find the database. And they stopped at 1948. So whatever Willie Mays did in 49 and 50 isn't reflected, that sort of thing. So, but yeah, adds 49 hits to Jackie Robinson. Obviously, like you mentioned, Josh Gibson rising up. You see Satchel Paige's ERA in there. So it's great for the families and the legacies. The families are thrilled.
Yeah, I can only imagine just how much excitement there is, because you mentioned the likes of Satchel Paige, Josh Gibson, some names that people maybe aren't accustomed to. You know the names Jackie Robinson, Ernie Banks, Willie Mays, all these. Kind of talk about maybe the recognition, how these families are reacting to some of this news to get the kind of recognition they promptly deserve.
Yeah, just putting more in the spotlight of their careers. I don't think the stats matter, but it's nice to be back in the news as far as showing how great players they are. And baseball wanted to do it before the Rickwood game. Rickwood game is June 18th in Birmingham, Alabama. This game at Old Rickwood Field, the oldest ballpark in America, where Willie Mays got to start, where Henry Aaron got to start. So they wanted to do that too, to make sure it could really be gloriously celebrated.
Yeah, of course, that game coming up on Fox in a little bit of time. A very, very exciting game. June the 20th, 2024, Rickwood Field. The St. Louis Cardinals and San Francisco Giants face off. And you mentioned some of the names, but the teams also get the recognition. The Homestead Grays, the Kansas City Monarchs, so much recognition. Maybe how much does this go beyond the players to give recognition to some of those teams that were formed so long ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's very cool, particularly, like Kansas City Monarchs, but, with the Negro Leagues Museum, right there, right by where they used to play at Old Municipal Stadium in Kansas City. The old, Pittsburgh Crawdads, the Indianapolis Clowns, but just, shows how important baseball was. And, they just had an East-West Classic at Cooperstown last weekend to kind of resurrect memories of the old Negro League All-Star games, which would pack the place at the old Comiskey Ballpark. They would draw over 60,000 fans watching those All-Star games.
Yeah, that is so very impressive. And I want to get into that East-West game just a little bit, and maybe Cooperstown as well. But let's go back to the Rickwood Field game, because I think that's going to be a very cool moment. We've seen a Field of Dreams game there in Dyersville, Iowa. This one there in Birmingham as well at this game. Have you ever been there? And can you kind of set the stage for us? Because this is the oldest ballpark in the United States, dating back to 1910. And to put that in context, Fenway, first game, 1912. Can you kind of give us a sense? Can you set the scene there for potentially what's coming up at Rickwood?
It's a very cool stadium. I visited there years ago, and it has the old advertising on the scoreboards. You walk in, so man, I can imagine what it was like back in the 20s and 30s. Obviously, they're going to upgrade it and have, dugouts and that sort of thing, lighting, a lot of, upkeep to it. They do play some minor league games there still. It's, right there in the heart of Birmingham. So, yeah, it's a cool nostalgic field. You imagine when you walk into Fenway Park or Wrigley Field, well, escalate that by about 10 times what it feels like walking to Rookwood.
Yeah, that is so very cool. It's going to be so great, and just to see it on TV, to get the, like you said, the spotlight it deserves. Let's talk about that East-West game in Cooperstown, because there are 37 coaches, players, executive from the Negro Leagues already in the Baseball Hall of Fame as well. Maybe what else needs to happen to give the Negro Leagues recognition? Is there a next step to this?
Well, who you had in your program, Sean Gibson, the great-grandson of Josh Gibson, he would like to see a Negro Leagues Day, May 2nd, which would be the first Negro Leagues game was May 2nd, 1920. He would like it where everybody wears a Negro League jersey on that day. And he says it doesn't take away from Jackie Robinson Day, which is April 15th. But, Jackie Robinson Day represents Jackie, breaking the color barrier in 1947. What this would do is represent the 2,300 men who all play the Negro Leagues. So maybe one day, I know he's talked to MLB about this, maybe one day it'll happen.
Yeah, that's so very cool. And Jackie Robinson Day is just so special to see everyone wearing 42. It always gives you goosebumps to watch it. Bob Nightingale, thank you so much for joining us. Any parting words? Because this feels like a very monumental deal for Major League Baseball to bring some reckoning. Maybe my last question is, as we kind of talk about this, about the African-American base in baseball as well, do you think this will help grow the game for them?
You would hope so. It's so down right now. I mean, on opening day this past year, it was only 5.7% black players, the lowest since I want to say 1959. So going way, way back. So it's a hopefully get more kids involved. And I think what baseball is hoping is that there's talk about the NCAA increasing college scholarships. Right now, there's only 11.7 scholarships for baseball players. If you raise that up, by double or so, if a kid has a choice, play football, basketball, baseball, now he may consider baseball because you get a full ride out of it rather than just getting a partial share or no share.
That is a very good point. College baseball there as well to grow the game. And this might not have an effect this year or next year, but down the road it might see just some of these names and just the recognition they promptly deserve. All right, Bob, thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks, Mac.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on, and that's a very important topic here on Live Now from Fox, talking about the MLB reintegrating the Negro League statistics into their own. I want to put up this tweet again from Major League Baseball, Fox, saying the Negro Leagues, they will be officially integrated. Josh Gibson will become the MLB record holder in multiple categories, including batting average, surpassing the great Ty Cobb. So I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have much more on that Rickwood game in Birmingham, Alabama, coming up in just less than a month now. The Cardinals and Giants there. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll take you out to Idaho as a verdict has been reached in the Chad Daybell trial. Of course, we're following it very, very closely. This is a live feed. You can see it says court is in recess, but we will soon hear the verdict in this trial. Of course, we were covering it very, very closely as Lori Vallow was found guilty in July of 2023. An Idaho jury has come to their decision. A verdict is reached as accused Chad Daybell is of the deaths of his first wife, Tammy Daybell, Joshua J.J. Vallow, and also Ty Lee Ryan, the children of his second wife, Lori Vallow Daybell. So we'll take you out to that as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. The other verdict that we are awaiting here is a live picture in New York City. The former President Donald Trump sitting in an adjacent courtroom as the jury is deliberating in this case. So we'll see what happens. It's going on about 9 hours right now of jury deliberations. We'll see if they get to day number 3. Just about 45 or so minutes left in the day for them before they generally go home. We'll take you out to that as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox as well. And it's another day of decisions by the Supreme Court, but one justice is in the spotlight and facing calls to recuse himself from some specific cases the court is ruling on this term. For more on this, let's go out to Fox's Caroline Shively with the latest from Washington, D.C.
As the Supreme Court released a number of decisions on Thursday with more on the way, Justice Samuel Alito faces calls to recuse himself from pending decisions involving former President Donald Trump and January 6th rioters. That's because of this, an upside-down American flag flown over his home in 2021, right after the attack on the Capitol, as first reported by the New York Times. The flipped flag has become a symbol of those who backed Trump's false claims the 2020 election was stolen.
He can't play fast and loose with these political symbols without jeopardizing his own integrity.
Alito responded in a letter to Congress on Wednesday, saying his wife hung the flag outside their Northern Virginia home after a personal attack on her from a neighbor, writing, "I was not even aware of the upside-down flag until it was called to my attention. As soon as I saw it, I asked my wife to take it down, but for several days, she refused." Alito also addressed this Appeal to Heaven flag that flew over the couple's vacation home. The flag dates back to the Revolutionary War, but has recently become popular among Christian nationalists. The justice says his wife bought and paid for the house and has a right to fly what she wants there.
The idea that a Supreme Court justice would have to respond to any kind of suggestion from Democrat senators that he should recuse himself because of such demonstrations that are completely covered by the First Amendment is absolutely absurd.
The Supreme Court will likely release its decisions on Trump's presidential immunity and the Capitol rioters in the next few weeks. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. A lot going on here as we approach 4 o'clock on the East Coast. Give you a couple of Live Now looks as well. That the case in New York City, the Trump deliberations, verdict watch is very much a go here. As we stretch into the afternoon hours. We'll see if they get to day number 3 and then likely the weekend if they have to as well. The judge telling the jury that they do not and should not surrender their views because they want the trial to end. They want to come to a decision in full without the weekend being a factor, even if they do have to come back next week. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're awaiting the verdict out of Idaho in the Chad Daybell trial there. It is still right now in recess, but it will be coming back very, very soon for this verdict as the jury foreperson will pass it along to the judge. We'll have that and much more to give you some understanding coming up after the break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Just a live picture there as the court continues to be in recess, but a verdict has been reached in this Chad Daybell trial. I do want to put up this tweet right now from Justin Lum out of Fox 10 in Phoenix, of course, covering this one very, very closely. Also, the Lori Vallow trial. She was found guilty in July of 2023. Chad Daybell there facing these three murder charges as well in the death of three individuals, including his first wife, Tammy Daybell, Joshua J.J. Vallow, and Tylee Ryan, the children of his second wife, Lori Vallow. All right, right now, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Bring into the conversation to kind of await the verdict and understand more about this ongoing trial. Nicole DeBoard, friend of the program, attorney, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we know the verdict has been reached, and it was kind of a similar circumstance to Lori's back in 2023, where it didn't take long for the jury to find her guilty. Do we potentially expect the same based on just the timeline of everything that's going down?
I think that we can expect much the same. I will say that he likely has, and you know, this is of course going to be something that is up to the attorneys in terms of what they're ultimately going to present. But he may have a very different punishment case moving forward, as opposed to if he is found guilty, as opposed to what we experienced in the other trial, in the sense that you know, there may be very, very different mitigation evidence.
Yeah, that is a very, very true, because of course Chad Daybell could face the death penalty if convicted, and that's kind of the big contrast between the Lori Vallow one and this one. How likely potentially is that, and maybe how soon could we know that if he is found guilty?
It could depend, it will depend on exactly how much evidence is presented in the punishment phase. And so, you know, this is, it could be a long process to get to that answer. Right now, we are waiting to see what sort of evidence they're going to bring forward, depending on, of course, what the verdict is. But I expect that that portion could be much different than the first case, just because we have different mental health issues, or maybe a lack of that, or a lack of mitigation evidence. So, you know, I'm expecting a little bit of a different process than what we've already experienced. But, you know, at a minimum, we're looking at life in prison.
All right, that is very good to know, and this is a very interesting case because it's got a lot of national attention, the Lori Vallow case, but this one kind of the second kind of chapter of that case. We're still awaiting this. I want to give people just kind of a sense of what's going on with this trial, because of course Chad Daybell, an author of an apocalyptic fiction, owned a publishing company focused on religious works. He pleaded not guilty to all the charges, including first-degree murder and the deaths there of Tammy, JJ, and Tylee, of course, that we're continuing to follow. It also includes conspiracy to commit grand theft by deception, conspiracy to commit murder, as well as 2 counts of insurance fraud in the death of Tammy Daybell. So just kind of give us a sense a little bit. There's a lot of different factors into this in terms of the evidence that was presented both in Lori Vallow's case and this case. Can you kind of give us a sense? Can you kind of give us a little bit of a synopsis of what went on during this trial?
We heard a lot of the same types of evidence that was already presented in the Lori Daybell case. But the difference here is going to be, of course, from the perspective of what Chad was actually involved in. So while a lot of it overlapped, it's going to be about the actual crimes, about whether or not he did it. That's the guilt and innocence portion of what's to be considered. The difference that we see in these two cases is certainly going to center around how the punishment should be considered by the court and by the jury. So this is where the difference will lie, and what his background involves, what kind of mental health issues he may have, what kind of mitigating circumstances he may have, could all come into play if he is found guilty in this circumstance.
Yeah, that is a very, very interesting. And kind of like you said, we see some of these cases and they feel like almost a deja vu scenario, but they're very different. Do we see anything in terms of difference of just kind of the reactions from Lori Vallow versus Chad Daybell in either of these trials?
You know, it is always interesting to try to get an idea of what's going on in the minds of the people who are sitting at counsel table, but it's very difficult to tell, right? I mean, it's a little bit like reading tea leaves. You know, certainly we can try to guess what's going on in their minds, but that's all it is just a guess. And certainly we can watch to see how it appears that they received the verdict. But I think the real question, and of course the real question for the court and the jury, is what actually comes into evidence and what is admitted for consideration.
Yeah, that is very good. The sentencing might be the most interesting part of this entire case as well. And we talked about it here very, very closely. We were hearing from our Fox 10 team about this as the gaining of national attention as well. In terms of the counts and the charges there filed, we've talked about it time and time again because we're following several different trials here on LiveNOW Fox. He can be found guilty on several and not guilty on others, correct?
That is true. Every single case is its own unique verdict. And so these jurors have had to go through every single allegation and determine whether or not the prosecution brought forth enough evidence to prove those cases beyond a reasonable doubt. And for each case for which he could be found guilty, if they find him guilty, then he could have a unique sentence for each of those.
Okay, that also is understandable as well. And let's talk about just the location of this, because this one taking there in Fremont County, Idaho, a small there kind of community as well, similar to Lori Vallow. Is that a factor at all? Just the fact that this small town, the small city, the small county getting so much national attention, and if you're from this county, you probably have heard of that. How much does that weigh into the minds of the jury?
It can weigh in a great deal, but generally speaking, the time for that consideration is before the jury is ever seated. In other words, you want to make sure that the people who are sitting in decision-making positions, right, they're going to be finding the facts, they're going to determine what is true, that they're starting with as much of a clean slate as possible. In other words, if they have formulated opinions, the time for that to be weighed by the court is before they're seated on the jury, because they should be excused if they've already formed opinions and are not open-minded in the sense that they can hear the facts as presented in court and consider only those facts. So while I think it will weigh some, it's obviously a very important case in the community. The people who are sitting on this jury have already been vetted in the sense that they have told the court they can be open-minded.
Yeah, and I also want to get into the fact that some of these crimes are very disturbing in nature as well. For a jury pool, what is that kind of, what are you looking for in a jury and a juror for that? And maybe how much does that weigh in, how much of that is a consideration, and just maybe the gruesome nature of this?
Those cases are just exceptionally difficult. These jurors obviously are human beings, and they've been exposed to things that they will never unsee. Heartbreaking, horrific facts. And, the prosecution, of course, if you can call it this, has that on their side. The defense has to contend with just the brutal nature of the things these jurors have had to sift through and hear. And what the defense team always wants to be sure is that jurors can separate what the facts are in terms of, how horrible certain things are, the evidence is that they're having to consider, from whether or not the accused did the things. And so that can be a very difficult part for the defense.
Yeah, that is so very true, as obviously the kids are involved in this, and that is very difficult if you are a parent sitting on this jury as well. Nicole, anything else that I'm missing here on LiveNOW from Fox as we kind of wait for this verdict to come down? Anything on your mind that you want to stress to our audience here?
I think that the coverage has just been exceptionally thorough, and what we have is, even at that level, is just a piece of what these jurors have experienced living through this live in the courtroom. And so we're going to find out how it landed on their ears and eyes, as opposed to us just sort of watching for the pieces that we could see and hear here in just a moment.
Yeah, hopefully coming down in just a little bit. We're approaching the top of the hour, about 2 o'clock Mountain Time. That's when this feed hopefully will kind of pop up. But let's just continue with the conversation as we're going to kind of ride this until the verdict comes down as well. I'm going to give you just a little bit of a sense of what's going on, Nicole. Let me just kind of recount as we are slowly approaching potentially the verdict here. Just to give people, if they're just joining here, as an Idaho jury, they're reaching a verdict on Thursday in the case of the Doomsday author charged with killing his ex-wife and wife's 2 children. The verdict concludes Chad Daybell's nearly 2-month trial in the deaths there of Tammy, JJ, and Ty Lee. It was expected to be read. The children's remains were found in June of 2020 on Daybell's property in Fremont County, Idaho. Police say they believe Daybell hid the remains between September 2019 and June of 2020. Tammy Daybell died in 2019, weeks before Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow married. Her death was initially considered to be natural causes, but her remains were later exhumed. Following an autopsy, her death was determined to be a homicide. So a lot of different facets, and that's why it was made necessarily potentially into a documentary as well, just to kind of the nature of it. But you mentioned earlier, and we heard just kind of in some of these notes, that it was a month-long trial as well. Is that difficult for the jury? How succinct and how calculated as a lawyer do you have to be when there are so many witnesses, so many pieces of evidence move forward?
That's such a great question, because as lawyers on both sides, you have to do everything you can to make sure that every fact that you think is important to this jury to consider in reaching a verdict is before this jury. At the same time, they're away from work, they're away from their families, they're away from their day-to-day lives, and you want to be very cautious about not being abusive of their time and wasting it and being repetitious or doing something that they, as jurors, will feel is just killing time. Because that can come back and harm the party that does that kind of thing. But you have to be, very mindful that you're not leaving out some important detail that some juror is going to be worried about as they sit and try to decide what the right result is.
Yeah, and I also, because the length is kind of fascinating, because you want to make sure the jury is paying attention as well. In the Trump trial, it just went on for 3 weeks, and they already bring back the evidence or the witness from the first witness that took the stand. So it's interesting to see that as well. I do want to get into just some of the nature of this. Obviously, a doomsday author, as maybe a prosecutor as well. You want to get into that, but it's kind of sometimes hard to fathom. It's kind of hyperbolic language. It's obviously the doomsday author. How much do you stay away from it? Maybe how much did we hear about that in this trial?
It's another area where you have to strike the right balance. On the one hand, you want jurors to understand this is who this person is, who's on trial, and it may affect how jurors perceive the actions that he took and whether or not he's a credible or reliable person. It's also something that you have to be cautious, as we were just talking about. This has already been a month-long trial. Don't waste the jury's time with things that aren't on point.
Yeah, that's so very true. Some apocalyptic beliefs, and for maybe a reasonable person, which they are on the jury trying to find this cause as well, talking about dreams of zombies and dark spirits. It's hard for people to get going. We do see the feed now pop up here on Live Now from Fox. So Nicole, just stick with us. Let's gonna dive into this here and see if we hear this verdict here out of Fremont County, Idaho. All right, doesn't look like there's any audio coming in, but you can see the feeds there. Chad Daybell, top right portion of your screen. The top left portion of your screen is the prosecution as well. The jury is now entering the courtroom, it appears. The judge is there as well. Let's just
thank you. Please be seated. All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on, and then we'll get started.
All right, we're going to keep this audio up here as you just get a sense of some of the tension there in this room in Fremont County, Idaho. The judge entered, and of course, everyone stood there for them. In the top right portion, if you can see the defense.
We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present, the state's present. with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
All right, so you can see they're bringing now in the jury to this case as Chad Daybell there on trial for the murder of those 3 individuals. The jury is now entered the courtroom. Let's just continue to listen in.
Here's all President Counter for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson. Has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise, I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant. Case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3, in regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4, in regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5, in regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6, in regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7, in regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8, in regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
All right, that was a swift decision there as they go back to this slate, but we do know that Chad Daybell now found guilty on all charges. Breaking news as the verdict was reached. The jury finds him on counts including first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and the deaths of J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell as well. So certainly a quick decision there by the jury in Fremont County, Idaho. Let's bring back into the conversation right now Nicole DeBoard. You were here with us kind of leading up to this decision as he was found guilty on all of these counts. What do we make of this? What's our initial reaction, Nicole?
The jurors didn't find any room for anything other than guilty verdicts on every single one of these charges. And so now the next step, of course, as the judge has already announced, they're going to take a break. They're going to come back into the courtroom, and the prosecution is going to begin to present what we call punishment evidence to demonstrate why they think the appropriate sentence in this case is death.
Yeah, that is certainly, like I said, swift to come to this decision as closing arguments yesterday. Today it was in the hands of the jury. They came to the decision just past 2 o'clock local time there as well. They're taking an hour break, then they're getting into the sentencing phase, potentially considering the death penalty. How long could that take? What kind of the protocols do they have to follow in terms of this there in Idaho?
They have to be very careful. The judge has to make sure that all of the evidence that is appropriate to be in front of this jury is what comes in, and that nothing that should be excluded by law is allowed in. So we can expect a very careful and meticulous presentation by the prosecution as to why they believe Mr. Daybell should be appropriately considered for the death penalty and why this jury should in fact sentence him to death. And then you're going to hear some cross-examination from the defense, and then you will likely hear a very strong defense case about why the appropriate sentence is not death and that his life should be spared instead.
Yeah, that is a very, very interesting. I think people are kind of asking the question, if you watch both of these trials in full, that, of course, the consideration of the death penalty for Chad Daybell, potentially why wasn't it considered, do we know, for Lori Vallow?
One of the biggest issues in Lori Vallow's case was significant mental health disorders. She was actually found to be incompetent, as you may recall, to stand trial, and there was a long pause before she could even have a trial in her case because she was not competent to be present in the courtroom and to aid in her own defense as her trial proceeded. Once she was again declared competent, the trial was able to proceed, but that changes the landscape in terms of what's appropriate for consideration for punishment in these types of cases.
Yeah, that is very, very interesting. I just wanted to get clarification, just to kind of put that one out there, because I know a lot of people are kind of considering that here very, very closely. And you talked about the sentencing phase of this as well, and it was a 30-day trial. How long could this last? Is the jury going to have to wait another 30 days, or is it going to be quicker than that?
It could be as long as the trial itself. Mitigation is what we call this part, right, for the defense. They're going to produce everything they possibly can to try to convince this jury to spare Daybell's life. That's what the defense is going to be doing. And of course, the prosecution is going to be doing all they can to demonstrate not only the horrific facts of the case, which the jury has already been exposed to, but there may be additional pieces of evidence that were not appropriate for the guilt-innocence phase of trial, which could come into the punishment phase. And you're also going to hear why they believe that Daybell is a continuing danger, even if he were to receive a life sentence, that he should instead be sentenced to death. So the defense really has the tallest order. Really the biggest project here is to make sure that in light of these extremely difficult facts, that this jury has enough information to spare their client's life.
Yeah, that is a tall task, to say the least, as well, talking about Chad Daybell there. All right, Nicole, thank you again for joining us. I know you were here before the verdict and now after the verdict. Anything else that you'd like to add before I let you go?
It's impossible to say exactly how long this piece will take. I think that it can at times seem tedious, but when you have the death penalty on the table, the court is going to do or should do everything they possibly can to make sure they're cautious about all the right evidence getting in front of this jury.
Yeah, some gruesome evidence, some devastating evidence from this apocalyptic author, Chad Daybell, now found guilty on all those counts. Nicole, thank you again. I appreciate your time. Your insight is invaluable here on Live Now.
Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's put this graphic up one more time here on Live Now from Fox as Chad Daybell found guilty on all of those counts in Fremont County, Idaho. I want to put this up. Our Fox 10 team, Justin Lum, probably going to join the program a little bit later on, but you can see there the different counts as he was found guilty on all of them. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder involving J.J. Vallow, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder against his former wife, ex-wife, Tammy Daybell, and also insurance fraud. All right, I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back here into Live Now from Fox. We did have one verdict at least reached today, but not another involving the former President Donald Trump in this hush money case in New York City, as the jury is being excused for the day by the judge. Is just approaching 4:30 on the East Coast, kind of the time frame they usually look at as well. So we will head into day number 3 early on Friday morning as well. We had a couple notes yesterday, but none today, as we see this live picture right here on Live Now from Fox, as the jury verdict watch continues on here on Live Now from Fox. As of course, we're following it very, very closely. The judge excusing the jury for the day as we potentially wait some comments from the former president there in New York City as well. The judge said the jury will go home for the day if they haven't reached a verdict until 4:30. So this coming up in a matter of moments as well. We did see some comments from the former president as he walked into kind of the courtroom here just moments ago. Let's see if we can listen into what he had to say just a little bit ago.
I want to campaign.
All right, you were just listening in. That was just a little bit ago saying, I want to campaign. That is what Trump said to the cameras. I don't know if that will be the final word on the day for the former president, but as the jury deliberates, he is not allowed to leave the courthouse. He has to remain there as the jury deliberates, so he's unable to get on the campaign trail. Now, almost less than 5 months until this November election. So as we approach 4:30, the jury will be sent home if a verdict has not been reached. So still, these were the comments moments ago. I want to campaign. So as deliberations wear on, is a bit of adage of hurry up and wait at the courthouse. The jury working in secret in a separate room, and Trump and his team hold up elsewhere in the building as reporters remain in the courthouse waiting for word, or rather a sound of a new development. Each time the jury has a question, and eventually when and if it reaches a verdict, it must send a note to the judge. They signal this by ringing a bell that blares in the courtroom that sounds akin to the old telephone or an alarm clock. So again, we're still awaiting a verdict in this Trump hush money trial in the heart of New York City. We're going to hear from our Fox 5 team coming up in the next several hours about this. But day 2 will now stretch into day 3 of this verdict watch here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Is the judge going to excuse the jury for the day, as tomorrow will mark day 3 in deliberations with the former president, this hush money trial as well. We did see the former president walk through those doors moments ago, saying to the cameras from a little bit of a distance away, "I want to campaign," and this comes just almost 5 months ahead of the November election. He has to remain inside this courthouse during deliberations, not out on the campaign trail like President Biden has been most recently yesterday in Philadelphia. We'll see if the former president speaks to the cameras here in just a little bit. Until then, let's take you out to earlier today as jury deliberations began once more, as they reheard some of this testimony, some reenactments, and some of these jury instructions once again. Let's listen in to what the former president had to say earlier today.
It's a terrible thing. At the request of Biden, the editors of the National Review say, "Acquit Trump. Bragg has failed to prove his charges." Totally failed. Greg Jarrett. Who exactly was defrauded? Voters who had already voted. Well, they already voted because all of this stuff came in after the election. So how were they defrauded? And then you say, what about Hillary with the dossier? What about all of these other things that go? And this is nothing. This is nothing. But what about all of the corruption, the voter fraud that you've seen over the last year on behalf of the Democrats, and nobody talks about it? This is ridiculous what they're talking about. This is called running for office. Greg Jarrett, the government, which received full payment on all taxable income. The government, by the way, received full payment. The taxes were paid in full. In fact, they make comment on that. Even if the taxes were paid in full, the Federal Elections Commission had concluded the money paid did not constitute a campaign contribution under the law. And remember, this judge wouldn't allow us. Look, he's a very conflicted judge. Everybody knows that. You don't want to talk about what the conflict was. I'm not allowed to talk about it because of a gag order that he put on me. So one subject he really doesn't want to talk about. There was no fraud. There was no conspiracy. It's that simple. Moreover, without a primary crime, there can be no secondary crime. It's a classic lawfare, weaponizing statutes because the law has been, because no law has been broken. That was Greg Jarrett. Ellie Honig, legal analyst for CNN. The crime here is not easy to explain or to understand. It's just not understandable. In other words, there is no crime. This is CNN. Catherine Christian from MSNBC, I call it MSDNC, legal analyst. It's difficult because it's a very nuanced argument. It's never been prosecuted before. This is an argument that has never been prosecuted before. And hopefully it'll never be prosecuted again. Andy McCarthy, this is anything but standard. It's the antithesis of standard, actually. The idea that they do not have to agree on what the other crime is. We spent 6 weeks wondering, what is the other crime? What is the other crime? And at the end, the thud we all get is this. There's 3 or 4 of them, and you could pick one from the other, and they don't have to agree on anything. And what he's saying is it's so corrupt. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like this. It's called pick 'em. It's like the lottery. Pick 'em. You pick 'em. And you don't have to be, even though in a criminal case you have to be unanimous, you don't have to be. Just give a couple of votes, because the judge, unfortunately, is corrupt. Judge Jeanine Pirro, no one has heard of this. It's like there's a menu column A, B, or C. You don't have to agree on it. This is a kangaroo court. This is unheard of. I've never seen anything like it. I've done this for 32 years. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I'm a state prosecutor, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm not a federal judge. I'm a county judge, just like Bersha. This is New York law. This is my wheelhouse. He is 100% wrong. He's wrong. That's what Jeanine Pirro, very good woman, very smart woman. Jonathan Turley, this is becoming a 3-card Monte game on where is the crime? Smart guy, where is the crime? Mike Davis, the U.S. would sanction a country for doing this. I think that's good. I think that's good. Steve Hilton, it seems that every single day these proceedings go on, the judge and the prosecutor just go out of their way to prove Trump's point. I guess he is, they are proving my point when you think. That's why I write some of these things that are very sad. Mark Levin, this Stalinist-like case, it's a Stalinist-like case. It has prevented President Trump from running for office. It has prevented him from campaigning. He's unable to campaign because he's been in a courthouse for 5 weeks. And yet we just had a poll came out, NPR. Trump's 54, Biden's 42. And that's with independents. That's the best we've ever had. They said this is the single best poll that Trump has ever had with independents. Trump's largest lead among independent voters, NPR Marist College, 44-28. And Junior is way down, way down. But it's 44. Junior is extremely liberal. By the way, he's extremely radical left. I think you know that. But he seems to be hurting Biden probably a little bit. So that's it. It's a disgrace. The millions and millions of dollars that are spent daily on this case. Outside, it looks like it's Fort Knox, like they're guarding this. I've never seen so many policemen. Now, with Columbia University, you can plant a tent right in front of the main door, no problem. NYU, just put your tent up. Don't worry about it. Over here. But I just want to say that this is a very sad day for America. The whole world is watching. And it's a very sad day for New York. I've gone through 2 of these trials already. It's with the same kind of a judge. It's all worked. It's all rigged. The whole thing, the whole system is rigged. Judge Engoron was overturned 5 times in my case. And he's going to be overturned again. And we were treated very, very badly. And the outside world is watching, and the outside world is just not going to bring their business to New York. And that's going to cost the city trillions and the state trillions and trillions of dollars. Businesses are leaving, and people are fleeing. So you can see the quotes yourself, and thank you all very much. We'll comment later on in the evening, but we'll be here, it looks like a long time. Thank you.
All right, you're just hearing it there from the former president talking as he kind of alluded to the fact that he expects to speak after deliberations potentially wrapped up. He said he's expecting to be there for a long time. This comes after yesterday he said Mother Teresa could not beat the charges that he faces. So kind of insinuating that he's up against it in New York City. Again, a live picture there as the jury surpassing 4:30 mark, so that means they will go home for the day. The jury will be excused for the day. You can see there the just law enforcement personnel on hand. Trump referring to the courtroom as Fort Knox, just based on the security of it. He also mentioned as he walked inside of the courtroom just moments ago, talking about he wants to campaign, as this is keeping him off the campaign trail ahead of the 2024 election. We're also looking and monitoring this shot outside of the courtroom as well. You can see people milling about, different signs. We're not going to pot up the audio just yet because you can sometimes hear vulgarity even from a distance away as supporters and detractors of the former president there outside of the courtroom awaiting a verdict like so many people around this country. Let's just listen in to what Trump had to say as he walked back in the courtroom just a little bit ago here on Live Now from Fox.
I want to campaign.
The succinct comments from the former president, I want to campaign. We will likely hear a more extended version of that in a little bit as we await to see if he walks back out of this courtroom as the jury excused for the day. Day 3 tomorrow morning from New York City. We'll see if a verdict is reached or we'll have to wait until next week. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to keep an eye monitoring this shot out of New York City. The jury excused for the day. It is now 4:37, so surpassing the 4:30 mark, as which the judge said they will send the jury home for the day if a verdict was not reached. So we have not heard that come down. So day number 3 will start tomorrow morning, bright and early. We'll see if one comes down, a guilty or not guilty verdict tomorrow. We'll see if that happens, but we're going to continue to monitor this here on Live Now from Fox. You can see some people potentially walking out of the courtroom into different corridors there in this Manhattan courthouse. All right, until then, let's get you right now back out to Texas with Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, making some remarks here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
NASA headquarters, the chancellor for A&M was there, and I called upon him at that time to begin a space engineering degree, be the first in America to do it. And he texted me later on that day saying, done. And the good thing is we have competition here. University of Texas is working on it. Rice is working on it. No doubt University of Houston will be working on it. And so we got the mental development of our students, but also we want to be able to lead the way with regard to the commercialization of what's going to be happening in space. Y'all know what's going on concerning satellites and so many other things. The reality is the future of warfare is going to be taking place in outer space. And this isn't my information set. This is what I'm told by the United States Army. And we are prepared, we as a country are preparing for this, knowing that we have to be leading the world in dominance of space, that we have to be leading the world in artificial intelligence, leading the world in cybersecurity, and strategies like that. Texas already is a leader in each of those areas, and we look to expand on our leadership in those areas by both investing in it, concentrating on it, and that will lead to a massive amount of new jobs along the lines of what the future industry is going to be looking like in this country and in this world.
That's fascinating. And you talked about, I'm glad you touched on the CHIPS Act, or your version of the CHIPS Act here, and also the anecdote about the Chancellor of Texas A&M, because what we hear from companies very often is that one of the things they find attractive about doing business in Texas is the predictability and consistency of the regulatory environment that's here, and the ability to get projects, particularly in the energy space, permitted in about half the time that you get when compared to other parts of this country. And it's one of the reasons why.
All right, welcome back in here as you're listening into the governor there of Texas, Greg Abbott, make those remarks. We have some major news out of New York City right now here on Live Now from Fox, as a verdict that has been reached as well in the Trump hush money trial in New York City. We're just learning that from our reporters in the room. A live picture right here on Live Now from Fox, as you can see it very, very closely. The scene of the courtroom. A verdict has been reached. We are awaiting some time to see if they fill out the form, but this coming at the end of day number 2 with the former president here. So deliberations lasting upwards of 9 hours, as we are now hearing this news coming into our newsroom here. We're going to get all of everything lined up to see what we know, but of course, Trump, the hush money trial taking place in New York City as well. So just a major developing story. We're going to stick with this, bring in some of our team here very, very soon on Live Now from Fox, the former president in this